Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
He originally wanted to go and catch all the members of the Baroque studio on the island, but he didn't expect to find that they were all lying on the ground now, looking like they didn't know whether to live or die. Combined with the several people now appearing in his sight, he suddenly had a conclusion in his mind. It seems that the practice during this period is still very useful. You must know that in the original work, the Straw Hats were tortured by Mr. Three and others, but now they have been able to deal with them so easily. In this regard, Xia Chun put on the classic mask of asking for credit. It's all his credit. The four Zoro people also came to Xia Chun at this time. Looking at the devastated land, they couldn't help but curiously asked, what happened? The battle had already ended before they got here, so they only knew that there was a lot of movement here, but they didn't know what the specific situation was. Oh, it was just a fight. Fight? What kind of fight can cause such power? Nami exclaimed, then immediately reacted and asked hesitantly, it can't be you, right? Xia Chun nodded. In an instant, everyone except Luffy, who watched the whole thing, looked at him in shock. Although they know that Xia Chun is very strong and are mentally prepared, is this situation a little exaggerated? Xia Chun looked at their expressions and then looked at the bare land around him. He was a little embarrassed. If Dongli and Broggy fought, they would have to fight many times to cause such damage. It stuck. Speaking of Chow Chow, when Chow Chow arrived, Broggy and Dongli also walked toward them at this time, and at the same time let out a burst of devilish laughter. Boy, you are very powerful. There are not many people who can take over the hegemony head-on. Oh, Uncle Giant, thank you for accepting my request to fight and letting me have a great time. This is the wine I promised you in advance. After saying that, Xia Chun threw out a dozen barrels of wine and flew towards them. Huh? Xia Chun, what kind of wine is that? Zoro asked in confusion. Wine? Wine? You can't get it from Whiskey Peak, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Xia Chun was a little confused, and Zoro suddenly asked why. Unexpectedly, Zoro became furious after hearing Xia Chun's affirmative answer. It turns out it's you, the wine thief. Hey, pay attention to your wording. Can the deputy captain's thing be called stealing? I was just borrowing it, okay. Zoro ignored what Xia Chun said, but still stared at him angrily, and then said angrily, when I was tired after practicing there, I wanted to go to them and ask for some wine, but they told me that all their wine had been stolen. I thought they were lying to me and simply didn't want to give me a drink. But when I put a knife on his neck, they still said the same thing. Only then did I believe them. It has made me unable to drink wine for so many days. In fact, these are not problems. The most important thing is, why didn't you take me with you when you stole the wine? Xia Chun. Everyone. Damn it. Xia Chun thought just now that Zoro's heart of justice was suddenly infected. Did this kind of thing come from the mouth of a pirate, like him? Unexpectedly, in the end, he just complained about him for not taking him with him to do good things. TSK, he is indeed a real pirate. Then now that I know everything, you can't give me a few barrels? At this moment, Zoro revealed his purpose. Xia Chun looked at him doubtfully. I stole it based on my ability. Oh no, I borrowed it. Why should I share it with you? You're thinking shit. Whenever you can defeat me, come and negotiate terms with me. Ew. And at asterisk hashtag. After some time, everyone gathered together to happily drink wine and eat meat, creating a lively scene. Suddenly, Nami asked Dongli, Uncle Giant, do you know how long it will take for the magnetism of this island to be fully charged? Let me think about it. It seems like it will take a year. 1 year? Everyone exclaimed when they heard this, especially Vivi, whose face turned pale at this moment. In a year's time, Alabasta will be gone. Maybe by the time she returns, the grass on her father's grave will be several meters high. When she thought of this, her whole body collapsed to the ground, and her eyes suddenly lost their sparkle. Seeing this situation, Xia Chun suddenly remembered something, and then his figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already outside the wax house made by Mr. 3. Without hesitation, Xiachen opened the door and walked in. The scene that greeted him almost made his eyes pop out. At this time, at the table inside, a sea otter and an ostrich were drinking tea leisurely with their eyes closed, with expressions of enjoyment on their faces. He didn't even know Xiachen came in. In response to this, Xiachen said speechlessly, "Unlucky duo, your living conditions are quite good. You all drink Earl Grey tea." Xiachen's voice startled the two beasts who were cultivating their sentiments. The teacup in their hands fell directly to the ground in excitement, and then looked at Xiachen angrily and assumed an attack posture. The corners of Xiachen's mouth rose slightly. Bang! Bang! Xiachen didn't favor one over the other. After giving them both a beast and a punch, they fell asleep comfortably. Then Xiachen walked up to them and started searching them. Don't get me wrong, this is not because he has any special hobbies, but because... Xiachen looked at the permanent record pointer in his hand and smiled. Then he flashed and disappeared again. When he returned, he saw a group of people gathered around to comfort Vivi. But no matter what they said, Vivi's expression did not change at all, and she still looked lifeless. A bunch of noobs, no use for birds. Look at me. Xiachen walked slowly to Vivi, then took out what he had just obtained, and said to Vivi, "This is Alabasta's permanent record pointer. Sigma." For an instant, everyone froze on the spot, staring blankly at the permanent record pointer on Xiachen's hand. Especially Vivi. The light in her eyes slowly turned from dim to bright, and finally extremely hot. When he got excited, he hugged Xiachen and kept saying relevant words such as thank you. After everyone calmed down, Sanji asked curiously, "Where did you come from?" "Find it from a member of Baroque's studio." When Sanji heard this, he instantly felt that he had lost 10 billion. Why didn't he touch the body after they defeated Mr. 3 just now? If it was the permanent record pointer he found, he was the one Vivi hugged just now. Blood loss. But if Xiachen knew Sanji's idea, he would definitely sneer. Mr. 3 doesn't have this thing on him. Even if you take off all his clothes, it will be useless. If he hadn't activated the profit hook, he wouldn't have known that the unlucky duo would come with Alabasta's permanent record pointer. So I still have to sigh. It's the uncle who cheats. This way we can go directly to Alabasta. Without further ado, let's set off later, Nami said, but for some reason she suddenly felt a little pain in her stomach, and he hissed unconsciously, "Miss Nami, what's wrong with you?" Sanji, who had been paying attention to Nami and Vivi, was the first to discover the situation. "It's nothing, just a bug bite," Nami said nonchalantly, and this sentence also attracted the attention of Xiachen on the side. He walked over and looked at the insect bite marks on Nami's belly, and couldn't help but show an ugly expression on his face. Said word for word, "Caskia." Unexpectedly, Nami did not only wear a bra like in the original work this time, but only exposed a little bit of her belly and was bitten by Caskia. Now she is in trouble. "Caskia? What is that?" Nami asked curiously. Xiachen did not answer her question immediately, but looked at her and said seriously, "We have to find an island with a doctor first. You have to see a doctor." "See a doctor? There's no need. It's just a bug bite. It's not a big problem. Our top priority now is to quickly go to Alabasta and help Vivi quell the rebellion in the kingdom." "Yes, Xiachen, I was often bitten by bugs when I was a child. It's no big deal," Luffy also said at the side. "You have to go," Xiachen said again, with an unquestionable meaning in his tone, and then slowly explained. "Caskia is the name of the bug that bites you. The bug's germs can lie dormant in the human body for 5 days, causing high fevers over 40 degrees, severe infections, myocarditis, arteritis, and encephalitis." At this point, Xiachen paused, glanced at everyone, and then said in a solemn tone, "If you don't get effective treatment within 5 days, then once the 5 days are up, Nami, you will die. So this disease is also, it's called the 5-day sickness. Now, do you understand the seriousness of the problem? Will you die?" Everyone around him shouted in disbelief with horrified expressions on his face. Nami's face turned pale instantly. "You mean I will die?" It will happen if you don't get treatment within 5 days. Xiachen nodded. No, it's impossible. I feel like my wound is nothing but a little painful. How could I die? Nami retorted, but her tone was filled with panic and unconfidence. Then she looked at everyone and asked, You think so? Her answer didn't get a response from anyone, and even Luffy's face became unusually heavy at this time. As they have been with Xiachen for so long, they believe 100% in Xiachen. Although Xiachen is not a doctor, what Xiachen said along the way has never been wrong, and it should not be wrong this time either. Exception. Nami actually knows this very well, but she just doesn't want to believe it. Anyone who hears that she still has 5 days to live will be devoured by fear. Not to mention that they are still in a place like the Grand Line, and the pointer cannot go anywhere without a record. The chance of finding an island in this way is already very small, and it is even more difficult to find an island with a doctor. In an instant, Nami's face turned pale and she fell to the ground, her mind in chaos. At this moment, Xiachen put his hand on her head and touched her. What's your expression? I just said you will die if you don't get treatment within 5 days. Then if you get treatment, you won't die. Xiachen's faint voice made Nami's dim eyes brighten up instantly. But in the blink of an eye she thought of something and her mood dropped again. It is too difficult and impossible to find an island with a doctor in this sea within 5 days. I said if there's a way, there's a way. Xiachen's firm voice came. It restored hope to Nami's originally silent heart. She may not necessarily believe other people's guarantees, but she definitely believes in Xiachen. Xiachen is not a person who makes promises casually without being sure. Xiachen was originally in a heavy mood because he couldn't guarantee that they would be able to find Sigu Island. In the original work, the Straw Hats found Drum Island by accident, and there was no guidance from the recorded pointer at all. But now they are not in the anime, but they are actually in the Great Waterway in the sea where all common sense does not apply. If he did it again, he really couldn't guarantee that he would be as lucky as the original to find Drum Island. If he couldn't find it, he would really be doomed. After all, any current can cause a ship to deviate from its course. But something he suddenly thought of made his originally heavy heart relax. Somersault Cloud. This was the way he came up with to find Sigu Island. Since the group of people found Sigu Island within 3 days in the original book, the distance between Sigu Island and the small garden was not particularly far. In this case, he would have a solution. With his ultimate speed of 100 kilometers per second, he could completely search the sea area around the small garden, so that he would not believe that he could not find it. Thinking of this, Xiachen said directly to Nami, Nami, give me the record pointer of this island. Oh, okay. Nami took off the record pointer on his wrist and gave it to Xiachen. The pointer points in the direction of the small garden, so that he can ensure that he can find his way back when he finds Drum Island. Without further ado, Xiachen directly told them to wait for him for a while, then flew into the sky on a somersault cloud, turning into a stream of light and dissipating in the sky, without explaining much to them. An hour later, Xiachen was still flying in the sky. His piercing eyes were activated to the extreme. Otherwise, at such a fast speed, he would not be able to see the island clearly and fly over. As he was flying, Xiachen's figure stopped and looked at an island with a huge round peak in the distance and smiled. Found it! Xiachen once again urged the somersault cloud to fly to the magnetic Drum Island. He looked at the direction of the recording pointer in his hand. He only needed to come back in this direction later. There are actually 2 choices before him now. One is to bring Dr. Kaleha over to treat Nami, and the other is to go back and bring Nami and the others over. But obviously, the second option is more reliable. Dr. Kaleha has a very weird temper. He may not be able to convince her to go with him, but what if she refuses to treat Nami if he uses force? And she also has a civet cat there that they want to board the ship with. So, all things considered, the second option is better. In this case, Xiachen decided to go back and bring them here now. However, at the moment he was about to leave, a system notification sounded in his mind. Clone ability. Powerful moves to dominate the sea. As the electronic sound ended, A stream of memories flooded into Xia Chen's mind, and at the same time, he felt that he had learned something inexplicably. When all the movement fell silent, Xia Chen stood there in a daze, then became ecstatic and even jumped up on the spot. This really can't be blamed on him being so easily excited because he has never seen the world. It's really that the things he got this time were so luxurious that he couldn't restrain his behavior. Let's talk about the move Bahai first. This is actually very simple. It's the Bahai he knows, Kaido's mother's combined attack technique. This move is undoubtedly a very powerful move, but it also has certain limitations. That is, it must be performed by two people. If there is only one person, this move will seem a bit useless. But the first thing I checked in this time solved this problem perfectly. The clone ability. This skill is simply a magical skill in Xia Chen's opinion, and even gives him the illusion that a move of the level of Bahai is just a gift. The skill introduction of clone ability is as follows. The main body can separate into a clone with the same strength as the main body. When the clone is continued, the strength of all clones will decrease by 5% for each clone. The strength of the main body remains unchanged, and the positions of the clone and the main body can be changed at any time. Swap. This introduction may seem a little difficult to understand, but it's actually very simple. In other words, Xia Chen can create a clone with exactly the same strength as him. If another clone is created at this time, the strength of the two clones will be 95% of his original body. Another clone will be 90%, and so on. What is this concept? In other words, even if Xia Chen divides 11 clones now, each clone still has half of his strength, and each one can hang up the current straw hats and beat them over and over again. In fact, this is not a threat to the top powerhouses. After all, the lower the individual's strength, the easier it is to solve. But the problem is that he has a clone with exactly the same strength. Two of them fight one. Isn't this just a random act of bloodshed? When he grows to the level of 4 emperors, when he fights with others, they will have to face 2 4 emperors. How powerful are 2 4 emperors together? You can know this by referring to Kaido and Big Mom. When the two of them were together, the supernova cluster was tortured over and over again. In the end, they were separated and defeated one by one. And another very important thing is that the clone body can change its position. If he suddenly becomes much stronger while fighting, then the enemy's expression will be very exciting. All in all, this is a very powerful skill, enough to greatly improve his actual combat capabilities. Now that Sigu Island has been found, and such good things have been checked in, Xia Chen is in a very good mood, humming a song, flying in the direction of the small garden on a somersault cloud. It took an hour to look for it, but it only took a dozen seconds to go back. Soon, Xia Chen was back in the small garden. Seeing Xia Chen's figure, everyone came up to greet him. Luffy first asked, "Xia Chen, how are you? Have you found the island?" "Found it." Xia Chen showed a smile. "Great." Everyone couldn't help but be happy when they heard the news, especially Nami, who was even more excited now. "Okay, without further ado, let's set off now," Xia Chen said to everyone, then turned to look at Dong Li and Broggy. "Uncle Giant, we have to leave. See you again when we have a chance." Hearing Xia Chen's words, Dong Li also said, "Since this little girl is sick, we won't keep you here. It's a big deal to take good care of yourself, as soon as possible." Only at this point, Dong Li paused and then continued. "If you want to go out, you should avoid the sea to the west. There's an island-eating monster there, the Goldfish King. It is so huge that I even landed on an island with its feces, so you can know how terrifying it is." Usopp was stunned when he heard this. Why did he feel that this plot sounded familiar? It seemed that he had bragged this story to someone before. Broggy said, "If our weapons were still there, we could help you deal with it. But unfortunately, our weapons were broken when we fought with you just now." After hearing this, Xia Chen waved his hands and said, "We don't need to pass through that sea area, but since you said it, I'll go and solve it by the way. I just want to try my new move." After saying this, Xia Chen looked at everyone and then showed a smile. "What should I say? Are you interested in taking a look?" After some time, Everyone came to the shore of the Western Sea. Looking at the calm ocean in front of him, Xia Chun murmured, "It seems we have to lure it out first." After saying that, Xia Chun flew into the sky in a few moves and then swung his right leg fiercely. Lan Jiao Kai Tio. Don't ask why he has the same name as Lu Chi's move. Just ask because he paid the copyright fee. A powerful slash landed on the distant sea in the blink of an eye. Moment. Boom. The seawater in the attacked area was directly divided into two halves, and when the seawater flowed back, it splashed tens of meters high. Xiachen landed on the shore of the island and waited quietly for the arrival of prey. After a few breaths, the originally calm sea surface began to become choppy. Gradually, a huge goldfish broke out of the water and stared at the people here eagerly. Everyone except Dong Li and Broggy looked at this scene in shock. Even Xiachen was no exception. "Isn't this, the goldfish, a little too big?" Sanji said in horror. "I have never seen such a big goldfish before." Zoro also sighed. "Did I brag so much when I was bragging?" Usopp said doubtfully. Next, everyone expressed their thoughts. Although the content of what they said was different, the final meaning was to lament the hugeness of this goldfish. Suddenly, Luffy shouted excitedly, "This goldfish is so fat. I wonder if the meat tastes good." Speaking of this, Luffy suddenly had a picture in his mind, and Halotzi couldn't help but shed tears. Don't tell me this is a good idea. I'll get some of its meat to taste after I kill it." After saying that, Xiachen walked directly to the front, and then, with a thought, a clone appeared next to him. Everyone who saw this scene later was shocked and wiped their eyes vigorously. They must have seen it wrong. How could there be two Xiachen? But, Sigma, why? Xiachen, you turned into two. Luffy shouted in horror. "I'll explain this to you later." Xiachen looked at his clone, and a strange feeling arose spontaneously. It always felt like he was looking at himself. It's better to get familiar with this skill later. Now let him try the power of Bahai. The two Xiachen stood side by side, one on the left and one on the right. The next second, a stick appeared in their hands at the same time. The clone ability can also clone the weapon, which is a bit awesome. Then the two Xiachens looked at the goldfish in front of them and raised the sticks in their hands. The next moment, Xiachen's eyes narrowed, and he swung the sticks in his hands at the same time. Hi. An extremely powerful energy attack was triggered from the intersection of the two sticks, heading towards the Goldfish King in the distance with extremely powerful power. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly arrived in front of the Goldfish King. The sound of tearing flesh and blood was heard, and in just a moment, the middle part of the Goldfish King's body was directly penetrated, and large areas of flesh and blood were directly eliminated. Moreover, the dominance of the sea continued unabated, leaving an invisible trace on the sea surface. The nearby sea water became rough due to this move, setting off huge waves one after another. "Oh, this is quite powerful," Xiachen smacked his lips and said as he looked at the scene caused by Bahai in front of him. Although his current strength is still far behind Big Mom and Kaido, the power of Hai is not weak, and it is currently his strongest attack method. Just as he watched, Xiachen suddenly discovered a problem. "My goldfish meat." Xiachen immediately flew to the side of the Goldfish King on a somersault cloud. Countless slashes were continuously swung from his feet, cutting the Goldfish King continuously. After taking a large part of the meat into the system space, Xiachen directly kicked the rest. The Goldfish King's body kicked onto the shore. Since most of the meat was directly destroyed by Bahai, only a small part was left. Most of this small part was cut off by Xiachen. The remaining part was smaller in size than the original Goldfish King. I don't know how small it is already, but even so, it still occupied a large area when flying to the island. Xiachen Fei returned to the shore and said to Dong Li and Broggy, "Uncle Giant, this is for you. Let you taste the taste of the Goldfish King." But at this time, both Dong Li and Broggy fell into a slightly sluggish state. After a while, they asked, "What did you do just now?" "Oh, my move is called Bahai, and it's also a combined attack technique. I didn't expect that there is a combined attack technique that is more powerful than our Overlord. The Overlord we used is far less powerful than the overlord you used. Unfortunately, we thought our overlord was the strongest before. Yes, it seems we are sitting in a well looking at the sky. Broggy sighed. In fact, Xiao-chan really wanted to say that it's not that your hegemony is weak, it's just that your strength is a little bit inferior, but after thinking about it, he let it go. You can't be like this. Xiao-chan, can you tell me now why you can become two? Luffy ran over again and asked Xiao-chan excitedly. Compared to the powerful Bahai, he was still more concerned about this method of becoming two people, and the others were the same, all looking at him curiously. Oh, there's a breakthrough in the fruit ability. Xiao-chan replied calmly. Although it is said that the clone skill is not brought to him by the improvement of fruit ability, he has no other explanation. You can't say that it was given to me by the system, right? Anyway, his fruit is definitely not in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, so it's not up to him to decide what abilities he has. He said it is fruit ability that is fruit ability. When Luffy heard this, his heart suddenly became unbalanced. He curled his lips and said, "Why are your fruits so awesome and mine so good? Your fruit can not only hold things, but it can also change its shape, and it can also create clouds. It can also clone itself now, and I don't know what else it will have in the future. On the other hand, my fruit only has the ability to stretch." Well, Luffy's jealous tone almost overflowed the screen. It was difficult for him, a person with a mediocre memory, to remember so many of Xiao-chan's abilities. I can't help it. Who made my fruit a noble phantom beast? Xiao-chan spread his hands and said pretentiously, "Phantom beast species? What type of fruit is this? You didn't seem to mention this when you told us last time, right?" Nami asked doubtfully. The phantom beast species belongs to the animal family, but it is much stronger than the ordinary animal species. Each phantom beast species has incredible abilities. In short, it is very awesome. Why isn't mine a fantasy beast? Luffy was a little disappointed. Incredible abilities. This sounds very interesting. Okay. Upon hearing this, Xiao-chan glanced at him lightly, and then said, "Actually, this." At this moment, an exclamation came from Nami, which attracted Xiao-chan's attention. He did not continue talking, but instantly came to Nami and asked her, "What's wrong?" "It's okay, it just stung suddenly." Nami's face turned a little pale, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her head. Xiao-chan put his hand on Nami's forehead, and his face sank slightly. "I can already feel a slight fever. It seems we can't delay it any longer and have to set off immediately." He didn't expect that Caskia would get sick so quickly. If he had known about it, he might not have killed the Goldfish King. Although it is said that this disease will take 5 days to die, people who develop the disease will have a very painful life and be extremely uncomfortable within 5 days. Xiao-chan said to everyone, "Wait for me here." After saying that, Xiao-chan took a somersault cloud and came to where the melee was. He jumped on board the Mary and said, "Somersault cloud, get bigger." After saying that, the somersault cloud began to slowly grow in size and did not stop until it became a little larger than the Mary. He only discovered the function of the somersault cloud when he came to the small garden. At that time, when he obtained the armed color hockey, his strength was significantly improved. Then he felt that the somersault cloud seemed to be able to grow in size. Then he tried it and found that the somersault cloud could indeed get bigger, and the extent of the increase was still linked to his strength. The stronger he was, the bigger the somersault cloud would become. In fact, his strength had slightly improved during his own training before, but because the amplitude was too small, he did not notice the changes in the somersault cloud. With his current strength, the maximum transformation that somersault cloud can make is about 10 times that of the Mary. But what if he becomes stronger in the future? When the time comes, he will also build an island in the sky, which will be so awesome. Xiao-chan controlled the somersault cloud and came under the Mary, lifted the entire ship of the Mary, and then appeared in front of Luffy and the others in an instant. A sudden strong wind made everyone stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Oh! Everyone was amazed again, but this time Xiao-chan simply explained and let them all board the boat. This time it was because the situation was urgent. If Nami's illness was delayed for a second longer, she would be in pain for a second longer, so Xiaqin decided to take a shortcut. If there was nothing urgent, it would be better to sail slowly on the sea. Otherwise, there would be no sense of experience. Wait a minute. One Piece will become the Sky Pirate King. After everyone got on the boat, the group briefly said goodbye to Dongli and the others, and then Xiaqin controlled the somersault cloud and flew towards Tsigu Island at high speed. In just a short while, before everyone on the ship could react, the somersault cloud had already stopped above the Drum Island. "Are we here?" Usopp asked in confusion. "Yes." Xiaqin nodded, then turned to face the crowd and said, "I will control the somersault cloud to park the ship on the coast of Tsigu Island later, and then you'll find a way to get to the island on your own. After you get to the island, go to the tallest snow mountain in the middle to find me." After saying that, Xiaqin walked up to Nami, squatted down slightly, and said to her, "Come up here. I'll carry you to the doctor." "Oh, okay." Nami nodded, then lay on Xiaqin's back. Now Nami only has a slight fever and is in pretty good condition. "Well, let's see you later," Xiaqin said to everyone, then jumped from the high altitude with Nami on his back, and then used Moonwalk to fly towards the snow-capped mountains. Damn it, why can't I learn Moonwalk? If I learn Moonwalk, I can carry Miss Nami on my back. Sanji clenched his fists and said unwillingly. "Hey." Zoro next to him heard this and let out a disdainful laugh. "Even if you learn Moonwalk, who do you think Nami would let if you and Xiaqin learn Moonwalk at the same time?" These words were like a sharp blade, piercing Sanji's chest, turning him to stone. It wasn't until a minute later that he came back to life, and then he slowly lit a cigarette and took a puff. "Now that Miss Nami has been taken away by Xiaqin, there is no need to worry. You can take a break. Miss Vivi, you can also relax a little. You don't have to worry about Alabasta all the time. So now do you want to have something to eat and relax?" Sanji said attentively next to Vivi with a heart-shaped look. Vivi ignored him, but held her chin with one hand, thinking, and then asked doubtfully, "What did Xiaqin mean when he just said that you will find your own way to the island? Is it difficult to get to the island?" Just as Vivi finished speaking, the sound of a ship entering the water was heard, and they had stopped in the sea near Tsigu Island. Xiaqin should just say this casually, right? What's so difficult about this island? Usopp spread his hands. "Speaking of, do you feel a little cold?" Half a minute later, everyone was standing on the deck again, wearing thick clothes. "Huh, why is it so cold all of a sudden?" Luffy asked with a trembling voice as he curled up and had a runny nose. "This island should be a winter island, so the sea near here is also very cold," Vivi analyzed. "Isn't this the weather Xiaqin is talking about? Why is it so difficult to get to the island?" Sanji said with a faint smile. Then, without further delay, "Let's go up and find Xiaqin and the others." Bang! Just as Sanji was about to leave, a bullet shot past his forehead, and at the same time, a voice sounded. "Hands up!" At this time, the other side, Xiaqin has already arrived at the castle on the top of the snow mountain. Even though he has landed, Nami is still lying on Xiaqin's back. Xiaqin didn't pay attention to this detail. He came to the door of the castle. The door was open, so Xiaqin walked in directly. Under Xiaqin's perception, he could clearly sense that there was an aura in a certain room here. But he didn't know the specific situation clearly, so he didn't know whether it was Chopper or Dr. Kaleha. A minute later, Xiaqin came to the door of a room and knocked gently. After a while, the door was opened, and what came into view was an old woman who looked a little old, but felt full of vitality. Xiaqin looked at the old woman in front of him with a sunny smile and said, "Sister, the person on my back is sick. Can you please help me heal him?" Dr. Kaleha's eyes narrowed. "This kid is going to cause trouble." Xiaqin sat by the bed, looked at Nami who had fallen asleep, and reached out to touch her forehead. "The fever doesn't go away that quickly. How long did it take?" Kaleha walked in from the door and said to Xiaqin. Then he sat on the stool next to him, picked up the wine bottle on the table, and started blowing on the bottle. Xiaqin looked at Kaleha with gratitude in her eyes, took out several barrels of wine from the system space, and put them aside and said to her, "Thank you, sister, for helping me. These wines can be regarded as my brother's thanks." Kaleha, who heard Xiachen call her sister again, looked at him with satisfaction and then said, "Why are you so polite? One family doesn't talk about two families' affairs." Xiachen was stunned when he heard what Kaleha said. Is this sister's voice so powerful? Having read the original work, of course he knew the two sentences that Kaleha often said. One of them is, "Do you want to know my secret to staying young?" Another sentence is that I am only 139 years old. Combined with the fact that every time someone says she is old, she will kindly give that person a big mouth and like to eat. Kaleha is a person who cares about her age. So Xiachen took a bite of her sister when he saw her for the first time. What happened next went smoothly beyond his expectation. Kaleha helped Nami heal without saying a word. Now she even said to Xiachen that one family does not speak the same language as two families, which shows how satisfied she is with Xiachen. As for Xiachen, would it be uncomfortable for a 16-year-old to call a 139-year-old grandmother sister? In contrast, Xiachen just wanted to say, absolutely not. In his previous life, he called everyone more than 20 years older than him sister, and everyone else was called younger sister. He has long been used to it. By the way, how did this little girl get bitten by Caskia? Didn't this kind of insect become extinct more than 100 years ago? Did she run around naked in the ancient island? Well, Xiachen said with a little shame, it's not like running naked, but it is indeed a tour around the ancient island. It was Kaleha's turn to be surprised when she heard this. How is that possible? Judging from her physical condition, it has only been a few hours since she was bitten, and you have arrived here within a few hours. When did the ancient island exist nearby? Maybe it's a little further away. Xiachen said with a smile. Kaleha narrowed her eyes, took a deep look at Xiachen, and then said nothing. She's not a person who is interested in other people's affairs. As long as the other person has no ill intentions, and she has lived for so many years, she still thinks that she has some ability to recognize people. What he felt in Xiachen was only kindness, no malice. Just knowing this is enough. At this moment, a voice sounded outside the door. "Mother Gilwa, I'm back." Hearing this voice, the corners of Xiachen's mouth rose slightly. Finally, we can see the civet cat on their ship in the future who has the 4 identities of pet, mount, warm baby, and emergency foo. After a while, a reindeer wearing a pink top hat, able to walk like a human, and with a blue nose walked in. "Oh, Chopper, where have you been?" "Dr. Gilwa, Just as Chopper was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eyes, and then he looked over curiously, just in time to meet Xiachen's full-mouthed figure. Interested eyes met. Sigma, degree, underscore. In an instant, Chopper ran to the door, exposed most of his body, nodded and huddled inside to look at Xiachen. Xiachen laughed out loud when he saw this scene. He originally thought Chopper's action was very interesting when watching the anime, but he didn't expect it to be even more interesting now that he actually saw it. Xiachen looked at him and chuckled. "You seem to be hiding." A few drops of cold sweat instantly broke out on Xiaoba's forehead, and then he moved his body inside step by step, revealing a little bit and looking at Xiachen. Xiachen smiled again. "There's no use hiding now." Kaleha looked at Chopper and said, "Chopper, don't be afraid, come in, he won't hurt you." After hearing this, Xiaoba slowly and tentatively walked in step by step, looking at Xiachen warily every step he took. Seeing this scene, Xiachen laughed dumbly. Chopper is really afraid of life now. Has he been hurt too much by humans before? Thinking of this, Xiachen took out something from his system space and said to Chopper, "Yes, I won't do anything to you. On the contrary, I will give this to you." As he said this, Xiachen shook the thing in his hand again. After seeing the thing in Xiachen's hand, Chopper's eyes instantly lit up, staring at the pink marshmallow that looked delicious. Xiachen handed it to Xiaoba. As soon as Xiaoba took it, he couldn't wait to take a lick. After feeling the sweet taste, his eyes curled up, then politely said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Xiachen still had a smile on his lips. The more he looked at Chopper in front of him, the more he liked it. He really wanted to stroke it. Xiachen thought so, and of course he did so. The moment Xiachen's hand touched Chopper, Chopper's whole body trembled, and the whole reindeer jumped up and then quickly hid behind Kaleha. "What are you doing?" Chopper had a look of anger on his face. The marshmallow before was used to confuse him, right? Was it because he wanted to harm him? "I just think you are too cute and want to touch you." Huh. Chopper's angry expression froze on his face, and then he blinked in confusion. "Then, even if you say I'm cute, I won't be happy. Hole." Chopper twisted his waist with a happy expression on his face and said words that did not match his mood. Xiachen laughed again. "It will definitely become very interesting to have this arrogant little tanuki on the ship in the future." After a while, Xiaoba stopped being so proud and looked at Xiachen doubtfully. "Aren't you scared when you see me talking? Why are you afraid?" Xiachen asked calmly. "Because I'm a reindeer, but I can talk and walk like humans, and I also have a blue nose." Chopper felt a little depressed when he said this. Due to the above characteristics, he is not popular among the reindeer population or humans. Both parties regard him as an alien and a monster. "What's this? You just became like this after eating the ren fruit. There's nothing strange about it. And I also ate a devil fruit, and it happens to be in the same category as you, also a ren fruit." After hearing this, Chopper immediately became excited. Did he eat the same type of fruit as him? In an instant, Chopper's favorability towards Xiachen increased a lot. But he turned around and asked doubtfully, "That's not right. You are already a human being. How can you still eat the fruit of everyone?" "Of course, because the name of the fruit I ate is ren fruit, Monkey King form, which is different from yours, and my fruit is a phantom beast. It can transform into different forms." Oh, Chopper nodded as if he understood, then suddenly thought of something and asked expectantly, "Then is my fruit a phantom beast species?" Although Chopper doesn't know what the phantom beast is, the name sounds very advanced, so it must be a good thing. And he really doesn't know much about his own fruit. He only heard from others that he is the fruit of everyone, but he doesn't know the specific details. The form Xiachen introduced just now sounds very awesome. If he's also a fantasy beast, Chopper couldn't help but think of the shape of his fruit in his mind. "Yes, you're also a phantom beast species. The full name of your fruit is animal type, phantom beast species, everyone fruit, common people form," Xiachen said seriously, but it could be seen from the slightly twitching corners of his mouth that it's very hard to hold it in now. "Common people's form? What is that?" Chopper asked with a puzzled look on his face. There is no concept of common people in the world of One Piece, so Chopper naturally doesn't know what it is. "Let me tell you, this form is incredible. I can't go into details because it contains great terror. You just need to know that it is much more powerful than my Monkey King form. Wow, is my fruit so powerful?" Yes. Puff. Xiachen nodded and said, but couldn't help it anymore and couldn't help laughing. And this smile was like turning on some switch and couldn't stop. "Ha ha. Huh? Why are you laughing?" Xiaoba was confused by Xiachen's sudden laughter. "I remembered happy things." Xiachen tried his best to pull the corner of his mouth and said seriously, "What happy thing?" "My wife. Oh no, my relative's wife gave birth to a baby." "Oh, that's indeed a happy thing," Chopper said with a nod. "Yes, that's right. Ha ha ha." After a long period of time, Xiachen slowly calmed down his mood. The muscles on his face had been fully exercised just now, but I still get a little twitchy from time to time. For some reason, Xiachen couldn't help but look at Chopper's longing expression. In this case, let Chopper continue to believe his white lie. Even if Chopper knew about this white lie, he wouldn't say anything, right? After this episode, the distance between Xiachen and Xiaoba became much closer. Kaleha on the side looked at how happy Chopper and Xiachen were getting along and couldn't help but smile. I haven't seen Chopper so happy for a long time. Then she turned to look at Xiachen and couldn't help but think, "This kid, Chopper, how about you be our partner?" "Damn it, M9. Kaleha cursed in her heart, but said nothing on the surface. She knew better than anyone else Chopper's desire for companionship. He had always been too lonely. So if Xiachen wants to kidnap Chopper back, she won't stop him, but she won't help either. Are you kidding me? She also likes Chopper, The arrogant little tanuki, okay? Not stopping her was already her biggest concession. If Xiao-Chun couldn't let Xiaoba go with him, then I'm sorry, the fate has not come yet. Being your partner? Chopper was stunned for a moment, then pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? Otherwise, apart from you, is there anyone named Xiaoba here? Xiao-Chun smiled lightly. No. Chopper shook his head crazily, and then repeated the shortcomings he just thought. Xiao-Chun held his forehead a little helplessly. At this time, Chopper still felt too inferior. Xiao-Chun added, You don't have to decide so quickly. I will stay here for a few more days, and my companions are also on this island now. Wait until you meet them and feel the atmosphere on our ship. It's not too late to decide. Xiao-Chun didn't want to force Chopper to join now. His long-standing concept was not so easy to change. It had to be simmered slowly. Your companion? Is there anyone else on your ship? Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring to have a pirate group with only 2 people? That's true. Chopper nodded subconsciously, and then suddenly seemed to realize something, and asked eagerly, Are you a pirate? Yes. Is there any problem? Chopper did not answer Xiao-Chun's words, but stayed in place, recalling his adoptive father Cyrilluc in his mind. Since Cyrilluc has always regarded himself as a pirate, and Chopper has never come into contact with other vicious pirates, he has always had a very good impression of pirates. Now that he heard Xiao-Chun say that he was a pirate, his desire to join them became even stronger, but he still had some scruples. Xiao-Chun saw the confusion on Chopper's face and said to him, How about I take you to the foot of the mountain to meet my companions? Can I? Chopper's tone was mixed with excitement and anxiety. Of course. Don't talk so much, let's go. After saying that, Xiao-Chun pulled Chopper out, then seemed to think of something, turned to look at Kaleha, and said, Sister, my companion will trouble you first. You take care of it. I'll take Chopper to play. Go. Save me the trouble of watching here. Kaleha waved her hands, pretending to be impatient. Thank you, sister. We will be back in the evening. After that, Xiao-Chun and Xiaoba walked out side by side. Arriving outside the castle, Chopper turned to Xiao-Chun and said, When I change my appearance, I will take you down. As soon as he finished speaking, Chopper turned into a normal reindeer. Sigwai, Chopper, you are so awesome. Xiao-Chun praised Chopper very insightfully. Instantly, Chopper's face was stained with a layer of crimson. Even if you say that, I won't be happy. Be asterisk. D. Okay, let's go to the cable car. I'll use that to take you down. Can I ride on you directly? Xiao-Chun asked. It's okay, but I'm afraid of throwing you out. This is a small problem. I can't do it. Come on, let's go on like this. After saying that, Xiao-Chun jumped onto Chopper's back with a slight leap and shouted happily, Lord Chopper, let's go. Omega. Yo, Chopper shouted happily, and then he took Xiao-Chun and jumped directly to the rope going down the mountain. Feeling the whistling wind in his ears and looking at the snowy scene below, Xiao-Chun felt very comfortable. By the way, Xiao-Chun, how did you get up to such a high mountain? Chopper asked suddenly. Me, I flew up here. Oh, it flew up. Flying up? Chopper suddenly jumped up on the spot and asked in horror. Yeah, what's the problem? It's a big problem. Okay, why can you, a human, fly? Even my reindeer can't fly. Xiao-Chun, should your reindeer be able to fly? No matter how you look at it, it is more unrealistic than human flying, right? Then Xiaoba looked at Xiao-Chun with starry eyes. Can you also take me to fly? Sure. After saying that, Xiao-Chun jumped up and then used moonwalk to step in the air. Sigma, for all. Let's go, I'll take you down. Xiao-Chun said with a smile. Xiaoba immediately changed into his original appearance and jumped on his Xiao-Chun's head. Hey, I didn't say you could ride me. What's the matter? Let's go. After some time, Xiao-Chun and Chopper walked slowly in the village, but Chopper was in the shape of a reindeer at this time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be regarded as an alien if he walked in human form. But even so, there were still many eyes focused on them, and Chopper seemed a little anxious and uneasy. Xiao-Chun patted his back gently and said, When living in this world, don't care too much about other people's opinions. We just have to be ourselves. Chopper nodded, did not answer, and then continued walking toward a certain place. A few minutes later, they came to a house, and Xiaqin knocked on the door gently. From his perception, Luffy and the others were inside. After a while, the door was opened, and what came into view was a very strong man wearing green clothes. Seeing Xiaqin, he was a little confused and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "I am a companion of the group of people behind you. My name is Xiaqin." Xiaqin pointed to Luffy and others behind him. Luffy also saw him at this time and said hello happily. "Hey, Xiaqin." Seeing this scene, the man said, "Then come in first. You are wearing so little, it's too cold outside." After entering the house, Xiaqin found that there was one person missing on their boat and couldn't help but curiously asked, "Where is Zoro?" "He's guarding the ship," Sanji replied. "How is Miss Nami?" "I have sent her for treatment. She's sleeping now. Nothing will happen to her." "That's good." Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this. Suddenly, Sanji saw Chopper following Xiaqin. His eyes lit up, and he looked at Xiaqin and said, "Xiaqin, you actually knew that we were hungry, and you brought a reindeer back specially. Wait, I'm going to take care of it now, and I'll make sure you can eat delicious venison later." After saying that, Sanji stood up and walked towards Chopper. ==00. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Chopper's face. Looking at Sanji, walking towards him was like looking at an arrogant big devil. Then he shrank behind Xiaqin in a few tenths of a second, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Sanji, stop making trouble. Chopper is not food." "No, that's right. I'm not food." Chopper said this angrily, and at the same time, his body changed from a reindeer to a human. This series of operations by Chopper confused everyone around him. Reindeer can talk. Luffy opened his mouth wide. "Can you still transform?" Usopp also widened his eyes. After that, the air was quiet for a few seconds, and then a loud shout suddenly erupted. "Monster! _O." After hearing this, Chopper couldn't help feeling disappointed. It seemed that he still couldn't integrate into human society, and there were too few people who were not prejudiced against him. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, alas. It seems that he still can't be companions with other people after all, so he should just stay on Drum Island. At this moment, Chopper's desire to go to sea dropped to freezing point. But the next second, the words spoken by Luffy and Usopp made his eyes shine with dazzling light again. "It's so fun. Reindeer, will you be our partner?" Luffy said happily. Usopp said, "It's really interesting, and it's furry and cute." At this moment, looking at the smiles on the faces of the people around him, Chopper's mood was more complicated than ever. He found that these people did not have expressions of disgust and fear on their faces like those who had called him a monster before, but were excited and curious, and they were not afraid of him. Unknowingly, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. It was an indescribable feeling. He still couldn't understand it now, but he knew that he was very happy now, very happy. Half an hour later, a group of people gathered in front of the stove, eating the meat of the goldfish king that Xiaqin took out from the system space. Chopper was licking the marshmallow reservedly and did not eat the meat. After all, he is also a vegetarian, so eating meat seems like it might not be a good idea, right? When Xiaqin saw Chopper licking the marshmallow obediently, he couldn't help but think of the scene in the original book where Chopper learned a lot of advantages from Luffy and the others after boarding the ship. Eat meat, drink alcohol, be passionate about everything. Grandmaster is mainly about a person with strong learning ability, but it seems that all the bad ones have been learned, and the good ones have not been learned. Xiaqin, the taste of the Goldfish King's meat is just different. It's so delicious. Fortunately, you saved some of it. Luffy sighed while eating. Everyone around him nodded in unison when he heard this. Even Dalton, the owner of this house, was impressed by the smell of this Goldfish King. Dalton looked at Xiaqin curiously and said, "What kind of goldfish is this king goldfish? Why haven't I heard of it? Oh, this is the first time I've seen a super large Poseidon." Xiaqin said lightly, but what he said made Dalton confused. Super. Large Poseidon type? How did you get that meat? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked carefully, how else can we get this? Just kill it and cut the meat off. Xiachen didn't answer. Instead, Luffy looked at him and said as if he was a fool. Dalton was sweating more at this time. It was obviously an extremely cold winter island. Normally, he would still feel a bit cool even if there was a stove, but why did he feel that his sweat glands were a bit developed today? By the way, in order to thank you for trusting my partners and helping them get to the island, I will leave some of the Goldfish King's meat for you. Xiachen looked at Dalton and said, okay, thank you. Dalton replied subconsciously. Then he suddenly turned around and looked at Xiachen doubtfully. How do you know I helped them get to the island? Guessed it, because I know that the residents of your island hate pirates. After all, this country was just destroyed by pirates. Dalton was instantly excited when he heard this, stood up and stared at Xiachen. How did you know this? Are you with the pirate from before? No, I just happen to know. After all, the pirate who destroyed your country is somewhat famous now. Blackbeard, Marshal D, Teach, one of the future 4 emperors. Xiachen said the following words in his heart. Yes, that's right, that's his name. Dalton sat down again and said slowly, although I hate him very much, from another perspective, the destruction of the country may not be a bad thing. Why? Isn't it a bad thing if her country is destroyed? Vivi, who had been silent until she heard Dalton's words, stood up and shouted excitedly. For a moment, everyone looked at her and looked at each other. I'm sorry, I'm a little excited. Please keep talking. Vivi sat down a little embarrassed. Dalton was a little confused at this time. He was really startled by Vivi. After adjusting his mood, he continued, because the country was destroyed, we got rid of the tyranny of our king. Our place used to be called the Drum Kingdom. The king was a man named Valpo. He was tyrannical and cruel. He was even the first to flee for his life when the pirates came, leaving his people behind. How can a king do this? Shouldn't a king protect his own people? He is not a king at all. Vivi stood up again and shouted excitedly. Dalton, why do I feel that you are more excited than me? Dalton was a little confused, but Luffy and others knew very clearly why Vivi was like this. At this time, a palm patted Vivi's shoulder and then said to her, don't be excited, Vivi. Not every king is like what you said. A large number of kings are like Valpo and don't care about their country or their people at all. So those kings who love and protect their people, like you said, will be fine, because no one is more suitable to be the king of a country than such people. Xiachen. Vivi looked at Xiachen blankly and murmured softly. Xiachen gave Vivi a reassuring look. Just when he was about to say something, there was a noise outside. Dalton immediately stood up and said to everyone, you guys stay here for a while. I'll go see what happened outside. After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Let's go see what's going on. Maybe we can join the fun. Xiachen also said to everyone. Everyone slowly came outside and saw Dalton staring blankly ahead, with a flash of fear in his eyes, and then said with an ugly face, Valpo. Following Dalton's gaze, he saw a fat and ugly figure in the distance. A man with dark purple hair, a huge mouth, and a cylindrical tin plate attached to his chin appeared in front of everyone. At this time, he was opening his huge mouth to bite the surrounding houses, swallowing all the debris of the houses into his stomach. After eating one round, he couldn't help but burp. The baked house is still delicious. Then he stood on a hippopotamus and shouted loudly, everything in this country belongs to me. I can do whatever I want. You all must submit to my rule. After hearing all this, Dalton couldn't bear it anymore and immediately ran towards Valpo, transforming into a bison in the middle. Is Dalton also a devil fruit user? Sanji couldn't help but asked curiously. After a while, Dalton came to Valpo and shouted, Valpo! Who's calling me? Valpo turned his head curiously, and what he saw was a strange blade. Tear! The sound of tearing flesh and blood mixed with Valpo's painful shouts came, causing all Valpo's subordinates around him to turn pale with fright. They couldn't help shouting in horror, Lord Valpo! One of the men with an afro looked at Dalton angrily and said, Dalton, what are you doing? How dare you hurt Lord Valpo? I'm protecting this country, Dalton said with firm eyes. Damn it. Jess, who had wavy lips on the other side, also looked at Dalton angrily and then shouted to the side, Dr. 20. As the sound of Operation Begins came, a large group of people wearing doctors' uniforms came out. They worked together and treated Valpo's injuries in a short time. In an instant, Valpo sat up straight as if he had learned Luffy's sit-ups. I thought I was going to die. After reacting, Valpo looked at Dalton angrily and said, Dalton, how dare you do this to me? Have you forgotten that you are my subordinate? Not so long ago. Dalton replied calmly. Not from the moment you abandoned the kingdom, because you were afraid of pirates. What happened to abandoning the kingdom? Are your lives as important as mine? You should be proud of using your lives in exchange for my chance to escape. Dalton was instantly furious when he heard this. Valpo, is this something you can say as a king? Since you're the son of the previous king who was kind to me, I always thought you would wake up, but now it seems this is no longer possible. Dalton held his weapon in front of him, looked at Valpo, and said word by word, I will drive you out of this country. Hey, who can't tell lies? Dalton, do you think you can deal with so many of us by yourself? Valpo sneered disdainfully. If he alone is not enough, what about us? At some point, Luffy and Sanji had already stood beside Dalton, looking at Valpo, and said calmly, Valpo narrowed his eyes. A dangerous look flashed in his eyes, and asked unkindly, Boy, who are you? Since Xiao-chan directly used somersault clouds to fly Luffy and the others to Drum Island this time, he didn't meet Valpo and the others on the way, and naturally they didn't know Luffy either. Ugly monster, my name is Luffy, and I am the one who wants to beat you up. What you said made me very unhappy. A king should never be like you. M9. Boy, are you looking for death? Do you dare to call me ugly? Also, why should I be the king without you judging me? Since you dare to provoke me, the three of you will die here together today. Dalton looked at Luffy and Sanji beside him with complicated eyes and couldn't help but said, You don't actually need to stand up. Now you're also targeted by Valpo. You will not let it go. Mr. Dalton, you were willing to believe us against all odds before. We are very grateful to you. Now that you have encountered a problem, we cannot turn a blind eye. And just because of this ugly monster, I can beat him to pieces with just a move of my hands and feet without even using my hands. Sanji said calmly after taking a puff of cigarette. However, when he said this, Xiao-chun and others behind him looked strange. You seem to always only fight with your feet, right? But Valpo didn't know this. When he heard what Sanji said, his anger suddenly surged, and he said to the men behind him, Go and kill them all. I want these boys to know the consequences of provoking me. Yes, a group of soldiers holding guns responded, and then all walked out, facing Luffy and the others without hesitation and pulling the triggers. Look out, Dalton yelled. The body moved quickly, trying to get in front of Luffy and the others to block these bullets. But Luffy's figure was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the path of these bullets and blocked them all with his body. Straw Hat. Dalton was shocked. He didn't understand why the Straw Hat boy used his body to block these bullets. He could obviously. Sigma. Before his thoughts stopped, he saw a bunch of bullets bounce out of Luffy's body and shoot back in the original direction. At this time, Xiao-chun was a little surprised when he looked at Luffy, but he was not surprised by the same thing as Dalton. But Luffy's speed just now was almost catching up with Shave. Interesting. It seems that the training during this period is still very effective. Xiao-chun waved his hand, and a table and several stools appeared in front of him. Then he sat down on his own, picked up the teapot on the table, and brewed the Earl Grey tea that he had received from Mr. 3 before. He also greeted Vivi and the others. Come on, let's drink together. Usopp couldn't help but sigh after sitting down and taking a sip of tea. Drinking tea in winter is so comfortable. But is it really okay for us to watch Luffy and the others fight here? What's the matter? It's easy for Luffy and the others to deal with this rabble. We can just watch from the sidelines. At this moment, a figure rushed out from beside Xiao-chun. It was Xiaoba. Chopper swallowed a small yellow ball on the way, and then transformed into a strong man-like figure and stood beside Luffy and the others. I'm here to help too. Sigwai, Chopper, you can actually change into this form. Luffy turned towards Chopper with excitement on his face. After I eat my homemade blue wave ball, I can transform into 7 forms. Chopper said calmly, with a proud expression on his face. 7 kinds. Nabla. Luffy became even more excited and kept praising Chopper for his greatness. Just, even if you say that, I won't be happy, be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Chopper twisted his body again. However, because Chopper is now in a weight-strengthened form, his twisted posture and the seemingly shy, but actually ferocious expression on his face make it look a bit eye-catching. Die, boys. Just when Luffy was about to say something, Valpo shouted and rushed towards them. His mouth instantly opened wide enough to swallow several people. I lost it. Several people were immediately frightened and hurriedly moved to the side. They dodged past, but the house behind them suffered damage. Half of the entire house was swallowed by Valpo in one bite. Valpo said while chewing, "It's not roasted, it tastes a bit worse." "What kind of monster are you?" Sanji was so surprised that he could no longer hold the cigarette in his mouth. "I'm a Tunton person who has eaten Tunton fruit. I can eat anything, so you just wait and become my food." Before Valpo finished speaking, Luffy appeared in front of him and punched him hard. Blood sprayed in the air. After Luffy beat Valpo away, he still kept pumping his fist, then stood up slowly and pressed the brim of his hat. "That kind of thing is impossible to happen, because I will beat you away before that happens. A asterisk asterisk hole. You dare to hurt Lord Valpo again? It's unforgivable." Chromaman and Jace jumped out together, and then attacked Luffy from the left to the right. Bang! Bang! As 2 sounds came, they flew backwards at a faster speed than when they attacked. Chopper and Dalton stood on either side of Luffy, maintaining the posture of attacking just now. "Hey, you guys are a bit immoral," Sanji said, dissatisfied. "The red and blue buffs have been robbed by you, so I can only brush the 3 pigs? Forget it, just be a miscellaneous soldier. At least I could be useful." With this idea in mind, Sanji rushed into those henchmen who didn't even have names, kicking each one with great pleasure. Then Luffy went to Valpo, Chopper and Dalton went to Chromaman and Jace respectively. The main thing was a reasonable distribution. Xiao-Chun and the others were still drinking tea leisurely on the other side, commenting on their battles from time to time. Luffy's progress is amazing. Xiao-Chun couldn't help but sigh. When Luffy was fighting Valpo now, not only did he show near-shaping speed just now, but it was also obvious under Xiao-Chun's piercing eyes that his strength had also been significantly improved. Should I say he deserves to be the protagonist? The speed of getting stronger is only a few 100 million points worse than him. However, Xiao-Chun thinks that the main thing is that he teaches well. Although his teaching level is far inferior to Teacher Kai, he feels that he is still much better than a mediocre teacher. After all, he is a good teacher. Valpo's strength is not strong in the first place. Even if he meets Luffy in the original work, he is far from a match, let alone the current Luffy. Not long after, he was hit by a rocket launcher from Luffy and enjoyed the same package as Big Wolf. Sanji's strength has also improved a lot, and he is still facing a group of miscellaneous fish, which is easier. However, because there were more trash fish, Sanji took a little longer than Luffy. After they finished the fight, they did not go to help Chopper and Dalton. Instead, they walked directly to Xiao-Chun and said with Xiao-Chun, "Xiao-Chun, change 2 more stools." Xiao-Chun. With a wave of his hand, 2 stools appeared out of thin air next to him, and at the same time, there were 2 more cups on the table. Xiao-Chun said to them, "If you want to drink tea, pour it yourself." After taking a sip of tea, Sanji showed an expression of enjoyment on his face, and then watched Chopper and the others fighting. Seeing Chopper defeating Chromaman, Sanji couldn't help but said in surprise, "I thought he was just a pet, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He is very interesting, isn't he? So I want him to be our partner," Luffy said excitedly from the side. Xiao-Chun also said calmly, "Yes, he must become our partner. Even if he is abducted, we must abduct him. After all, he is not only an arrogant little raccoon cat, but also a very good doctor. The position of our ship's doctor belongs to him. He's a doctor, Sanji said in disbelief. Is this his first time seeing an animal doctor? After calming down for a while, Sanji couldn't help but curiously asked, humans who help animals see doctors are called veterinarians. But what do animals call people who treat humans? Human doctors? Sanji's words immediately silenced Xia-chun and all of them. And Xia-chun really pondered and started thinking. Don't tell me. That's a good question. Before Xia-chun could figure out the answer to this question, the battle between Chopper and Dalton had come to an end. After the two of them shouted out the names of their moves, their bodies moved instantly and passed by their opponents. After that, Chromamon and Jace fell to the ground together. At this point, the Valpo Legion was completely destroyed. Hey, come over for tea. Xia-chun waved to them and shouted. After some time, the people sitting on the snowmobile looked at the green algae-headed man with a naked upper body, a red nose, and a trembling body. They all tilted their heads to reveal question marks. Zoro, what are you doing here? Exercise. Xia-chun's mouth twitched. All right, that's right. I'm just here to exercise. It's not cold enough on the boat, so it won't have any training effect on me. Zoro explained seriously. He would never say that he wanted to swim, and then got lost. Absolutely not. Oh, so it's for exercise, Xia-chun said in a long tone. Then he said with a teasing tone, then you can continue to exercise here. We are going up the mountain. Goodbye. After that, Xia-chun said to Chopper, Choppa, let's go. Wait a minute. Zoro yelled. Actually, I've already exercised almost enough. It's not enough to go too far, so I'll go up the mountain with you. Mainly because I want to see how Nami is doing. Okay. Xia-chun smiled lightly and did not continue to tease Zoro. Then come up. Zoro jumped onto the snowmobile with a single jump. At this time, a cold wind blew. It directly made him shrink into a ball. By the way, do you have any clothes for me to put on first? Oh, this castle is so spectacular, Luffy said with eyes shining as he looked at the snow castle in front of him. This turned out to be Valpo's castle. With his tyrannical character, he must ensure that he is satisfied with the place where he lives. Xia-chun replied lightly, and then continued. Let's go and see how Nami is recovering. After some time, a group of people walked into the room where Nami was resting. Then, they all escaped in less than 10 seconds. At the same time, countless weapons behind them flew towards them. Knives, swords, sticks, everything. Kaleha had dozens of weapons hanging on her body and shouted angrily. This is not a vegetable market, you bastards. Where did this weird mother-in-law come from? Luffy was shocked, and this weird mother-in-law is so fierce. This is what Zoro said. The moment he heard these two sentences, a bad thought flashed through Xia-chun's heart. He hurriedly moved away from Luffy, Zoro, and the others. Sure enough, Kaleha appeared in front of them at a speed comparable to Kizaru, and then used the Bamado, which came from the same school as Nami, to punch Luffy and Zoro hard. Then he clapped his hands calmly. If you don't know how to speak, don't speak. I am a young and beautiful person who is only over 130 years old. After saying that, Kaleha turned back to the room and closed the door heavily. Xia-chun said to Luffy angrily, Tell me, why did you yell as soon as you entered? We were all kicked out. Xia-chun felt a little angry when he thought of this. It was all Luffy's fault. Otherwise, as Kaleha's good brother, he would have done nothing wrong. Setting fire to this would have affected him as a fish. How do I know? Luffy said aggrievedly with a swollen face. This strange woman, Kaf, who is this young and beautiful lady? Sanji hurriedly changed his words mid-sentence. Although Kaleha had already entered the room, he couldn't guarantee whether she would hear her. If she did, wouldn't he have to enjoy the treatment of these two idiots? She's the one who healed Nami. She is one of the only two doctors on the island besides Dr. 20, and she is also the one who taught Chopper his medical skills. Oh, so she is the strange doctor Mr. Dalton said? She is indeed. Before Luffy could finish speaking, Zoro came over and hurriedly covered his mouth. You still want her to come out and beat you again, right? When Luffy heard Zoro's words, He realized with hindsight that he had almost said those words again. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and then he glanced at Zoro gratefully. Fortunately, Zoro is here. Mother Guriva is actually quite good-tempered, but she just won't let others call her old. Chopper said from the side. Oh, no wonder. Zoro touched his chin. Okay, everyone comes in with me, and then you can say whatever I say. Understand? Xiaochen looked at them and asked. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Hello, sister. A bunch of people said in unison. I told you not to be so loud. Can't you hear me? Kaleha shouted, but this time she did not drive everyone out. Seeing this scene, Luffy and others looked at Xiaochen with admiration. Or will you say it? Sister, is Nami okay now? Basically, sister, is Nami okay now? Before Koreha could finish speaking, Luffy interrupted her and asked again. You don't need to learn this, Xiaochen said while holding back his anger. Didn't you see that no one else has learned? Are you the only one who has no vision? No need to learn this. Luffy's voice sounded again. M9. Sister, let me take care of things first. Xiaochen walked towards Luffy with a smile. Sister, let me first. Before Luffy could finish his words, he was kicked out by Xiaochen, and then, bang, 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 bang. Xiaochen clapped his hands and felt much better. Obviously, you told us to learn how to speak like you. Why are you hitting me now? Luffy said angrily. If I'm to blame, it's because you have no vision. If I don't hit you, who will I hit? Xiaochen said lightly. I can't help it. Who said I'm stronger than you? Luffy, when you're not as strong as me, lower your head and be a human being. After saying this, Xiaochen whistled happily and walked inside. Damn it. Luffy looked at Xiaochen's back bitterly. When he becomes stronger than Xiaochen, he will be so arrogant. After some time, Luffy, give me a shot. Xiaochen shouted, then threw the snowball in his hand towards Luffy. At this time, Luffy had just dodged the snowballs thrown by Chopper and Usopp and was accidentally hit in the face. The whole head is covered with snow. Ha ha, Luffy, you look so funny. Usopp laughed hard, holding his stomach. It's really interesting. Chopper also laughed. Whoosh! Bang! Before the two of them stopped laughing, two snowballs hit their faces respectively. Xiaochen, why did you hit us? Aren't we on the same side? Usopp shouted. Yes, aren't we in the same group? TCH, you have to divide into camps for a snowball fight, right? Everyone you see is an enemy. Xiaochen said lightly, with an aura of pretentiousness permeating the scene. Luffy, Chopper, I have an idea, Usopp said with a slightly calm face. Since someone is so arrogant, I think we need to target him together. Yeah, I think so too. I need to show some color to some people. Go ahead, defeat Xiaochen. Chopper shouted, waving his arms. Then the three of them stood in a row, with determined expressions on their faces. It was as if Xiaochen was some kind of villain. Xiaochen, I know you are very strong, so don't blame us for 3 against 1. After all, this is recognition of your strength. Oh, is that so? A faint smile appeared on Xiaochen's lips. Now that you have said so, Xiaochen's eyes narrowed, and he softly uttered 2 words. Clone. In an instant, 15 clones appeared around Xiaochen. Then Xiaochen said calmly, I know you are very strong, so don't blame me for 5 against 1. After all, this is recognition of your strength. Sigma, Luffy, and the other 3's eyes all popped out, and then they swallowed in a similar manner. Then he said tremblingly, Xiaochen, you are cheating. This is what you do first. Okay, no more nonsense. Just prepare to be beaten. Superior. As Xiaochen finished speaking, 15 Xiaochen clones picked up snowballs from the ground and hit Luffy and the other 3 people on the opposite side. Don't say it. It's true that there is strength in numbers. Even if it is throwing snowballs, the snowballs thrown by 15 people are extremely powerful. In particular, Xiaochen was very fast at pinching and throwing snowballs, and even formed an assembly line with several people pinching and throwing snowballs. Snowballs flew out like machine guns. Hurry, run away! Usopp shouted loudly. Then the 3 of them ran back quickly like something. Above the castle, Kaleha and Nami were standing here, looking at the four people playing below. Chopper is very happy, Nami said suddenly. Yes, Chopper is very happy. I haven't seen him like this for many years. After finishing speaking, Kaleha was silent for a long time. He seems to be thinking about something. After some time, he quietly said, "Take Chopper away." Nami turned to look at Kaleha and said after a long silence, "Okay." Evening, in a room in the castle. Mother Gyulwa, I want to be Xiachen's partner and go to sea with them. Oh, I got it, Kaleha said lightly. This flat tone made Chopper confused, and he couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Dr. Gyulwa, you agree? Of course. Why don't you agree? It's just, Kaleha slowly stood up. It's just that you, as my assistant, dare to abandon me like this. I will kill you and give them a dead reindeer. Equals 0. Kaleha took out various weapons from behind and put them on her body. Her whole body seemed to exude an extremely evil aura, at least in Chopper's view. Hey, Chopper, just let me kill you. No. Chopper quickly transformed into a form with enhanced leg strength and ran outside while shouting. A horrified voice came from inside the castle, causing everyone who was preparing outside to look over. As the sound got closer and closer, a few seconds later, a reindeer appeared in front of them with a wonderful drift and then ran towards them with a frightened expression. While running, he said, "Mother Gyulwa is going to kill the deer." Just when everyone was wondering, fully armed Kaleha appeared in front of them. Sigma, the psychological shadow of Luffy and Zoro, instantly changed their expressions as if they had eaten shit. Looking at this scene, Xiachen laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, get ready to run away. Run." Luffy was the first to yell and ran towards the sleigh. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the people also ran there one by one. Everyone arrived at the same time as Chopper, who picked up the rope, put it on himself, and ran down the rope. The sleigh passed by under the moonlight, like a strange story from a legend. Kureha stood by the cliff and watched quietly as Chopper drove Luffy and the others away. At some point, Dalton appeared beside her. "Do we have to say goodbye this way? Idiot. Do I have to cry? After all, I am over 130 years old, right?" Although Kaleha said this, her eyes were already filled with tears, which looked particularly shining in the moonlight. "Chopper, you must be happy." Due to Chopper's presence, it didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the coast where the Melly docked. Vivi, is it running fast?" Xiachen pointed at a frozen duck in the sea and asked Vivi on the side. What did you say?" Vivi turned back, with a flush on her face after experiencing an exciting adventure. Xiachen said what he just said again. "Run fast." "This stupid duck, didn't he slip and fall?" Zoro said with a mocking smile as he looked at the fast-running man. After hearing this, Xiachen gave Zoro a strange look. If he remembered correctly, yeah. Chopper nodded next to Kuaishou. Then he said, "It said that he thought a man named Zoro had fallen into the sea and drowned. So he went to save him." Before he finished speaking, a black shadow teleported behind Zoro, and Conqueror's domineering energy wrapped around his raised fist. "It turns out it was you. You be ***************** D. After Nami beat Zoro, he walked up to Chopper and asked him in surprise, "I didn't expect you could understand animals, Chopper. I am an animal, so it is normal for me to understand animals. Sigwai, just, even if you say that, I won't be happy. You are obviously very happy." Luffy and Usopp stood aside and said contemptuously, "Bang!" At this moment, the sound of a cannon was fired, followed by the sound of cannons one after another. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. I saw explosions happening one after another in midair on the highest mountain on Tsigu Island. After the explosion, a shocking scene appeared. The white snow on the entire island slowly turned pink, shining brightly under the moonlight. Ouch! Nabla! Chopper stared blankly at the previous scene. He whispered softly, "Is this Sakura?" "Mother Gyulwa, thank you." Chopper, don't be in a daze. Come over and play quickly." Xiachen hugged Chopper, who was in a daze, and said. Then he pointed his finger towards Luffy. Look, Luffy's chopsticks stuck in his nostrils are very interesting. Do you want to try it too? Xiao-chun put 2 chopsticks in the palm of his hand and handed them to Xiaoba. How could I? Oh, Chopper, the length of the chopsticks you chose is not as long as mine. You're not good at it. Ha ha. Luffy looked at Chopper, who inserted the chopsticks into his nostrils and laughed. TCH, it's just my first time, and I'm not used to it yet. Why get used to it? I can use it longer than you. Chopper said, unconvinced. Idiot. How is that possible? I'm a rubber man. Even if you practice for 10,000 years, you won't be able to match me, ha. Xiao-chun sat on the railing and watched the scene quietly, enjoying the atmosphere on the boat. It's great. Days like this. Why, don't you go over and insert your nostrils with them? Nami sat next to Xiao-chun and asked him. Forget it. That thing is not suitable for me. How can I do that kind of thing with such a handsome face? You are quite narcissistic. Of course. At least until now, I have never met anyone more handsome than me. Xiao-chun said with pride on his face. That's true. Nami nodded and did not refute this because she had never seen it before. After a moment of silence, Nami suddenly said, Xiao-chun, thank you. Huh? What are you thanking me for? Xiao-chun turned his head and looked at her doubtfully. Thank you for what you did for me during my illness. I really... Nami covered her forehead and looked at Xiao-chun in pain. Why did you play me? Then don't you look at what you're talking about? Do we need to say thank you to each other? Aren't we partners? Partner, just a partner? Nami murmured softly. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Yes, we are partners. I'm going to have supper with Vivi. Are you coming? Eating late-night snacks is the easiest way to gain weight, which is bad for your health. Xiao-chun said seriously. Then, at me one, on the sunny sea, the Melly was sailing slowly. Xiao-chun, there is no food in the warehouse again. Go and replenish it. Sanji walked to the bow and shouted to Xiao-chun, who was lying on a rocking chair and taking a nap. After hearing this, Xiao-chun slowly opened his eyes. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. It's only been a few days. The food is gone again. I can't help it. Luffy is such a glutton. At least half of the food went into his stomach. After hearing this, Xiao-chun couldn't help but hold his forehead slightly, then stood up and walked slowly towards the warehouse. Xiao-chun felt very ashamed now that he had ever thought that he could eat better than Luffy. He overestimated himself and underestimated Luffy. When it comes to eating, he is indeed no match. Xiao-chun came to the warehouse, waved his hand, and a large pile of food appeared in front of him. Fortunately, he had killed so many dinosaurs and the Goldfish King when he was in the small garden before, so he had a lot of meat in reserve. Otherwise, we really may not be able to support this consumption. As soon as Xiao-chun walked out of the warehouse, Luffy's head turned over and looked at the dinosaur meat and goldfish meat in the warehouse, showing a look of disgust. Why is it this meat again? Isn't there anything else? I'm tired of eating this every day. Plate. Then you still eat the most every day. Xiao-chun punched Luffy directly in the face, but he didn't hit anything. Huh? Xiao-chun had a look of surprise on his face and turned to look at Luffy standing aside. I didn't expect, Luffy, you actually mastered shaving. After hearing this, Luffy pointed at Xiao-chun with his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha! Of course, idiot Xiao-chun. Do you think I'm just playing around these days? I've been practicing very hard, okay? Now, I've mastered shaving, and you won't be able to beat me in the future. At this point, Luffy's face became even more proud. He even looked at Xiao-chun with provocative eyes. Seeing Luffy like this, Xiao-chun had a slight smile on his face. Luffy, have I ever told you that you have to be low-key as a person? Xiao-chun was still in the same place when he said the previous words, but when he said the last 3 words, he had already appeared next to Luffy. When? Luffy looked shocked and hurriedly tried to escape with his shaver. But unfortunately, it's too late. Xiao-chun raised his fist, wrapped his arms around it, punched Luffy, and then used his feet to drag Luffy's falling body. After all, it's okay if Luffy is injured, but the ship can't be damaged. And because Luffy fell too fast, The foot that caught him directly caused secondary damage to Luffy at such a fast speed. After all, force works reciprocally. He gave Luffy a kick, but his foot was also under pressure, so neither of them owed anything to the other. Of course, it might be more convincing if this ignores the armed color on Xiaochen's feet. Xiaochen looked at Luffy, who was lying on the ground, and rolled his eyes and said, "The weather has cleared up and the rain has stopped. You think you can do it again?" After saying that, he walked towards his throne at the bow of the ship. But next to them, Usopp and Chopper were both stunned. After a while, Usopp said excitedly, "Xiaochen's words are too domineering." "That's right, it's so domineering." Chopper also agreed. Then the two of them imitated the process of Xiaochen beating Luffy on the boat. The most critical ending must be added. The weather has cleared up and the rain has stopped, and you feel like you can do it again. "Nami, something strange is happening ahead." "Oh, it's okay, it's just ordinary water vapor. Just go there. This is a normal phenomenon caused by submarine volcanoes." "Undersea volcanoes? There are also volcanoes under the sea?" Chopper asked curiously. "Of course there is, and there are more volcanoes under the sea than on land." "Oh, so that's what it is." Chopper felt that he had learned new knowledge. At the same time, on the other side of the water vapor, "Have you seen Mr. 3's ship?" "Report Mr. 2. Nothing was found." "Damn it, where did Mr. 3 die? If we can't find him again and kill him, the slave family's life will be in danger." A muscular man wearing a ballet costume and strangely heavy makeup sat on a chair and cursed. "Keep looking for me. Don't let go of any sign of a ship." "Yes." "Help! Help! I'm a landlubber. Help! Huh?" Xiaochun slowly took off the newspaper covering his face, patted his head, and stood up. "What happened?" "Oh, there's a person drowning," Luffy said, pointing to a person struggling in the sea. Xiaochun pondered for a while, then glanced at everyone again. "So, none of you want to save him?" Everyone who heard this looked at Sanji, who was smoking nearby. "No. Why are you looking at me?" "Thank you for the rescue." The man thanked everyone. Hey, your savior is here. What do you mean by bowing hard to them?" Sanji, who was wringing clothes at the side, said dissatisfiedly, "Thank you very much, my benefactor." The man turned to Sanji and bowed deeply. "Yeah," Sanji replied calmly. If he was usually thanked like this by someone else, even if that person was a man, he wouldn't be so cold. But for some reason, he always felt a little uncomfortable looking at the man in front of him. Xiaochun on the side also looked at the man in front of him with interest. "Oh no, as *********E. Senior cadre of Baroque Studio, Mr. 2 Von Klee." But should I say it, Xiaochun still had a pretty good impression of him. Although Xiao Feng said he called himself a slave every day, he also advertised himself as a ********E. But the man was not ambiguous at all. Whether he turned into Luffy and was captured by Marine in Alabasta, or saved Luffy from danger again in Impel Down City, I don't know how many people were moved to tears at the time. If possible, he wouldn't mind helping him then, but that would be something later. Now, they are enemies. Just as Xiaochun's thoughts were swirling, Mr. 2 had already become involved with Luffy and others, and was constantly showing them his face-changing skills. Suddenly, he turned into Nami. Before he was about to pull off his clothes, Xiaochun teleported to him and punched him hard. Hey, this isn't good." Xiaochun pulled him up and stared at him with a friendly, fierce, and kind, ferocious face. "Indeed, it's really not good," Mr. 2 said with a little fear after swallowing his saliva. At that moment, he felt a murderous aura. "The man in front of you is very dangerous." Xiaochun looked at him indifferently. He didn't know why he did what he did just now. He did it subconsciously, but it didn't matter. He only knew that he would not be happy if Mr. 2 did that. Thinking of this, Xiaochun suddenly had an idea in his mind. Anyway, he is so strong now, and he can solve many things. How about killing this **********E? Xiaochun looked at Mr. 2 and said, "Come and touch me and see if you can imitate me." "Of course you can," Mr. 2 said confidently. Since he ate the fruit, he has never met anyone he can't imitate. Mr. Two lightly touched Xia Chen's arm and was about to activate his ability the next moment. Ow, how is it possible? Sweat broke out on Mr. Two's face. No matter how he gestured with his hands, he could not imitate Xia Chen's look. Is that really the case? Xia Chen murmured in a low voice. At this time, he was not the only one who was as shocked as Mr. Two. Luffy and others were also very surprised when they saw this situation. Why is his fruit power useless to you? Zoro asked curiously. Baki. I use my Baki to defend against his fruit ability. Xia Chen replied calmly. Just now he just tried to cover his body with domineering energy, and then Mr. Two's ability failed. Xia Chen had this idea because of the various Haki defense fruit abilities he saw when watching anime in his previous life. For example, Virgo's ability to defend Luo with his Haki, and Luo's ability to defend against the disease fruit with his Haki, both illustrate the power of Haki. It seems that Teacher Kai is right. Only domineering can overcome everything. Sigui, can you still be so domineering? Luffy was very surprised. Then he continued, It seems that I have to master domineering soon. After hearing this, Xia Chen glanced at him lightly and said nothing. During this period of training, Luffy was just a step away from mastering the weapon color. Maybe he could master it by fighting another experienced monster. It's just that I'm still a little bit far behind when it comes to seeing and hearing S**X, and I can't see any signs of mastering it yet. The others are basically the same. Zoro also masters the weapon color faster, while Usopp and Sanji master the sight color faster. Thinking of this, Xia Chen couldn't help but be a little curious. Who among these people could be the first to master domineering? Listening to the people around him discussing what is domineering and not domineering, Mr. Two felt that he had touched a blind spot in his own knowledge. After a while, he raised his hands and asked, What is domineering? Oh, domineering is... Before Luffy could finish his words, Xia Chen punched him. Xia Chen, why did you hit me again this time? Luffy said dissatisfiedly, rubbing his head and holding back tears. Xia Chen didn't look at him, but looked at Mr. Two and said calmly, We have no intention of sharing the information with the enemy. At this point, Xia Chen also directly showed off his cards and directly pointed out the identity of Mr. Two. What kind of enemy? The slave family doesn't know. Mr. Two hurriedly retorted. He didn't want to be the enemy of the man in front of him. Will you die? Xia Chen did not answer him, but turned to look at Vivi and asked, Vivi, have you seen Mr. Two from Baroque Studio? Huh? No. Vivi was stunned for a moment, then replied, But I heard that Mr. Two is a tall as ********E, wearing a swan ballet costume, with a mouthful of slaves, and the word Oban on the back. Uh-huh. After hearing Vivi's words, everyone's eyes turned to Mr. Two. What followed was silence for more than a minute. After a long time, Nami pointed at Mr. Two and asked, So, does the person you describe look like this? It seems so, Vivi said uncertainly. Remove the image. Everyone except Sanji shouted at Vivi. Usopp turned to look at Mr. Two and said as if he had been betrayed, I thought you were a good friend just now, but I didn't expect you to be an enemy. Tell me, what are you doing on our ship? Mr. Two? It seems like you were the ones who fished me out. Okay, just now you're saving one by one, but now you're getting rid of it, right? You ungrateful villain. Chopper also jumped out and yelled. All I can say is how much fun I had just now, and how harshly I'm being scolded now. After hearing this, Mr. Two once again showed his black question mark. No, this can all be used to condemn me? You're looking at me with sunglasses on, right? It's true that I am Mr. Two of Baroque Studio, but what does this have to do with whether we are enemies or not? The people in Baroque Studio are all our enemies. Do you understand? Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said, It seems there's no need to talk. Mr. Two's face darkened. In that case, the ********E fist, Mr. Two was punched on the head by Xia Chen and fainted as soon as he took a fighting stance. Don't show me this disgusting boxing technique. Xia Chen waved his hand in disgust. Sanji, go get a rope and tie this guy up, otherwise his abilities will be a bit tricky. Although Xia Chun himself doesn't have such concerns, because his sharp eyes can tell whether Luffy and the others have become Mr. Two, but the problem is that Luffy and the others can't tell. Even if it could be distinguished by the way of tying ropes in the original work, the problem is that if Mr. Two is not controlled, it will be difficult to handle if he turns into Cobra again and does certain things. He has always been a person who hates trouble. If there is an easier way to help Vivi regain Alabasta, then he will definitely take an easier way. For example, if all problems could be solved by directly killing Crocodile, then he would go find him now. The problem is that most of the people in Alabasta now admire Crocodile very much. If he is killed before his evil deeds are exposed, Alabasta may fall into a more serious civil war. Therefore, this method will definitely not work. Crocodile must first be shown to the people of Alabasta so that they can recognize his true face. Only in this way can it be easier to regain the country. But before that, it should be okay for him to go and have a fight with Crocodile. He also wanted to experience the strength of Sand Crocodile and see if he was really killed by Luffy because of the plot. After all, it was clear that he could be defeated by Luffy at that time in Alabasta. After entering impelled down for a while, he came out and fought against Ming-Gu and Hawkeye successively without showing any signs of weakness during the war on top. You must know that even Luffy 2 years later will not be able to defeat Ming-Gu if he does not use fourth gear, let alone Hawkeye, who can kill Jinbei with a single blow. Therefore, Crocodile's strength is very fascinating. It's impossible to say what kind of treasure Impelled Down City is, right? The spiritual time room? The inheritance space of Sage of Six Paths? The kind where one's strength is greatly enhanced after entering it? Stop making trouble. All in all, Crocodile has to go and see for himself to know exactly what his strength is. I hope he won't be disappointed. Boom! With a loud noise, a strange creature burst out of the water. Is this a sea cat? Sanji said uncertainly as he looked at the creature in front of him. This is my first time seeing this kind of creature. I wonder how it tastes as an ingredient. Sea cat. If you want to know how it tastes, just chop it off. Zoro slowly pulled out the knife on his waist. Sea cat. New food? That's great. I vomit after eating dinosaur meat and goldfish meat every day. I've long wanted to change the taste, Luffy said excitedly, and his mouth was dripping all over the floor. Sea cat. Jia jia jia. The three of them laughed sinisterly at the same time, preparing to kill the sea cat. What are you doing? Vivi instantly came behind the three of them, and one of them punched them. Then he said angrily, Really? Sea cats are regarded as sacred symbols here in Alabasta. What are you guys thinking in your heads? Taking advantage of this gap, the sea cat quickly dived into the water and hurried away from the ship. It's so scary. These people want to eat me. My flesh. Luffy wailed as he looked at the escaping sea cat. Extremely uncomfortable. M9. Bang. There was another bag on Luffy's head, accompanied by Vivi's roar. Didn't I tell you not to eat it? This side of Alabasta? Sanji pondered, grasping the key to Vivi's words. That means we are almost at Alabasta, right? Miss Vivi. Yes. Vivi nodded, and then continued. The appearance of sea cats proves that we have arrived in the scene near Alabasta, and we are very close to Alabasta. At this moment, Chopper on the bow of the boat shouted loudly, Hey, everyone, there's an island over there. Is it Alabasta? Huh. After hearing this, Vivi immediately rushed to the bow of the ship, picked up the telescope in Chopper's hand, and took a look with an excited expression on her face. Yes, that is the Desert Kingdom, Alabasta. Xia Chun, let's go. Luffy and others shouted from the shore to Xia Chun on the boat. Okay, wait, I have to do something first. Xia Chun slowly walked to Mr. Two, who was tied to the main pole, and showed a smile. But from Mr. Two's perspective, this smile looked panicked. He couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and asked, Xia, Mr. Xia Chun, what do you want? It's nothing, I just want you to get some sleep. After saying that, Xia Chun struck Mr. Two on the neck with a knife, knocking him unconscious. They didn't know how long their trip would last. Although Mr. Two was tied up, it was safer to knock him out. After finishing all this, Xia Chun jumped to the shore. The moment he officially landed on the island, The system's clock-in sound also followed. Ding! Check-in Alabasta successfully. Armed color domineering is upgraded to advanced level. In an instant, a powerful force burst out from the depths of Xia-Chen's body. An armed domineering energy automatically penetrated the body and wrapped around Xia-Chen's arms. Xia-Chen raised his arm slightly and could clearly feel the domineering flow on it. Lu-ing. Xia-Chen was a little surprised to check into the high-level armed color hockey. He originally thought that he would check out the Conqueror's hockey first. It seems that the system wants him to be a partial student. However, Xia-Chen is quite satisfied with this result. After all, intermediate to advanced is a qualitative change. Conqueror's domineering will not have much impact on his strength, even if he changes from elementary to intermediate, because Batang can only be mastered when you are advanced. As for the arm color, you can master Ryu Sakura from intermediate to advanced level. This is a skill that Luffy only learned after the first round of teaching from Teacher Kai. Now he can break through the defense even if he is facing Teacher Kai, instead of just trying to sober him up. Xia-Chun, why are you still standing there? Let's go. Luffy waved and shouted not far from Xia-Chun. Coming. Everyone, you're all familiar to many people in Baroque Studio. For the convenience of our movement, it is necessary to dress up a little, Vivi said to several people. Let's replenish supplies here now, and then go to the next destination. Yuba, Chopper, let's go. The two of us are going shopping. You find a place to wait for us. The rest of you have been seen by one or other of their members. It's inconvenient. Xia-Chun said to Chopper. Shouldn't you be the one who is seen the most? Zoro was a little confused. Probably. Xia-Chun nodded. But I have knowledge, and domineering power. Which of you does? Xia-Chen's words directly blocked everything they wanted to say, and both of them felt a little uncomfortable. At the same time, they became more determined to learn how to see and hear. Bye, Chopper, let's go. Walking on the street of rapeseed flowers in the city, Xia-Chen couldn't help but look left and right curiously. This was his first time to come to this kind of city in the desert, whether it was in his previous life or now. It feels like an exotic flavor. Xia-Chen came to a clothing store and walked in. The men's clothes inside were all dull and ugly. On the contrary, the women's clothes include ugly ones and the dancing girl styles that Sanji bought in the original book. Seeing this, Xia-Chen can understand why Sanji wants to buy that kind of clothes. If it were him, he would also buy this kind of clothes. There is no other reason. He just likes to look at it. Hey Q. At this moment, Chopper next to Xia-Chun couldn't help sneezing a few times, showing an expression of despair. Xia-Chun, the smell here smells so bad. I almost forgot that because Chopper's nose is too sensitive, perfume that smells good to others is like poison to him. And the clothes of these dancing girls are more or less sprayed with a little perfume, which is why Chopper can't stand it when he comes here. After thinking for a while, Xia-Chun said to Chopper, Wait for me outside. I'll go out after I finish picking. Okay. Chopper nodded and then walked out. He really couldn't stand the smell. As soon as Xiaoba left, Xia-Chun looked at the various styles of clothes in front of him with bright eyes. Let him choose carefully. After a while, Xia-Chun bought all the things he wanted to buy, but when he was about to go back, something unexpected happened. Because his attention was focused on the surrounding shops, he did not always use the color of knowledge to perceive the surroundings as he said when he came. So, yo, Captain Smoker, what a coincidence. Demon King Xia-Chun. Looking at the man in front of him, Smoker looked solemn. The injury I suffered last time is still aching now. What are you doing here? Come and buy something. Xia-Chun spread his hands and said, The pirate just came here to buy something? Well, you don't believe me after I told you. So what can I do? Xia-Chun was a little helpless. Why is it that no one believes the truth these days? So, what are you going to do now, Captain Smoker? Xia-Chun looked at Smoker and said calmly, Of course I want to arrest you. As he spoke, white smoke began to emit from Smoker's body. If that's what you think, I advise you to save it. I think you should understand the difference in strength between us. You can't be my opponent. So what? Even if I'm not your opponent, as long as I'm still a Marine, I can't possibly allow a pirate like you to get away with it. Hey, Be careful what you say. What do you mean by a pirate like me? Have I ever done anything? Xiaochen replied unceremoniously. Even if you haven't done anything, it's only temporary. Pirates are pirates, and they can never change their evil nature. Hey, when did you, a white-haired B*****************, D, start talking like a kainu? Xiaochen is a little unhappy. If I talk to you politely, why don't you bite your nose and show your face? In that case, Xiaochen's eyes turned cold, and he appeared in front of Smoker in the next moment. Liu Ying's weapon was wrapped around his fist, and he hit Smoker's stomach hard. Smoker was still wondering whether Xiaochen had seen a kainu, but at some point Xiaochen appeared in front of his face, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The next second, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach. Then my eyes went black. I lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Why bother? Xiaochen looked at Smoker, who fell to the ground, and said calmly, if it weren't for the fact that Smoker is a Marine with a real sense of justice, he would have sent him down to drink tea with Chu Yuan. For this kind of Marine, if he didn't really offend him, he would most likely not kill him. This is not to say that he is a virgin, but because the pirate world still needs such a Marine to maintain it. Although he is a pirate, he actually doesn't like most pirates. Just like Smoker said, most pirates burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. Killing civilians is simply commonplace, and they can do it easily. In a sense, they're even more sinful than the celestial dragons. But you can't beat someone to death with a stick. Just like him, he must be a good pirate, right? Well, at least that's what he thinks. Then Xiaochen turned to look at Chopper and said, Chopper, let's go. It's time to go back to find Luffy and the others. I was dragged by this idiot Marine for a while. Who knows what will happen if we go back too late? After some time, Xiaochen looked at the 5 people staying where they were and couldn't help but hold his forehead slightly. Damn it. What you worried about still happened. Nami, where's that idiot Luffy? I don't know. Nami shook his head. He was still here at the beginning, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. That idiot always causes trouble for others. These are the clothes I bought. Please put them on, and let's go find him together. Xiaochen pretended to look normal and took out the clothes from the system space and handed them to them. After a while, Xiaochen, this dress belongs to a dancing girl, right? Vivi asked uncertainly. I don't know. I just thought it looked good, so I bought it. Xiaochen said as if he didn't know anything. At this time, Sanji came over and hugged Xiaochen's shoulders, giving him a secret thumbs up. Xiaochen also responded with his eyes. Men know men best. But one thing to say, Vivi's money is quite sufficient. Golden apple? You can live 1,000 years if you eat one. Really? Chopper and Usopp asked in shock as they looked at the golden apples in the hands of the merchant in front of them. Of course it's true. You two are so sincere. You only need 1,000 belly. You can take these golden apples. The shop owner said to the two of them with an expression like, I've lost money, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. We have fooled 2 fools again. Boss, is this apple originally golden, or was it painted with paint the day after tomorrow? A voice asked quietly. Of course it's natural, the merchant replied subconsciously, but suddenly he seemed to realize something and hurriedly turned his head to look. Xiaochen was seen pulling back the cloth behind him and watching his clerk apply dye there. This! Sweat instantly fell from a merchant's owner's forehead. Ho ho, don't tell me. Although this golden apple is fake, it does taste good, Zoro said after taking a bite of the golden apple in his mouth. It's really okay, especially the layer of juice on top, which makes the taste of the apples go up a notch. Xiaochen said lightly. Xiaochen just wanted to expose that boss, but unexpectedly discovered that the dye he used to apply it was actually a golden juice. As a result, the original crackdown on counterfeiting turned into coercion. He directly threatened the boss to bring him a big bag of apples and a big bucket of the juice. If he didn't give it, he would expose him and let everyone know that he was a liar. After this series of operations, now each of them has eaten free golden apples. Since Smoker shouts that pirates are evil every day, then it's not too much for him to do some things that pirates should do, right? While thinking, Xiaochen took another bite of the apple. So sweet. Ace, why are you here? Just as a group of them were walking, A shout suddenly came from a restaurant nearby. The moment they heard this voice, everyone looked over. Not surprisingly, their target was found. At this time, in the restaurant, Luffy looked at Ace in front of him with a happy face. He originally just wanted to change his taste and go out to eat something else, but he didn't expect that he would get something unexpected. He met his brother Ace, who went to sea 3 years earlier than him. He was undoubtedly in an excited mood at this moment, and even the speed of stuffing food into his mouth was a little slower. And due to Xia Chen's action, Smoker, who was supposed to be here, also disappeared. The two just started chatting while eating in the restaurant. "Luffy, are you full?" Ace suddenly asked Luffy. "It's okay, not very full." Hearing this, Ace had a smile on his face. "Then, do you want to see who can eat more?" Oh. Luffy was stunned for a moment, and then he and Ace started gobbling up the things on the table at the same time. When both of them noticed that the other party started eating without saying hello, they pointed at each other and said, "You cheated." The next moment, the two of them started cooking again. All I can say is that they are indeed brothers. Their movements are exactly the same. When Xia Chun and others entered the restaurant, they saw Luffy and Ace lying on the chairs with their big bellies, looking like they were full. Ace turned to look at Luffy and smiled. Luffy, I won." Luffy's face was full of reluctance. "Damn it, hiccup, I lost again." "Ha. Luffy, if you want to beat me, you have to practice more." "Hiccup, Ace." Xiachen whispered softly, his eyes falling on Ace. It was hard to let go of the anger in his previous life, but now he was sitting in front of him alive and being reasonable. Xiachen was a little excited. Ace has always been a character he likes very much, but unfortunately he was killed by Akainu to save Luffy in the battle at the top. At that time, like countless Jaime, he covered his quilt and burst into tears. "It's great to see Ace alive now." Xiachen didn't hesitate, walked over and grabbed Luffy's mouth. "Luffy, can you explain why you are here?" "Well, I want to change the taste," Luffy said guiltily, touching his fingers lightly. "Then why didn't you tell us?" Sanji also asked. "I forgot. In this case, you had to find a way to pay for your meal." Nami turned his head and said calmly, "Oh no, I don't have any money." Luffy quickly put on a pitiful look, hoping to gain Nami's sympathy, but Nami didn't even look at him. At this moment, Ace next to him spoke. "Sorry, you are Luffy's companions, right? My brother has caused trouble for you." "Huh?" Everyone who heard this couldn't help but turn their heads, and then they discovered Ace sitting nearby. Judging from the situation, he seemed to know Luffy. They thought he was a passerby just now. "Your brother? You mean Luffy?" Usopp asked in shock. "That's right." Ace nodded. "I've never heard him say he has an older brother." Sanji asked doubtfully. "Is that so?" Ace had a look of surprise on his face, then turned to look at Luffy dissatisfied. "Luffy, you've been with your friends for so long, and you didn't even mention your brother, right?" I forgot." Everyone fell down. "You really are." Ace was a little speechless, feeling a little tired of having such an idiot brother in front of him. "By the way, Ace, what are you doing here?" Luffy asked curiously. "Me? I'm here to deal with something." "Are you chasing Blackbeard?" At this time, Xia Chun, who had been silent next to him, spoke. "Huh?" Ace turned to look at Xia Chun, and then asked uncertainly. "Demon King Xia Chun?" "It's me." Xia Chun nodded. "How did you know about this?" Ace did not answer directly, but asked Xia Chun curiously. "I have a wide range of information channels, so I know a lot more things." "Yes, Xia Chun is very powerful. He knows everything," Luffy said excitedly from his side. "Is that so?" Ace thought thoughtfully. Then he said, "Forget it. It doesn't matter how you know it. It's not something that needs to be concealed. I am indeed hunting down Blackbeard. He was once a member of the Ape Pirates, and he was also a member of my team. But he broke an unforgivable iron law on the ship." At this point, Ace's eyes turned cold, and he continued. "He killed his companions and ran away. That guy is absolutely unforgivable. As the captain, I have the obligation to hunt him down to comfort the souls of my dead companions. If I said you were no match for him, would you still go after him?" Xia Chun said, looking at Ace quietly. "How is that possible?" "Xia Chun, Ace is very strong. That Blackbeard is definitely no match for Ace." Before Ace could refute, Luffy jumped out and said angrily. Xiaqin didn't bother Luffy, but still stared at Ace, wanting to hear his thoughts. Ace also looked at Xiaqin like this, as if he wanted to see something from his expression, but unfortunately, he found nothing. After a while, Ace looked away, took a sip of water on the table, and said, "Well, I don't know how you came to this conclusion, but you may not know much about my strength. Just like Luffy said, I'm very strong." Ace's tone contained confidence in himself and distrust in Xiaqin. In his opinion, Xiaqin might have seen Blackbeard take action at some point, and then thought he was very strong. But the problem is that he is sure that today is the first time he sees Xiaqin, so it is absolutely impossible for Xiaqin to know his strength. He felt that Xiaqin should have inferred Luffy's strength from Luffy's strength. He felt that he was not very strong, but only he knew his own strength best. The gap between him and the current Luffy is not that big. However, he did not directly refute Xiaqin. After all, he was Luffy's partner, so he still had to give him some face. Xiaqin, on the other hand, looked at Ace's expression and knew that he didn't trust him, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. But think about it. If he were in Ace's perspective, and newcomer who had just come out of Donghai told him that he couldn't beat so-and-so, he probably wouldn't take it to heart. In this case, it seems that strength can only speak for itself. If possible, he still doesn't want Ace to face Blackbeard. Blackbeard is indeed not something Ace can defeat. What's more, his darkness fruit has great restraint against devil fruit users. Thinking of this, Xiaqin said directly to Ace, "Ace, let's have a fight. If I win, how about you don't go to Blackbeard? Because if you can't even beat me, you're definitely no match for Blackbeard." Huh? Ace narrowed his eyes after hearing this, stood up and stared at Xiaqin seriously. After a while, he said, "Forget it, there's no need." Xiaqin was a little speechless. Looking at this situation, Ace still didn't believe him. A confident child, when you suffer a loss, you will know the value of your brother Chen's words. "Xiaqin, is that Blackbeard really as strong as you say?" Luffy suddenly asked. Along the way with Xiaqin, he thought he knew Xiaqin's strength very well. At least in his opinion, Ace couldn't beat Xiaqin. At first, when Xiaqin said Ace couldn't beat Blackbeard, he also subconsciously stated that Ace was very strong. But now looking at Xiaqin's expression, he felt that the Blackbeard was really not simple. Otherwise, Xiaqin wouldn't take him so seriously. So he asked this question. "Very strong." Xiaqin nodded. "You may not have any idea when I say this. I will give you a specific example, and you will know. Ace, red-haired Shanks, you understand. Well, one of the 4 emperors of New World. I went to meet him before." Ace replied, "What? Ace, you want to see Shanks?" Hearing this, Luffy grabbed his neck and shouted, "Yes, I've always heard you mention him before. It happened that I heard the news that he was on an island when I first went to sea, so I went over to meet him, and we drank wine all night. Haha." That's it. Luffy showed a happy smile on his face, took off the hat on his head, and put it in his hands, thinking to himself, "Shanks, I will definitely become One Piece." "So what do you mean by mentioning red hair?" Ace couldn't help but ask, "What do you think of the red-haired man's strength?" Xiaqin asked lightly. Ace. Upon hearing this, Ace couldn't help but look at Xiaqin as if he were looking at a fool, then rolled his eyes and said, "The red-haired one is one of the 4 emperors, a pirate of the same class as my father. What do you think of his strength? Then what do you think your chances of winning against the red-haired man are?" Xiaqin asked again, Hey kid, are you looking for trouble?" Ace was a little dissatisfied. Although he said he was confident in himself, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could compete with the red-haired man. You must know that when he challenged his father before, he was so abused that he was unable to fight back. Although he thinks that his father is the strongest, even the red-haired one is not as good as him. But there are also 4 emperors after all, and the most he can fight against them is the older little Karami. So, do you know where the injury on the red-haired face came from? Xiaqin asked again. "No, how could I?" Ace was a little impatient at this time, but suddenly he seemed to have grasped some key information. He asked solemnly, "You mean the injury on the red-haired face was caused by the Blackbeard?" "That's right." Xiaqin nodded. Upon hearing this, The look on Ace's face instantly became serious, and he was no longer as relaxed as before. He didn't ask why Xiachen knew the news, and there was no need for Xiachen to lie to him. The news that the injury on the red-haired face was caused by Blackbeard really made him a little unsure. If it were him, he wouldn't have the confidence to leave the same scar on the red hair. Ace was silent for a long time and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he looked at Xiachen and said, "Thank you for providing this information. I will think about it carefully." Xiachen took a deep look at Ace and said nothing more. He's already said what needs to be said, and if Ace still doesn't listen, there's nothing he can do. Smoking Man. Suddenly, Luffy's roar attracted Xiachen's attention. The Smoking Man? Xiachen is a little confused. Isn't it the only one who could be called the Smoking Man by Luffy? Looking along Luffy's line of sight, Xiachen saw someone who surprised him. Smoker? Isn't it so lingering? I just suffered a blow from his Reuniting haki, and now I can meet him in this small restaurant? It's just that Smoker looked a little embarrassed at this time. Most of his body was leaning on Dusky's body, and there was a faint trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. And he coughed twice from time to time. But even though he looked like this, the cigar in his mouth was still there as always. Xiachen was really afraid that he would choke himself to death the next time he coughed. At the same time that Xiachen and others discovered him, Smoker also discovered Xiachen and others. There was no way. Luffy's voice was too loud. Smoker's eyes flashed with joy when he saw Xiachen and others. Straw Hat Boy, Demon King Xiachen, Porecast Ace, they're all here. The remaining people. Aren't we human beings? Why? Captain Smoker, do you still want to arrest us with your current seriously injured body? It seems unrealistic, Xiachen said lightly. He is very aware of the power of his blow, and after such a short period of time, he can't recover much at all. Smoker is probably barely able to even stand now. I have to arrest you, but it's not me who will arrest you, but someone else. Hey, what do you mean? Are you looking for help? Xiachen asked with a slight smile, not worried at all that Smoker might be looking for help. With his current strength, he wouldn't care even if Smoker asked the Lieutenant General for help. Smoker came to Alabasta this time, without permission from above. He didn't believe that the other party could find a substitute general or even a general. As the top management of Marine, you are very busy. Okay, I hope you can still laugh later. Smoker said with a smile. It can be seen that he is very confident. As Smoker finished speaking, a tall but thin-looking man slowly walked into the restaurant. When Xiachen saw this person, his expression changed from indifferent to serious. At the same time, Ace also recognized the person, and the expression on his face instantly became exactly the same as Xiachen's. Only Luffy and the others, who didn't know this man, still looked confused at this time, but they already vaguely felt something was wrong. Ever since the man at the door came in, the air seemed to have solidified. Even Xiachen, who had always had confidence on his face, now lost his usual composure. Seeing this, Zoro couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is this man? He can actually make you show such an expression." Hearing this, Xiachen did not look away. His eyes were always on the man opposite, and then he said solemnly, "General of Marine Headquarters, Akiji." General of the Headquarters? This news was like a bombshell, which shocked everyone present. Whether it was Zoro or the other civilians eating here, their eyes were all staring out at this moment. Only one person looked a little confused at the scene in front of him. Luffy looked at the people around him and asked curiously, "What are your expressions? Is the General of the Marine Headquarters very powerful? Can you please remove the word ? Nami said angrily, "General, that is one of Marine's highest combat capabilities. Do you understand the value of the highest combat capability?" Luffy thought about it for a while, but still didn't understand. So he simply gave up and said with a nonchalant smile, "It doesn't matter what his highest combat power is, just knock him away." As soon as Luffy said these words, everyone's eyes turned to him. And they all have the same look, that is, looking an idiot. Even Ace didn't want to admit that Luffy was his brother at this moment. What a shame. No, are you so brave? Are you really afraid of those who don't know? Even Akiji was a little surprised when he saw the boy in front of him who dared to say this to him. This was the first time he saw a pirate with a bounty of only 25 million dare to be so arrogant. Could it be that he is too easygoing and not as fierce as a Kainu, so he has no deterrent effect? Just when Akiji's thoughts were swirling, Xiachen across from him was the one with the ugliest expression. He glared at Smoker fiercely. You're not acting according to common sense when bringing in reinforcements, aren't you? Don't they always move reinforcement step by step, one level at a time? It would be better for you to just move the boss out directly. He just said that casually. I really didn't expect that a general would actually pop up. Although he was confident in his own strength, he was not confident enough to think that he could match a general. It would be fine if it was just him. He could definitely run if he wanted to, but the problem was that the bunch of little rookies behind him couldn't. What to do? After thinking for a long time, Xia Chun didn't think of a good solution, so he had to ask tentatively, General Akiji, are you here? I originally came here to have a meal, but now that I have met you, my plans may have to change. Hearing this, Xia Chen's face looked as if he had eaten a dead fly, and when he looked at Luffy, he wanted to kill him. Tell me, why are you here when you have nothing to do? Isn't this just like serving meat to your mouth? But now that the matter was over, it was meaningless to say anything else. Xia Chen looked at Akiji again, and his whole aura changed instantly. A general is a general. Don't be afraid. Let's go through a fight first. Xia Chen stared at Akiji and asked for the last time, Are you sure to arrest us? Or else, just pretend you have never seen us and let us go. That's not okay, little brother. I won't be able to explain to my superiors if I let you go. Then there's nothing to talk about. In that case, let's have a fight. Xia Chen said lightly. Today's battle seems inevitable no matter what. Then there is no need for him to talk nonsense anymore. Akiji turned to Smoker and said, Smoker, go evacuate the crowd. I have a feeling that the next battle will not be that simple. Okay. Smoker nodded and immediately arranged for Dasky to evacuate all the surrounding people. Xia Chun did not react at all to this move. Originally, he had no intention of attacking these civilians, but now that they have been evacuated, it is convenient for him to do so. Suddenly, Xia Chun thought of something, walked directly into the kitchen of this restaurant, and collected everything he saw, whether useful or unused, into his system space. He likes things like 0 yuan purchases the most. Anyway, it will be destroyed in a fight later, so why not give it to him? At least it won't be a waste. When they came out again, they were the only ones left outside and Akiji on the opposite side. For this world, if the strength is not similar, the term strength in numbers does not apply at all. Now Akiji is standing alone on the opposite side, but he's exerting great pressure on their side. Xiachen walked up to everyone and said to Luffy and the others, You go first. Ace and I are here to stop them. But Nami immediately wanted to say something when she heard this, but was directly interrupted by Xiachen. Hurry up, with your strength. Even staying here will have no effect. Instead, it will hold us back. Moreover, Vivi's country is still in dire straits. If you waste your time here, who will help her? Xiachen. Vivi looked at Xia Chun who said this and was in a daze. Gomo Gomo, rubber pistol. Just when Xia Chun was about to explain something, he heard a familiar voice. In an instant, Xia Chun had an unpleasant thought in his heart. Immediately he turned around to look. And the fact was just as he thought, Luffy was punching Akiji at this time. Equals 0-0. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces froze. What they just said about their feelings was all nonsense. Luffy, this idiot, really couldn't understand human language. Alalalo, brother, don't be so grumpy. Akiji looked at Luffy in front of him and said calmly. With a thought, the ice instantly invaded Luffy's arm and had a tendency to spread to his entire body. Seeing this scene, Xiachen narrowed his eyes, appeared next to them in an instant, and kicked Akiji. Akiji was kicked away and flew backwards quickly, smashing through several houses before stopping. My hand, my body. A pig's cry came, making Xiachen feel a little helpless. Turning his head to look at Luffy, he saw him lying on the ground, covering his half-frozen body and screaming at the top of his lungs. Seeing this situation, Xiao-chun was immediately furious. He even told you to run away. You have to go up and test his level, right? Let me help Luffy bake this ice. Ace came over and said, "Don't bother," Xiao-chun said calmly. Then he grabbed Luffy's arm with one hand and wrapped his armed haki around it. With a slight shock, the ice on Luffy's body began to crack inch by inch, turning into countless broken ice and falling to the ground. That's right, Xiao-chun is using Liu Ying's haki. Relying on the flow of haki, Xiao-chun can easily do this without hurting Luffy. Hey, the ice is gone. Luffy jumped up and moved his body vigorously and said happily, "Let's see if you dare to be so reckless again." Xiao-chun cursed angrily. Then he said again, "As you can see, your attacks are completely useless against him. Hurry up and escape with them." "Okay, I get it." Luffy nodded. Due to the experience of being frozen just now, he is still frightened and has no idea of fighting Akiji. I said, "Can I let you go?" Akiji's calm voice came, and he looked at them intently. Then with a thought, the ice spread rapidly around him with him as the center. Everything he passed by was instantly frozen. At this time, Ace jumped out and shouted, "Wall of fire!" As soon as he finished speaking, Ace created a huge wall of fire, blocking the incoming ice. "Let's go!" Everyone who heard the shout again did not hesitate at all and ran back. Just like Xiao-chun said, staying here now is a burden and they can't help at all. They said I would be in trouble if you left, Akiji said calmly. Then he jumped directly into the sky. The cold air gathered in his hands and was aimed at Luffy and others who were escaping. Just when he was about to take action, a black fist dilated in his pupils and then knocked him away again. I also said, "We will stop you." A faint voice came, and Xiao-chun was seen turning into a demonic form at some point, staring coldly at Akiji below in the sky. After a while, Xiao-chun fell back to the ground. Ace came over and looked at him in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to be so strong." When he saw Xiao-chun's 300 million bounty before, he did think that this person had some strength, but not very strong, but now it seems that this is not the case. Xiao-chun did not answer this question, but asked him instead, "Are you afraid of facing General Marine?" "Are you kidding me? I'm a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest pirate group in the world. Not to mention a mere Marine Admiral, even a Marine Fleet Admiral. I won't panic at all, okay?" "Oh, really? That's good. Otherwise, I'd be really afraid that you'd get hit and run away. You guys are looking for a fight, aren't you?" Ace looked at him angrily. "If we can escape this time, we can have a fight." Xiao-chun replied calmly, "Ha ha, well, it's settled." Ace laughed. "You two little guys are very energetic." Akiji slowly walked out of the smoke. The previous laziness on his face was gone, replaced by a serious look. Akiji glanced at the two of them first, then focused on Xiao-chun and said with a little solemnity in his eyes, "Boy, your understanding of armed domineering is very high. It can actually achieve the effect of internal destruction, internal sabotage." Ace glanced at Xiao-chun in surprise. If Akiji didn't tell him, he wouldn't know it yet. Even he hasn't mastered this skill yet. And your haki is stronger than most of our Marine Lieutenant Generals. I'm very curious how you can cultivate your haki to this level at this age. Maybe it's talent? Xiao-chun replied casually. But unexpectedly, Akiji nodded in agreement and said, "There should be no other explanation except talent. In this case, it seems that I have to take you down no matter what. Otherwise, we Marine will have trouble sleeping and eating because you are such a talented pirate. If you can do it, then try it," Xiao-chun said, and then the iron rod appeared in his hand instantly. Akiji raised his arms upwards and gradually turned into ice cubes facing them as he raised them. Ice cube, violent pheasant mouth. In an instant, a huge ice bird stretched out from Akiji's hand and then rushed towards them at great speed. Xiao-chun picked up the iron rod and was about to smash the ice bird into pieces when Ace stood in front of him. "Let me." Mirror fire flame. A large amount of flames instantly shot out from Ace's arms and collided with Akiji's violent pheasant mouth. After continuing to fight against each other for a period of time. The moves of the two people disappeared. Akiji looked at Ace and murmured, "Is he the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division? He is also a difficult person to deal with." Xiachen clenched the stick in his hand, and his arm domineering energy instantly wrapped around it. "Ace, come on." After the words fell, Xiachen rushed out instantly. At the same time, Ace was not to be outdone and also rushed towards Akiji. Looking at the two people rushing towards him, Akiji's expression did not change at all. He placed one hand across his chest and opened his lips lightly. "I skates." Akiji raised the ice blade in his hand and faced Xiachen's stick. The moment the two came into contact, a powerful wave spread from the place where the two met to the surroundings. Several huge cracks appeared in the surrounding houses in the aftermath. At this time, Ace had already rushed in front of the two of them and shouted loudly, "Xiachen, get out of the way!" Xiachen, who heard Ace's voice, didn't hesitate at all and hurriedly stepped aside. As soon as Xiachen got out of the way, he heard Ace's voice. "Sacred fire, Shiranui." Two huge flame spears hit Akiji directly, and the powerful impact pushed his body back, collapsing an unknown number of houses along the way. What should I say? This move of mine is quite powerful, isn't it? Ace came over and said happily, "It's indeed quite big, but it's probably useless." Xiachen replied calmly. Sure enough, in less than a second, Akiji turned into ice again and appeared in front of them. There were no signs of injury at all. Seeing this scene, Xiachen also shook his head. It would be troublesome to fight against such a Logia opponent with top knowledge and skills. That part of the body has been elementalized before the attack even arrives, so even if they have domineering power, they can't hit them. It seems that it is still unexpected. Just when Xiachen was still thinking about how to break the situation, Akiji's faint voice came. "Don't be distracted. Frozen time capsule." Two cold air projectiles were shot from Akiji's hands and flew toward them at high speed. Xiachen and Ace flew into the sky together without any hesitation. Bang! The moment the cold air projectile hit the ground, an extremely strong cold air emitted from it, freezing everything around it. Meteor, fire ring, fire pillar. The three of them fought fiercely together again. After some time, Ace and Xiachen gasped for air together. During the period just now, they didn't hold back at all, using various big moves in turn. So now, even with their monster-like physical strength, they can't help but feel a little tired. Moreover, they'd already lost some glory at this time. Compared to the opposite Akiji, who was just panting slightly but not injured at all, they were already at a disadvantage. Akiji stood still slightly, his aura constantly gathering. Seeing this scene, Xiachen knew that he was going to use his big move. He quickly made a defensive posture and stared at Akiji. Sure enough, when the momentum gathered to a certain moment, Akiji faintly uttered a few words from his mouth. "Ice Age." In an instant, Xiachen felt an extreme sense of danger and immediately wanted to escape from this place. But Akiji's move was not only extremely powerful, but also extremely fast. By the time he reacted and wanted to escape, it was already too late. His lower body had turned into an ice sculpture, as did Ace next to him. Even though he was already trying hard to release his fire, he was still swallowed bit by the ice. After a while, two lifelike ice sculptures appeared in front of Akiji. At this time, Xiachen, who was in the ice sculpture, found that although he could not move, his consciousness still existed due to his own strength. After trying a little bit to struggle, Xiachen found that it was of no use. This ice is not the kind that Akiji uses to freeze Minggu. This is ice created by Akiji's ultimate secret, Ice Age. In terms of intensity, he didn't know how much stronger it was, and at this time there was still an extremely strong cold air that was constantly intruding into his body, making his body stiffer and stiffer, and thus losing his ability to move. Akiji slowly walked up to the two ice sculptures and said softly, "It's really going to take some tricks to deal with you two. But now, everything is over." Akiji took out the phone bug from his pocket and didn't know why it wasn't damaged in the fierce battle just now. Just when he was about to notify Smoker to come over and clean up the mess, a faint voice sounded in his ears. Jiang Sanshur Yinaraku. A stick suddenly appeared above Akiji's head, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. At this time, it was too late for him to transform into elements again, so he could only wrap his arms with armed colors and cross them across his head. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the ground where Akiji was standing cracked like a spider web with him as the center. The entire ground was dented by more than 1 meter under the impact of this blow. Cough! Akiji couldn't help coughing, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Xia-Chun above his head with a puzzled face. Aren't you frozen? Who told you that I was frozen? Use your sense of perception to better understand what is in the ice cubes. Akiji was slightly stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but release his sense of knowledge and move towards the frozen Xia-Chun. After a few breaths, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Are you a clone? From his careful perception, Xia-Chun in the ice cube had a strange aura. If he had to describe it, it would be that it lacked the aura of life. But this detail cannot be discovered without careful perception, which is why he didn't notice it just now. Bingo, that's right. Xia-Chun snapped his fingers, and then Xia-Chun in the ice began to disappear and then appeared next to him in an instant. Xia-Chun can directly recall and summon his own clone, and even if the clone is fatally injured, he only needs to withdraw it and release it again to be in full condition. This is why Xia-Chun thought it was a magical skill when he saw it. The only problem is that each time you summon a clone, you need to consume a certain amount of physical energy, and the summoned clone is also summoned according to his current state. Is this the power of your devil fruit? What kind of fruit is this? It's the devil fruit's ability. As for the devil fruit, it's not convenient to reveal it. Xia-Chun replied calmly. He will explain all the abilities that appear on him as devil fruit abilities, otherwise it would be impossible to explain them clearly. Then Porecasty Ace is also a doppelganger? Oh, that's not true. He was really frozen. As he said this, Xia-Chun walked up to Ace's ice sculpture, wrapped around Shangliu Ying, and punched the ice sculpture in front of him with a domineering punch. There's no way. This ice is relatively hard. You have to use some force. Xia-Chun punched it several times in succession. When the first few punches were thrown, the ice sculpture did not change at all, and not even the ice chips were knocked off. And when Xia-Chun punched out his last punch, the entire ice sculpture instantly collapsed, revealing Ace inside. Seeing this, Xia-Chun couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he got the high-level armed color hockey this time and mastered Liu Ying. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to do anything with this ice. After coming out, Ace moved his hands and feet. Although he was not frozen for a long time, the biting cold air at that moment still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Ace leaned close to Xia-Chun's ear and whispered to him, Luffy and the others have almost escaped now. I think we can just run away, depending on the situation. We can't beat him. Ace still has a clear understanding of his own strength. If he can stop a general in a short time, he can indeed do it. But if you think about it for a long time, it is definitely impossible. So Ace already has the idea of running away. Otherwise, he will not be able to run if he runs out of energy later. Hey. Can you discuss this in front of me so openly? Akiji said dissatisfied. Ace was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then said subconsciously, Didn't I just whisper it in his ear? Akiji said a little speechlessly, We are only less than 10 meters apart. No matter how quiet you say, I can still hear it with my sense of sight. Oh, forgot I lost it. Ace shouted, covering his head. Seeing this scene, Xia-Chun didn't want to say anything anymore. You're the only one who still mocks Luffy as a fool every day. Aren't you still a fool sometimes? But it's definitely much better than Luffy. At this moment, Akiji said, What you said really woke me up. If you want to leave, I may not be able to stop you. In this case, I Sage. Hearing this familiar voice, the two subconsciously flew towards the sky, but Akiji's goal this time was not to freeze them. The ice began to rise from the ground as it spread more than 1,000 meters, and then formed a huge cover that enveloped them all. This huge movement instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Luffy and others who escaped. Then what is that? Sanji asked in shock. They saw a huge ice cover appearing in front of them. From their perspective, it even seemed to wrap up the entire city. Seeing this scene, Luffy couldn't help but shouted anxiously, "Xiao-chun Ace!" Then he immediately turned around and went back, but he was kicked out by Sanji as soon as he took a few steps. Sanji looked at him unkindly and asked, "What do you want to do?" "I want to go back and save Xiao-chun and the others." "Do you think you can save them if you go back? They finally let us escape. If you go over now, their efforts will be in vain. Do you know what it means to be a general in our headquarters? Even Xiao-chun told us to escape first when dealing with this kind of opponent. But you are not aware of the strength gap between Xiao-chun and us. If you go back, you will definitely die." Sanji said everything he wanted to say and scolded Luffy. If possible, do they want to leave Xiao-chun and escape first? It was because they knew that they were a burden to Xiao-chun that they decided to leave without adding any burden to Xiao-chun. After listening to Sanji's words, Luffy sat there in silence for a long time. After a while, he stood up and said, "Let's get on the boat and run." At this time, Xiao-chun is here. Xiao-chun and Ace both had puzzled expressions on their faces. Looking at the outside from their perspective at this time, it looked like a mosaic. Even the sun in the sky felt like a light bulb in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Xiao-chun couldn't help but darken his face and looked at Ace unkindly. It's all his fault for speaking so loudly. Otherwise, Akiji wouldn't have built such a big ice shield to prevent them from escaping. Feeling Xiao-chun's gaze, Ace turned his head away embarrassedly. This wave is indeed his problem, but now it's useless to talk about this. How to escape is the problem. And now there's a problem before them. That is because they're in this huge ice cover, the air cannot penetrate at all. So in other words, if you use more oxygen, you will need less oxygen. Speaking of this, Xiao-chun always felt that something had been forgotten by him. What is it? Xiao-chun thought hard and didn't react suddenly until he felt the heat coming from his side. He shouted hurriedly, "No! Great Flame Ring Fire Emperor!" In an instant, Ace created a huge fireball and threw it towards the ice cover. Boom! The moment the fireball came into contact with the ice, it first made a huge explosion sound, and then made a sizzling sound of the ice melting. When all the movement fell silent, the three people present felt like they had breathed a sigh of relief. And all this is because Ace's fireball just consumed a lot of oxygen, and the most important thing is that the ice cover has not been broken yet. At this time, Ace's eyes almost popped out when he looked at the gap in the ice cover, which was more than a few hundred meters deep. Then he asked Akiji with an ugly face, "How thick is your ice cover?" "It's not very thick, just 2,000 meters. Akiji replied calmly. 2,000 meters? Ace felt bad after hearing this. As for that, is it necessary? When Xiao-chun heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He was afraid that they would run away. If you trap us here like this, you will also be troubled by oxygen. Why bother? Why don't we go out and fight? Ace suddenly said to Akiji. He really couldn't use it here. Any skill will consume a lot of oxygen, which is ridiculous. You are indeed right about this. But compared to you, I will be much less troubled. Life returned. As Akiji finished speaking, his body began to change slightly, and his entire body swelled a little more than before. Then he looked at Xiao-chun and the two of them and said lightly, I have the skill of returning life and can control various parts of my body at will, so I can reduce my need for oxygen to an extremely low level. Now, do you still think that I'm the same as you? Hearing this, Ace's face darkened again, and then said to Xiao-chun, the current situation is very unfavorable to us. The problem of oxygen is... Before Ace finished speaking, he saw that Xiao-chun's body had also changed, and his body expanded a little like Akiji. #degree. What is this? Return your life. Xiao-chun replied calmly. Ace, why you two know this skill? Are you two working together? I was the only one who was affected by the co-authorship. Ace's heart was extremely unbalanced at this time, and among the three people present, he was the only one who had turned into a little loser. Akiji on the opposite side was very shocked when he looked at Xiao-chun and couldn't help but said, I just saw you know the 6 styles of Marine, and I want to ask, why do you know the 6 styles of Marine? And you can even master the return of life. Don't you know that? I'm extremely talented. Isn't it normal to be able to do 6 postures? Akiji's eyes turned cold when he heard this. In this case, I can only ask you after I capture you in Push City. Yo, General Akiji, I haven't even written my horoscope yet. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. It's not up to you to decide whether you can catch me or not. After saying that, Xia-chun turned to look at Ace and said, wait a minute, and I'll help you break through this ice block. Then you run away, and I'll help you stop him. Can you do that? How will you escape later? You don't have to worry about how I escape. Between 2 people, the stronger one will always stay and support me. Don't you think? Ace was about to get angry, but he didn't know what to say. During this period of fighting, he really saw that Xia-chan was stronger than him. Not only that, he also has many more strange methods than him. Unlike him, he can do nothing but set fires. Thinking of this, Ace felt dissatisfied with the Xiao fruit for the first time, and an inexplicable sentence appeared in his mind. No dogs will eat the Xiao fruit. After thinking for a moment, Ace nodded and agreed to the plan. Seeing this situation, Xia-chan summoned a clone to stand side by side with him. Akiji across from him narrowed his eyes when he saw this situation and became alarmed. He always felt that Xia-chan was going to hold back something big next. Xia-chan smiled slightly, looked at Akiji, and said, don't die with this next move. The 2 Xia-chan stood on both sides respectively, holding sticks in both hands and raising them high, and their momentum continued to gather. Not good. Feeling the power of Xia-chan's move, Akiji quickly used Xiao to dodge. When the sinking power reached its peak, Xia-chan felt Akiji's position and struck out the attack. Hi. The extremely powerful combo attack speeds towards Akiji, much faster than he can move with shaving, and because the coverage area is too large, this move will definitely not be able to be defeated using elementalization. Boom! The attack hit the ice at the back, and the ice continued to shatter under this powerful attack, with countless ice shards flying. Afterwards, a hole was directly blasted out of the 2-kilometer-thick ice cover. What? Xia-chan narrowed his eyes and immediately shouted. However, just as he was about to run away, a voice rang in his ears. Didn't I tell you that I would be in trouble if you left? When Xia-chan heard this, his pupils shrank instantly, and then he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and then his whole body flew out instantly. Xia-chan, who was in the air, stepped on Moonwalk several times and finally relieved the force. Then, before he could recover, an ice blade appeared in front of his eyes and slashed towards him. Xia-chan quickly put the stick across his body and flew backwards again. When Ace saw this situation, he just wanted to come over and help. Xia-chan quickly shouted, let's go. I can think of a way on my own. After saying that, Xia-chan's clone dragged Ace and ran away using somersault clouds. In a critical moment, the only option is to give Ace some advantage and let him sit in the clouds. Akiji did not stop this situation. Now, in his opinion, the young man in front of him is the biggest threat. At this age, he actually has such fighting power. The attack just now even injured him, and it was caused by the aftermath when he briefly blocked the attack with an ice wall and then got out of the way. Thinking of that offensive move, Akiji was still a little frightened. If he was accidentally hit by that move from the front, even he would be seriously injured. So in his current view, Xia-chan in front of him is the biggest threat. All Fire Fist aces have to be moved to the back. Of course, this is without him knowing that Ace is Roger's son. If he knew, it would be impossible to tell. Thinking of this, Akiji's attacks became more and more fierce, and various attacks continued to hit Xia-chan. At a certain moment, Akiji seized an opportunity and fired 2 spears towards Xia-chan. Xia-chan couldn't react to this blow and could only cover his body with armor in an attempt to block the blow. But it is a pity that Xia-chan's armament has not been as strong as it was at the beginning of the battle. The ice spear penetrated the domineering energy and inserted into Xia-chan's body, causing countless blood splashes. Xia-chan was also directly knocked away more than 10 meters by the power attached to the ice spear before falling heavily to the ground. Ahem! The moment he landed, Xiaqin spit out a large mouthful of blood. Looking at Akiji walking towards him slowly, Xiaqin still asked with a smile, even in this situation, "Is this your true strength?" Ahem. After saying that, Xiaqin vomited out another mouthful of blood, and at the same time, he felt a heartbreaking pain due to the wound involved. This Akiji is so ruthless that he kept letting off steam when he beat Luffy in the original work. Is it possible that his old Uncle Huang gave you a favor? At this moment, Xiaqin finally felt the pressure of a general. Now, he also understands that Akiji was just playing with the two of them that time, and his current strength is not at the same level as before, right? It made him think that he was not far away from the general just now. It made him swell a little more. As for now, all I can say is that what was swollen just now has all shrunk back. However, Xiaqin can accept this situation. If the general really only has this little strength, it would be really unreasonable. Xiaqin slowly stood up and pulled out the ice spear on his body. Then the injuries on his body recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. New granulations continued to grow from the wound, and after a while there was no trace of the wound on his body. Only the blood stains could prove that Xiaqin had been seriously injured just now. Although the defense of his current indestructible body is not enough to help him withstand Akiji's attack, his recovery ability is still strong. It's just that recovering from these injuries will consume Xiaqin's physical strength, so Xiaqin's face is a little pale now, looking like a ghost. Seeing this, Akiji looks shocked again. Animal-type abilities? Although it is a question, it is an affirmative tone. In Akiji's knowledge, only the animal type can have this effect, and it must be a fantasy beast type. Xiaqin didn't answer, but looked at Akiji with a smile on his face. A new round begins. At this time, the other side. Ace was stunned when he saw Xiaqin chewing a golden apple in front of him, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. "Aren't you a clone?" After hearing this, Xiaqin's clone raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "What? The clone has no human rights? Can't even chew an apple? Ace, is this what I want to say? What I want to ask is, why don't you help your body? There is no real body. Each of my clones is directly controlled by my consciousness, so you can regard all of my clones as me. I must have my own plan to eat apples leisurely here. Otherwise, why would I be here? The problem is, if your real body is captured and you put seafloor stone handcuffs on it, won't you disappear? Well, there's no need to worry about that. I have my own way of escaping. Akiji will never be able to catch me. Okay, let's go our separate ways here. I'm going to find Luffy and the others." Xiaqin said, looking at Ace. "Together? I happen to be going to Yuba too." Ace replied, "Blackbeard isn't there. There's no need to look for it." Xiaqin replied calmly, "By the way, you remember what I told you before? You are no match for Blackbeard, so you'd better not go to him. Also, let me tell you something else. Blackbeard knows everything about you, so once you lose, there will be serious consequences. He was on our ship before and must know me very well. I know this, but it doesn't matter, right? Many people on the ship know me very well." Ace asked in confusion, "I'm not talking about these things, but..." At this point, Xiaqin's eyes narrowed, and then he spoke word by word. "Your life experience." For a moment, Ace looked at Xiaqin in front of him, his pupils shrinking suddenly, as if he heard something unbelievable. Xiaqin ignored Ace's shock and continued, "Do you know how much impact it will have if the identity of your One Piece son is revealed? You will be, I will always have only one father, and that is Whitebeard." Before Xiaqin finished speaking, Ace suddenly yelled. Seeing Ace's appearance, Xiaqin didn't say anything else, but looked at him quietly, then turned around and left after a while. As Xiaqin walked away, he said, "The consequences have been told to you. What you do depends on you. By the way, I'll give you a taste of this too." A golden apple was dumped by Xiaqin to Ace. "Eat it, it tastes very good. The most important thing is, if you eat it, you can live for 1,000 years. After saying that, Xiaqin walked forward while whistling. Ace looked at the apple in his hand, then at Xiaqin's back, and suddenly smiled. This guy. The perspective switches back to the city of rapeseed flowers. Bang! A figure flew out like a meteor and landed heavily in the rubble not far away. After a while, the figure struggled to sit up, but did not stand up. His physical strength had reached its limit. Yes, this figure is Xiachun. Xiachun coughed a few times and laughed, looking at Akiji, whose clothes were slightly damaged across from him. It seems I can still cause some trouble to the general. After saying that, Xiachun lay on the ground. Although he was not injured, he felt that his physical strength was being drained. Akiji walked over slowly, looked at Xiachun, who was lying on the ground and was breathing heavily, with a flash of admiration in his eyes, and said, "You are very strong, but at your age, I am far inferior to you." "Really? Ha ha! It's such an honor to be praised so highly by a marine general. Well, I want to ask, if you enter Impel Down City, can you give me a better room?" Xiachun said with a faint smile, without any fear of being caught. "Well, you have to discuss this with Warring States Fleet Admiral." "That's it, that's fine too. Then after you catch me, are you going to catch others?" Xiachun asked again. "No." Akiji shook his head. "Just leave the remaining pirates to Smoker. As for you, I happen to be in the nearby waters, so Smoker asked me to stop by and catch you. With you as a big fish, the other pirates are no longer important. Otherwise, I will be the one in trouble." Akiji touched his head and said calmly. At this time, he fully demonstrated his lazy justice and did not want to deal with too many troublesome things. "It turns out that this cute little Smoker came here to find you. You are really brave. It seems that if you can escape in the future, you will have to take good care of him. Don't worry, you won't have this chance." As he said this, Akiji took a pair of seafloor stone handcuffs from somewhere and put them on Xiachun's hands. Xiachun immediately pretended to be weak. "It's just acting. Who can't do it?" After some time, Smoker brought a group of people here, and then they saw a scene that made them unbelievable. Xiachun, a pirate, and Akiji, a marine general, were sitting on a big rock chatting happily. If it weren't for the fact that Xiachun still had a pair of seafloor stone handcuffs on his hand, they might have thought that Xiachun had joined Marine or Akiji had joined pirates. Smoker came to Akiji and asked, "General Akiji, what are you doing?" "Oh, Brother Xiachun is very interesting to talk to. It's a pleasure to chat with him." "Yes, Uncle Akiji is quite interesting, and the ice water he makes is delicious. Who knows how refreshing it is to drink a glass of ice water in a desert climate." Xiachun shook the ice cup in the water and said, "Everyone." 2 days later, in the desert on the Yuba and Yuyen routes, Luffy and his party were trekking hard at this time. So thirsty," Luffy said with his tongue hanging down. Yesterday, after they worked so hard to travel so far to Juba, they learned that the rebel army was no longer there, but had moved to a city called Catalia. Suddenly, everyone was confused. They were no longer here. So what were they doing these 2 days? Playing? Finally, after discussing for a while, everyone decided to go to Crocodile's base camp and go directly to find trouble with Crocodile. As long as Crocodile is solved, everything will be solved. So now they are on their way to the rainy land again. Under the blazing sun, Usopp couldn't help complaining. Xiachun's absence is troublesome. Not only is there no food, there is no water, and there are no clouds. I've been really tired, hungry, and thirsty these 2 days. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nodded in agreement. They were really not used to it for a while without Xiachun. By the way, how do you think Xiachun is doing? Vivi suddenly asked. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly sank, and no one spoke. After a while, it was Luffy who spoke first. "It will definitely be fine. It's not like you don't know Xiachun's strength. He is so strong, so he will definitely be fine. But according to what you said, that Marine General is also very strong, and it will be very troublesome for Xiachun to deal with it. Maybe Xiachun is resting somewhere after defeating him with Ace." After Luffy finished speaking, no one answered him, and everyone remained silent. After a while, Nami smiled and said, "Luffy is right. Xiachun is so strong. He must be fine. For us, the first priority now is to stop Crocodile's conspiracy. Xiachun will come back to us when he recovers from his injury. Yes, trust our vice captain. That guy is ridiculously strong. Zoro also said calmly. Yes, that's right, believe Xiachun. Everyone nodded in unison. Let's go. Defeat Crocodile. Luffy shouted. Everyone also shouted. Down with Crocodile. After half a day, Luffy and others finally arrived at Crocodile's base camp, the Rainland. As soon as they entered the Rainland, everyone did not go to Crocodile immediately, but went to a tavern first. Luffy picked up a bucket and drank from it. He was really thirsty to death. The situation of the others was basically the same. They were all drinking water like they were trying to drink back all the water they had lost in the past few days. After drinking the water, Luffy let out a sigh of relief. This was the first time he felt that ordinary boiled water could taste so good. Okay, let's go defeat Crocodile. After drinking, Luffy stood up and shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone in the entire tavern turned their eyes towards him and stared at him unkindly. After a while, a man stood up and walked slowly towards Luffy, saying as he walked, "Who are you? What do you want to do to the hero of our kingdom?" The hero of the kingdom? Isn't he a big bad guy? Luffy asked doubtfully. However, his words directly ignited the anger of everyone present. They all stood up and roared. Crocodile is the hero of our kingdom and has saved us countless times from pirates. You are unforgivable. In an instant, all the people rushed towards Luffy, looking like they wanted to eat him alive. Seeing this, Usopp and others next to him immediately tactfully left within 5 meters of Luffy, with expressions on their faces that said we didn't recognize him. Sigma, it's not you. Luffy's eyes widened as he watched the people around him disappear in an instant. But before he could even utter a word of condemnation, a person came to him and hit him hard in the face. Luffy instantly shrank his head to avoid these attacks, but looking at the crowd of people around him, he thought it would be better to run away first. When he ran to the door, he suddenly saw Zoro and others standing there with no concern in his peripheral vision. Instantly, he felt unbalanced. So, Zoro, why are you still standing here? Let's run together. Luffy said this brightly, and then quickly ran outside. However, after hearing Luffy's words, Zoro and the others' expressions instantly changed as if they had eaten something. Then they turned their heads stiffly, and sure enough they saw the crowd staring at them angrily. Once Luffy runs away, the firepower will naturally be borne by their companions. Run, run! Usopp shouted. Then the first one rushed out. Then everyone ran out together, and a group of people behind them were also chasing after them. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Luffy, you must kill him. In a dark place in the town, a group of people were breathing heavily. These people are really good at running, Nami said, panting with his hands on his knees. Indeed, even someone as capable as me can't stand it. Usopp said the same. It's all this idiot Luffy's fault. Didn't Vivi say it before? Now Crocodile is a hero in the eyes of the people, and he still says such things in public. The key is to support us, Sanji said with the same breath, but his tone was filled with anger towards Luffy. Everyone, you are here. At this time, a voice came from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. When everyone saw this person clearly, sunny smiles appeared on their faces. Yeah, we're here. Bang, bang. There was a continuous sound of hitting objects, accompanied by someone's screams, which gradually stopped after a minute. I'm so sorry. Luffy bowed to everyone and apologized with a head that was at least 3 times too big. This time, Luffy was outraged. 5 people and a reindeer greeted him vigorously. Using their hands and feet together, they were all a bit weak. After resting for a few minutes, Nami stood up and said, "Let's go to the rain feast and find Crocodile." But she suddenly seemed to think of something, turned to stare at Luffy, and said, "Luffy, if you yell on the street again, I think you know what the consequences will be, right?" Seeing Nami's gloomy expression, Luffy's body trembled for a moment, and he hurriedly replied, I know. After a while, everyone finally arrived at the Yuyan. It looks like a casino, but is actually the headquarters of the Baroque studio. After the previous lessons, everyone was relatively more cautious this time, and they behaved themselves all the way here. The main thing is that Luffy behaves himself, so it's okay. Come on, let's go in. Sanji said after taking a puff of cigarette. As soon as they entered the rain banquet, all kinds of shouting sounds filled their ears. What they saw was countless people shouting around different gambling venues. "Where is Crocodile?" Usopp asked Vivi in a low voice. "I don't know either." Vivi shook her head. Then he said, "This is also my first time here." At this time, in a corner of the casino, a woman wearing a hat was saying something to a group of middle-aged men. "See that group of people? Invite them to the VIP room." "But this is the boss's arrangement." The middle-aged man wanted to say something else, but the woman's words immediately shut him up. He could refute the woman who was the store manager, but he couldn't refute their boss. "I know." After saying that, the middle-aged man walked towards Luffy and the others. The woman, Robin, glanced at Luffy and the others again at this time. She breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the figure that frightened her was not there. Facing him last time was so stressful. It seems that Akiji really caught him. Robin murmured in a low voice. It didn't take long for the entire Alabasta to receive the news of such an intense battle breaking out in rapeseed flowers. Even Crocodile couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when he learned that Akiji was here. He didn't feel relieved until he heard that Akiji left by boat not long after. Afterwards, he also went to rapeseed flowers to see that the entire city was completely destroyed in this battle, and there were traces of ice everywhere. Even after being exposed to the sun for more than a day, the ice has only melted a little. This also made him clearly feel the strength of a general. With his strength, he was definitely no match. At the same time, he also became curious about Xiachun, who could fight Akiji. When he learned that he was also a member of the Straw Hats and had been defeated by Akiji, Crocodile even wanted to thank Akiji. Judging from the intelligence obtained during this period, he already knew that the Straw Hats were very hostile to him and were already on their way to stop his plan. It would have been a headache for him if the Straw Hats had such a powerful fighter, but now it's fine. Akiji helped him solve this trouble. It seems that I can put in more good words for Akiji at meetings in the future. Back in time, when Luffy and the others were still wondering where Crocodile was, the middle-aged man walked up to everyone and said to them, "Our boss is waiting for you in the VIP room over there." Everyone looked where he pointed and saw a door with a gold frame appearing in front of them, with the 3 letters VIP hanging on it. And there were a bunch of welcome gestures at the door to welcome them in. "Hey, so arrogant? Doesn't this mean you are telling us to come here?" Zoro raised an eyebrow and said, "Crocodile, I'm coming." Luffy shouted and rushed towards the door. "This idiot." Sanji couldn't help complaining, holding his forehead. "Let's go. Follow Luffy." Zoro ran after Luffy. Then everyone followed behind and walked over. The moment they entered the door, they were greeted by a long passage. At the end of the passage, there were 2 signs. One says VIP and the other says Pirates. "Should we go VIP or Pirate?" Usopp asked doubtfully. "We are pirates, so of course we should follow the pirate path." Luffy answered directly without thinking. "You idiot pirate, this looks like a trap, okay?" Sanji said angrily, "No, I'm going to take the pirate's road." After saying that, everyone came to the end of the road, and Luffy turned directly towards the pirate's road. Usopp and Zoro followed suit. "Oh, why is it dead end?" Luffy asked in confusion, rubbing his head. However, before they could react, the floor under their feet opened directly downwards, and in an instant, Luffy and the 3 of them fell in. Sanji and others at the back were still on top, because they ran too slowly and did not reach that position. Seeing this, Sanji hurriedly shouted, "Luffy, catch me." "Oh!" At this time, Luffy finally reacted after experiencing a period of weightlessness. He stretched out his left hand to wrap around Zoro and Usopp and stretch his right hand directly upward towards Sanji. "Ha ha! It's so dangerous," Luffy said with a laugh after coming up. Little did he know that there was a fist behind his head ready to strike. Bang! Luffy punched Nami again. "I told you to be on the safe side. You still have to choose a pirate. You can be fooled by such a simple trap. Okay, let's go to the other side. Please note that although the other road is clearly a trap, there is no guarantee that this road will be safe. So, we have to be careful. After that, Nami looked at Luffy and said, "Go ahead and explore the way." Oh good. Then a magical scene happened. Luffy was walking in front alone, and the people behind him were at least 10 meters away from him. The main theme is a dead Taoist friend who is not dead, but a poor Taoist. The captain is just selling it. However, there were no accidents along the way. They passed through the passage smoothly and came to a huge underground room. The room has a conference table and multiple chairs. At this time, a slightly hoarse male voice came from the front. "I didn't expect you to be quite smart and didn't fall into the trap I set." After the words fell, the chair in the front slowly turned around, and a man wearing a black cloak with a stitch mark on his face was sitting there with his legs crossed. "Crocodile." The moment she saw this man, Vivi said with an ugly expression, "Oh, Princess Vivi, why are you looking at me with such hostility? Did I do something to offend you? Crocodile, are you still acting now? I have already investigated everything. The natural disasters, rebellions, and dancing fan incidents that have occurred in Alabasta over the years are all due to you. Why are you doing this to Alabasta? Have we ever offended you?" Vivi roared loudly, her tone containing hatred for Crocodile. "Ha ha ha!" Crocodile suddenly laughed when he heard this. "What's so funny?" Vivi said angrily. "Isn't it funny? Don't you think it's funny to see you being fooled around by me like a fool? Yes, I did all these things, and I also manipulated the conflict between the king's army and the rebel army. It's no wonder that your people don't believe in your dear father, the king of Alabasta. As for why I do this, ha ha, I just can't stand those hypocrites who pretend to be kind, so I want to bring down your father. What do you think? Is this reason enough? Ha ha. UB asterisk 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 D. Vivi gritted her teeth. Just then Luffy spoke. "Crocodile, right? I'm going to blow you away." After saying that, Luffy rushed directly towards Crocodile. "Wait, Luffy!" Zoro shouted hurriedly, but it was no use. I couldn't help but curse secretly. This idiot! Luffy used his shave to get close to Crocodile, but he still had that indifferent smile on his face. Rubber pistol. Luffy punched Crocodile directly in the face, but it had no effect and penetrated directly through his body. Immediately afterwards, Crocodile's hand appeared in front of Luffy and strangled his neck. "Straw Hat Boy, I have killed batch after batch of idiots like you." Having said that, Crocodile activated his fruit power, and in an instant, Luffy's body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon he was doing it alone. Then he was thrown back by Crocodile. "Luffy!" Sanji jumped and caught the flying Luffy, but at this time, Luffy's eyes were already a little distracted, and his whole body was light and airy. "Give Luffy some water," Vivi shouted loudly. Then everyone hurriedly poured the water they carried on Luffy's body. Crocodile had no intention of stopping them. In his opinion, ants are ants after all. Crushing him to death several times is the same as crushing him to death once, and it doesn't take much effort at all. After a while, Luffy's body began to slowly change back to its original appearance after absorbing the water. Next second, Luffy did a sit-up and instantly sat up, breathing in air. It was so dangerous. I almost thought I was going to die. Did it take just one move to kill Luffy? Zoro said solemnly. Of course. Ha ha. Crocodile laughed again. Because you and I are not the same level of pirates. If that demon King Xiachun is on your ship, I might be a little afraid of you. But just you? A group of unknown people who don't even know the colors of their weapons want to defeat me. Stop talking nonsense. Xiachun will be here soon. Don't be complacent. When he comes, he will beat you to the ground. Usopp shouted without confidence. Unexpectedly, Crocodile couldn't help laughing again when he heard this. Ha ha! You don't know, right? Xiachun on your ship has been defeated by Akiji, and he has been gone for a few days now. After a while, you may receive news that he has been imprisoned in Impel Down City. Oh no, you will never see that day again, because you will all die here today. What? Everyone had expressions of disbelief on their faces when they heard the news. Xiachun, how is that possible? Nami stuttered, unwilling to believe this fact. Xiachun is so strong. How could he be defeated? You must be lying to us. Luffy, who had recovered at this time, also shouted, "Why do I need to lie to you?" Crocodile spread his hands. "You nameless people really don't know what level of power General Marine is. That's not something that just any cat or dog can deal with." Everyone who heard this couldn't help but fell silent at this time, and the expressions on their faces began to become extremely ugly. In fact, they had already made some speculations since Xia-chan had received no news in the past few days, but they just didn't want to believe this fact. Even now that they have received the news, it is still a bit difficult for them to accept it. Xia-chan is so strong. How could he lose? Everyone was silent for a long time, and then Luffy slowly raised his head and stared at Crocodile firmly. "Then we will defeat you first, and then go rescue Xia-chan." Ha ha! He is indeed a little pirate. He doesn't know how high the sky is, and he dares to say anything. Leaving aside the fact that you can't defeat me, do you know where Impel Down is? Just because you want to save people from there? Stop laughing so hard. Crocodile yelled out the last sentence. "I don't care. I'm going to save you. Also, I will definitely beat you away." Luffy looked at Crocodile with firm eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy rushed towards Crocodile again and punched him again. Looking at Luffy, Crocodile, who had a short memory, he couldn't help but sneered. "Boy, don't you understand? You can't touch." Before Crocodile could finish speaking, he received a heavy blow to the stomach and was knocked straight out, hitting the wall behind him. Crocodile stood up immediately after falling to the ground, looked at the water droplets on Luffy's hand, and said with a gloomy look, "I didn't expect that by accident you would know the secret that water can touch me." "I see. That's why you want to take away everyone's rain? Just because it's a way to restrain you?" Vivi said in surprise. "This way they can also cause damage to Crocodile. Everyone, hurry up and sprinkle water on yourself." Nami turned to everyone and shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone sprinkled the remaining water on themselves. Then everyone stared at Crocodile with confidence. Crocodile looked at the situation in front of him with gloomy eyes, but what Luffy said next made him feel like a clown. So water can restrain you? I thought it was my weapon that hit you." After saying that, Luffy raised his arm, and the dark armor color on it looked so dark and shiny. Just like Crocodile's face now. Crocodile's face at this time really looked like he had eaten a dead fly, especially when he looked at the expressions of the group of people opposite him looking at him. "Oh, I didn't expect that Master Shichibukai turned out to be a good person. He was afraid that we couldn't defeat him, so he told us his weaknesses." Usopp said slyly. Indeed, he's really a good man." Everyone echoed, their tone full of ridicule for Crocodile. Then everyone looked at Luffy again. Zoro looked at the armed hockey in Luffy's hand and said sourly, "I didn't expect you to master the armed hockey first. Damn it, I'm obviously just a little closer. Ha! Isn't it normal for me to be stronger as a captain?" Luffy came over and happily patted Zoro on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay, relax. Maybe you will master it naturally someday. I only broke through the critical point after being sucked dry by him just now. When we fight him later, you may be able to master it naturally if you chop him a few times." "Huh, that makes sense." Zoro's eyes lit up when he heard this. He pulled out the knife from his waist and stared at Crocodile. At the same time, other people were also staring at him eagerly, looking at an experienced monster. This made him feel very unhappy. A bunch of brats dare to challenge me. You are really looking for death. Desert Diamond Sword. As Crocodile finished speaking, his hand suddenly moved downward. In an instant, several sand blades attacked Luffy and others. #degree. Everyone was frightened by the incoming sand blade and fled away one after another. However, after crossing them, the sand blade slashed toward the wall behind them. In an instant, the entire wall was divided into two parts. Since this place is in a huge pool, as soon as the wall cracks, countless water pours in. "Ha ha! You can be buried here as long as you are here." Crocodile laughed first. Then his body turned into a burst of sand and flew toward the exit, disappearing from everyone's sight soon after. "Run!" After some time, ahem, It was so dangerous, I almost drowned. Luffy turned over and said with lingering fear, "Just now, because Crocodile's sand blade destroyed several walls at the same time, the water poured in at an unknown speed, and soon the entire room was filled. As a devil fruit user, he would naturally act like a loser when faced with this situation. If Zoro hadn't saved him, he might have died." After taking a break, Luffy couldn't help but curse. "That be asterisk, 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 D, crocodile. What? You miss me so much." However, the next second he finished speaking, a voice came over, causing everyone lying on the ground to stand up instantly. Everyone looked up and saw Crocodile standing on a rooftop looking down at them. He said sadly, "Your life is really big, even if you don't die. We won't fall until we knock you down." Luffy said calmly, then closed his eyes. Gradually, his right fist began to turn dark. It is the domineering look of armed color. "Rubber pistol." Luffy punched Crocodile directly. But Crocodile just dodged Luffy's attack. Arc-shaped sand dune. Hashtag degree. Seeing the attack coming towards him, Luffy was frightened and hurriedly left the place with a shaver. When he saw this attack hitting the ground and directly eroding the ground into sand, he patted his chest in fear. However, before Luffy could breathe a sigh of relief, Crocodile's next attack had already arrived in front of him. Sandstorm. As soon as he finished speaking, a tornado of sandstorm hit them from the direction of Crocodile. At the beginning, it was only about the size of a palm. However, as the distance between them shortened, the tornado sandstorm became larger and larger, and by the time they were in front of them, it had become 5 or 6 meters high. Everyone was unable to dodge and was directly swept up by the tornado sandstorm, heading towards the desert area. Bang! Ahem! This sand makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Usopp kneeled on the sand and coughed a few times and said, "Did this guy Crocodile blow us all to the desert?" Sanji stood up and looked at the surrounding desert and said, "Yes, because I will use this place as your burial ground." Desert sunflower. The familiar voice of Crocodile made everyone's hearts suddenly lift, and they also felt that the sand under their feet began to collapse. "Get out of here!" Sanji shouted, but it was too late. The sand under their feet turned into quicksand like a whirlpool in the sea, pulling them inward. What is this?" Nami shouted as she ran upwards, but even so, her body still fell down little by little. "Will we die if we get sucked in?" Chopper burst into tears. "It will definitely happen." Usopp was also scared to death. Ha ha! Seeing this situation, Crocodile laughed again. "You just become the wreckage of the sand sea here." After saying that, he looked at Vivi. "Princess Vivi, the rebels have gone to Alabasta now. What do you think will happen if I use some means to make them fight after I get there?" Bye. After saying that, Crocodile turned around and disappeared into a gust of sand before everyone's eyes. Crocodile. One day later, Alabasta, the royal capital of Alabasta. King Cobra sat on the throne with a solemn expression. Now the rebel forces have all gathered outside the royal capital and may launch an attack at any time. Cobra didn't know what to do for a moment. What's more, there is Crocodile behind the scenes who is manipulating everything and trying to subvert the kingdom. At this moment, a guard from outside hurriedly ran in. King, what's wrong? What happened?" Bell asked at the side. The leader of the rebel army, Kosha, asks for an audience. After hearing the news, Cobra stood up immediately and said hurriedly, "Let him in quickly." Not long after, a young man with glasses and yellow hair walked in from outside. On the way in, his eyes were fixed on Cobra, never leaving. When he reached a position more than 10 meters away from Cobra, he stood still. Staring at Cobra, he said, "King, now that things have come to this, I want to ask you one last time, why do you do this?" Cobra shook his head and said, "I have never done that. I didn't know what it was about before, but now I know. Vivi gave it to me. You will understand everything after reading it." Vivi. Kosha's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard the name, and Vivi's voice and smile appeared in his mind. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts in his mind, Kosha took the letter written by Vivi from Cobra's hand, opened it, and read it. After a while, a look of shock appeared on Kosh's face, and sweat fell unconsciously. This is... At the same time, in a house in Albana, senior cadres of the Baroque studio, including Crocodile, gathered here at this time. Crocodile's eyes darkened, and he kept tapping the table with his hands. After a while, he asked, "Is there still no news about Mr. 2? "No, boss. He seems to have disappeared from the world since you last sent him to the small garden, without a trace." Robin said from the side, "Is that so?" Crocodile fell silent again, and then his eyes turned cold. "In this case, if he comes back, there is no need to exist anymore. Treat him as a traitor of Baroque Studio and kill him if you see him." "Yes." The people below responded one after another. One of the women with blue wavy hair asked, "It's just that without Mr. 2's ability, it is inconvenient for us to pretend to be the king and intensify the conflict between the king's army and the rebel army. There is no need to worry about this. The conflict between the king's army and the rebel army has already been extremely huge. The pain that has accumulated in the past few years is not so easy to eliminate. You can find a few billionaire elders to pretend to be the king's army and attack the rebel army later. It will have the same effect and will not affect our plan. Your tasks have been assigned to you. Now let us go to the final touches." After saying that, Crocodile stood up from his seat. "The kingdom of Alabasta is destroyed today. Albana, inside the city's huge clock. Mr. 7, I feel that the boss has given us a very important task. If we complete it, we will definitely get a big reward." A short, stumpy, and ugly woman decorated with frogs said happily, You're right, Mississippi Father's Day. Our level will definitely improve after completing this mission." Another man, who also didn't look that good, replied, "When this huge cannonball is launched, everyone in the square will die with a bang. Ha ha ha. I believe that scene will be very beautiful, Mr. 7. "Oh, how beautiful is it?" came a faint male voice. "Isn't it nice to see a sea of fire?" Mississippi subconsciously replied on Father's Day. "Oh." Mississippi Father's Day turned her head stiffly and looked at Mr. 7 and asked, "Mr. 7, just now, were you talking?" "No." In an instant, both of them turned their heads and looked back, only to see two people standing behind them. One of them is extremely handsome, the other, "Mr. 2, how dare you come back? Didn't you know that the boss has treated you as a traitor?" After saying that, the two men immediately took out their weapons, looked at Mr. 2, and said with a ferocious smile, "While completing the task, we were able to deal with a traitor at the same time. What reward should the boss give us this time?" The extremely handsome man is naturally Xiachen's clone. He has been on a merry these days and has not been looking for Luffy or the others. The main body has been captured, so we can't say that his clone is still exhausted, right? In fact, Xiachen's main purpose was to let Luffy and the others experience themselves. During this period, due to his presence, Luffy and the others basically encountered no difficulties. Although Luffy and the others are now stronger than in the original work, they have not experienced the training between life and death. And, taking advantage of this opportunity, just let Luffy and the others experience it. As for Luffy and the others, will they die? What a joke. The pig's foot halo is not a joke. But it's not like he didn't do anything in the past 3 days. At least he pulled Mr. 2 into their camp. After he told Mr. 2 all the evil deeds Crocodile had done, he added hundreds of millions of punches and kicks. Mr. 2 switched sides and joined their camp very well. Xiachan turned to look at Mr. 2 and said, "I'll leave these two losers to you." "No problem, Xiaochen-chan. Let the slave family handle it." "Don't call me this name," Xiaochen said with black lines on his head. "Okay, Xiaochen-chan." Xiaochun's sad face pan. After that, Mr. 2 walked towards Mr. 7 with what he thought was a sexy dance move. Mr. 7 and the two looked at Mr. 2, who was getting closer and closer to them. Without hesitation, they pointed the gun in their hands at Mr. 2 and shouted, "Go to hell, Mr. 2." As several gunshots were heard, several bullets flew towards Mr. 2. Mr. 2 looked at the incoming bullets without any panic. He twisted his body a few times and dodged, all the bullets. How is it possible? Mr. Seven and Mississippi were shocked on Father's Day, and sweat could not help but flow from their foreheads. However, during this stunned moment, Mr. Two had already arrived in front of them and said calmly, "Do you know why my family is Mr. Two and you are Mr. Seven? S asterisk 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 E boxing technique." With 2 punches, Mr. Seven and Miss were knocked to the ground by Mr. Two on Father's Day. These two are complete supporting characters in the original work. Even Vivi can defeat them, let alone phone Clay as Mr. Two. Looking at the 2 people who fell to the ground, Mr. Two said calmly, "Because the slave family and you are not on the same level. Xia-chun, why didn't I realize before that this guy is pretty good at pretending?" Xia-chun slowly walked to the muzzle and looked at the shells inside, with a smile on his lips. At the same time, somewhere in the royal capital Albana, 2 groups are confronting each other here, with 7 people on one side and 4 on the other. Of course, the 7 people are Luffy and the others. The desert quicksand released by Crocodile yesterday gave them a hard time, and in the end they were able to escape despite all their efforts. As soon as they came out, they rushed towards Albana nonstop, and they had to stop the war before the conflict between the king's army and the rebel army. But they didn't expect that soon after they entered the city gate, they encountered a group of people blocking their way. This group of people is officially Crocodile's subordinates. Mr. One and his partner Mississippi Both Fingers, and Mr. Four and his partner Mississippi Merry Christmas. Mr. One looked at Luffy and others in front of him and said calmly, "This road is blocked." Zoro raised an eyebrow, and then the word Wado Yimo in his hand suddenly came out of his body. "A swordsman cannot harm me." A flash of knife light flashed. Zoro had appeared behind Mr. One, and the knife in his hand was put back into the scabbard. At the same time, a deep cut appeared on Mr. One's body, and countless blood spurted out. "Mr. One!" The remaining people in Baroque's studio shouted, with shock on their faces. Mr. One was the strongest among them, and he was defeated just like that. Not to mention they were confused, they were sweating profusely. Mr. One, who was still conscious, was even more confused. He knelt down on the ground, sweating profusely. "Ow, how could a swordsman be able to cause harm to me?" "That's because you didn't meet me," Zoro said lightly. Then he added another sentence. "You dare to block our way with this strength? You are very courageous." Then he turned to look at Luffy and the others and said, "Luffy, let's go, we don't have time to waste time with them here." Zoro, who had already been able to cut iron for a long time, has become much stronger after this period of training. In the original work, Mr. One, the person who put Zoro into a difficult battle, is now a matter of one blow to Zoro. Nami also said at this time, "Luffy, Sanji, you go to the palace with Vivi and the others first. The remaining 3 people will be left to me, Usopp and Chopper." "Okay." Luffy nodded, and then the group ran towards the palace. After they left, the remaining people in Baroque Studio were still a little unresponsive, and even looked at Nami and others with a little fear in their eyes. Nami looked at them and said calmly, "The 3 of us are the weakest on the ship. We're not like those monsters, so don't worry." "Really?" After hearing this, Mississippi pointed her fingers at the 3 of them, her eyes shining brightly. "Real." Nami and the 3 of them all showed sinister smiles, and then walked towards him step by step. Albana Palace. Kosha could not calm down for a long time after reading Vivi's letter. He did not doubt the authenticity of the content of the letter. In fact, like his father, he had always trusted the king and did not want to believe that the king would do these things. Otherwise, he would not have come to see the king before the 2 armies fought. After a moment of silence, Kosha immediately said to Cobra, "In this case, I will inform the rebels now and tell them that this battle is meaningless." After that, Kosha was ready to go back and inform the rebels. At this moment, earth-shattering shouts and the faint sound of weapons clashing came from outside the palace. Is this? Kosha and Cobra had horrified expressions on their faces at the same time. "Yes, this is the sound of the battle between the king's army and the rebel army," came an eerie male voice. Kosha and Cobra turned their heads and saw Crocodile and Robin slowly walking towards them. Crocodile still had that sinister expression on his face. "Crocodile!" they both exclaimed at the same time. "Protect the king!" Guards Jaka shouted. The surrounding soldiers immediately stepped forward to block Crocodile. Another adjutant, Bell, asked loudly. "How did you get in?" "Were the soldiers outside?" "Oh, you mean them?" Crocodile showed a smile on his face. "It's all done by humans." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Then they all stared at Crocodile with expressions of choosing others to devour. Hey, don't look at me like this. There's no need to sympathize with them, because you will be like this later. Damn it, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Bell was furious, and then his body quickly transformed into a falcon form and rushed towards Crocodile. "Why bother? Why are you in such a hurry to die?" Crocodile said calmly, and then waved his arm. Arc-shaped sand dune. Bell was knocked back directly by the sand blade. At the same time, his body began to slowly wither in the air, and when he fell to the ground, he had turned into a human being. "Bell!" Cobra yelled. "A asterisk asterisk hole. How dare you take Bell?" Jaka was extremely angry, and his body gradually expanded and turned into a jackal form. However, as soon as he rushed forward, Cobra stopped him. "Stop, Jaka! You're no match for him," Cobra said in a gloomy voice. "Ha ha! The king is the king. Unlike these brainless idiots, I know that you and I are not on the same level. Even if you rush forward, you will only die." "You?" Jaka was extremely angry, but still did not lose his mind. Just like Crocodile said, the strength gap between the two of them is too big. To rush forward at this time would be to risk death. If he were alone now, he would definitely rush forward and fight to the death, but now that the king is still here, he cannot do so. Bell has fallen. He cannot fall again, otherwise no one will really be able to protect the king. At this time, Kosha looked at Crocodile and asked, "Crocodile, are you responsible for all the problems in the kingdom? Are you talking about the dancing powder incident? Or the conflict between the king's army and the rebel army? Or the frequent sandstorms? If that's what you're saying, then it's all my fault. Including every sandstorm that hits Juba, I only need one sandstorm to fill up the sand that your father dug for several months. Isn't that interesting?" "Ha ha!" After hearing this, Kosha showed an extremely shocked look on his face and then stared at Crocodile angrily. "It turns out you did everything. I'm going to tell the rebels now that this is all your conspiracy and your plan will not succeed. Do you think that since I have told you all this, I will let you leave here? You will all die here. Of course, the king will die elsewhere. For example, where the historical text is located." Cobra's pupils shrank, and he looked at Crocodile in disbelief. "How do you know this?" "Don't worry about how I know it. Just tell me the history." "Crocodile." Crocodile was interrupted by a roar in the middle of his words, with a shocked look on his face. "This voice is—" Crocodile turned his head quickly, a fist dilating in his pupils. Hit him hard in the face before he could react. With a swish sound, Crocodile's figure flew backwards at an extremely fast speed and then passed through the wall and landed on the platform outside the palace. Luffy didn't pause after beating Crocodile away and continued running towards the place where he fell, with Zoro and Sanji following behind him. And Vivi looked at Cobra in the palace, tears falling uncontrollably. "Father, I'm back." "Vivi." As soon as Luffy and others arrived outside the palace, they saw Crocodile standing up with his head covered. He looked at them gloomily. "Straw Hat Boy, you have ruined my good deeds over and over again. I will kill you all today. If you can do it, try it." Luffy clenched his fists in a fighting posture. Zoro put on a turban and Sanji lit a cigarette. The next moment, the three of them rushed towards Crocodile at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. Looking at the three people rushing towards him, Crocodile showed no fear on his face. With a wave of one hand, a sand wall appeared in front of them. All three people's attacks were blocked by this sand wall. Immediately afterwards, a golden hook came out of the desert at such a fast speed that the three of them were unable to dodge and were directly knocked away. Desert Diamond Sword. Before they could land, several sand blades rushed towards them again. In desperation, the three of them kicked each other, barely able to dodge these sand blades. After landing, without any hesitation, the three of them rushed towards Crocodile again. Vivi and others also came out at this time. Cobra looked at the battle in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. What a fierce battle this is. Half of the palace was almost scattered by them at this time. Suddenly, Luffy punched Crocodile in exchange for injury, and Crocodile flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. Seeing this scene, Zoro and Sanji didn't hesitate and rushed forward. Their knives and feet were now stained with water, so they could touch Crocodile. Ghost Slayer. First meat kick. The two attacks fell on Crocodile at the same time, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. However, he is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Spikes made of sand suddenly appeared under Zoro and Sanji. Tear! The sound of flesh tearing was heard, and large wounds were made on both Zoro and Sanji's abdomens. Ahem! After this attack, the four of them lay on the ground, breathing heavily. The next moment, the four of them struggled to stand up at the same time, and then spit out a mouthful of blood at the same time. How about it, Crocodile? Are we at the same level? Luffy grinned. Damn it! Crocodile's eyes were gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be forced to this point by these three brats. But the next moment, he suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on his lips. You just continue to mess with me here. Let me remind you that in less than 10 minutes, a cannonball will be fired into the center of the square. The power of the explosion is enough to have a diameter of 5,000 meters. You can imagine that the square is now full of royal troops and rebels. Once the bomb explodes, everyone will die. No one will be left. What? Cobra and others all showed horrified expressions. Vivi asked Crocodile loudly, "Where did you put the shells? Do you think I will tell you?" Ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed, but before his laughter stopped, there was a sudden flash in the sky. Then there was a loud noise with a shockwave. Crocodile? Crocodile was confused, and everyone was also confused. Is that the cannonball you mentioned? Luffy asked blankly. It should, maybe? Crocodile replied uncertainly. Vivi and others showed strange expressions at this time. Just now, they were worried to death, but in the end, they didn't even have time to drink water. Is the crisis solved? Wouldn't it be a bit sloppy? But no matter what, at least the crisis has been resolved now. Vivi happily shouted. Although I don't know who did it, I really want to thank him. Crocodile's expression was completely different from Vivi's. At this time, his face was gloomy, his eyes were full of anger, and he shouted, Who? Who did it? It's me. A faint male voice came. This sound is... The moment they heard the sound, Luffy and the other three showed excited expressions on their faces. They hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see Xia-chun and Mr. Two slowly walk toward them. Xia-chun. Oh. Luffy stretched out and rushed over to hug Xia-chun, his face bursting with snot mixed with tears. Hey, don't hug me so tightly. Your snot is rubbing on me. After a while, Xia-chun finally pulled Luffy off of him. At the same time, Zoro and Sanji also walked over. Looking at Xia-chun, he asked happily, Didn't that crocodile be ************ D say that you were captured by Akiji? How did you escape? Who said I escaped? Xia-chun smiled lightly. Huh? After hearing this, several people couldn't help showing doubtful expressions. Xia-chun did not show off and explained directly, I'm just a clone now. My true body is still on Akiji's ship. I have left Alabasta for a few days now. What? Several people were shocked. Then you still haven't escaped? Sanji said with an ugly expression. That's not what you mean. Have I ever told you that my body and clone can exchange places at any time? At this point, a smile appeared on Xia-chun's lips. You mean... Zoro seemed to have thought of something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. That's right. I can now swap the positions of my clone and my main body. I haven't switched before just because Akiji's ship hasn't gone far. If I switch and he notices it and comes back later, it will be in trouble. It's still very difficult for us to face Akiji now. Once he comes back, it will definitely have an impact on our plan to save Alabasta. But I don't have this worry now. If that's the case, then I'll change back now. It feels weird to keep using my clone to walk around here. After saying that, Xia-Chun closed his eyes. At the same time, somewhere on the sea area of the Great Channel, a marine warship is sailing here. Hey, Uncle Akiji, help me chill it. Xia-Chun walked up to Akiji with a drink and said to Akiji. Hearing this, a black line flashed across Akiji's face. He hesitated to speak and finally said nothing. He honestly released the cold air to help Xia-Chun ice his drink. Xia-Chun picked up the cup and took a big sip, making a refreshing sound at the same time. After drinking, Xia-Chun lay on the chair and said comfortably, Uncle Akiji, don't tell me your marine's conditions are really good. It makes me want to quit. Hearing Xia-Chun's words, Akiji's eyes lit up and he said, If you have this idea, I can help you tell it to the Warring States Fleet Admiral, and you won't even have to be sentenced. During this time, Akiji also learned some things about Xia-Chun, and also learned that he had never killed a civilian. Such a high bounty was set because the scene of him and Hawkeye fighting was captured at that time. And during this period of getting along, Akiji was also very optimistic about this young man. He had already had the idea of recruiting Xia-Chun. Now that Xia-Chun took the initiative, he was eager to let Xia-Chun join them. That's why he gave Xia-Chun great preferential treatment during this period, which was completely unlike the attitude he should have toward a pirate. Not only did he live well and eat well, but occasionally he, the Marine General, would personally ice his drinks. If the seafloor stone handcuffs on Xia-Chun's hands were removed, Xia-Chun's life would be almost the same as his, and his life would even be better than his. Haha, Uncle Akiji, I just said that as a joke. I don't want to be a dog to the celestial dragons. I feel sick when I see them. Akiji's eyes narrowed after hearing this, and he looked at Xia-Chun and asked, Do you know what you're talking about? Of course. Uncle Akiji, don't you think those pigs from the Tianlong people are disgusting? Akiji did not answer. Although he did not have a good impression of those celestial dragons, world government matters were not something he could discuss. During this period of time, when he became a general, Akiji gradually understood why his former senior garb had refused to be promoted to a general. Because after becoming a general, many things cannot be decided by oneself. Although the power is greater, the freedom is indeed relatively less. Thinking of this, Akiji glanced at Xia-Chun with a pity. When Xia-Chun said this in public just now, it was no longer possible for him to join Marine. World government will not allow people like Xia-Chun to enter their subordinate organizations. Hey, another good seedling is missing. Akiji sighed inwardly. At this time, after Xia-Chun finished his drink, he looked at Akiji and said, Uncle Akiji, thank you for taking care of me during this time. If it weren't for our different camps, I feel like we should be good friends. Xia-Chun's sudden words made Akiji a little confused, but before he could react, Xia-Chun said again, Uncle Akiji, let's practice again next time we meet. I feel like I won't lose next time. After saying that, Xia-Chun showed a smile on his lips and stood up. What do you mean? Akiji also stood up, staring at Xia-Chun. Xia-Chun did not answer, but said directly, Goodbye, Uncle Akiji. As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji saw Xia-Chun in front of him flicker, and then the aura on his body changed, and then he disappeared directly. The only sound left was the sound of the seafloor stone handcuffs hitting the ground. Akiji. The perspective returned to the palace, and Xia-Chun looked at Luffy and the others after a flash, and said with a smile, Okay, I'm back. Hearing this, Luffy and others showed happy expressions on their faces. But Luffy suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, By the way, Xia-Chun Crocodile, if you can't fight with us, he will let us fight him off. I had no intention of competing with you. Xia-Chun spread his hands. Although the current crocodile is much stronger than the original, it has not yet reached the level of the top war period. It didn't interest him. He had just fought against Akiji, and now he no longer had any thoughts of fighting against Crocodile. And it's mainly because the three Luffys are now much stronger than before, especially Luffy, who has mastered the weapon color, which can't help but make Xia-Chun feel a little surprised. It seems Luffy's talent is still good. So even though Crocodile is stronger than the original, Luffy and the other three still have a good chance of winning against him. For example, right now, Crocodile's injuries were much more serious than Luffy's. However, these conversations between Xia-chun and Luffy made Crocodile on the opposite side completely angry. You really treat him as an experienced monster, right? Anyone can come up and step on him? Crocodile stared at Xia-chun and said, "Are you the Demon King, Xia-chun? Boy, how dare you speak nonsense here? Since Akiji didn't catch you, let me kill you today. All of you will die here." After saying that, Crocodile slapped the ground with one hand, shouted, "Erosion of reincarnation." In an instant, the ground dried up and all the surrounding buildings began to weather into sand. Seeing this scene, Luffy and the other three didn't hesitate and rushed towards him. Xia-chun. At the same time, a sound came from behind Xia-chun. He couldn't help but turn his head and look over. He saw Nami and three people running towards him and shouting excitedly. "Hey, long time no see." Xia-chun smiled lightly, but something unexpected happened in the next second. Nami ran over and threw herself into his arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest, holding him tightly. Oh! At this moment, Xia-chun was stunned, holding up his hands helplessly, not knowing where to put them. After hesitating for a while, Xia-chun slowly placed his hand on Nami's back. But the next second, Xia-chun felt as if his chest was wet. When he looked down, he saw Nami's tears constantly flowing out. Xia-chun immediately panicked and asked quickly, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "Nami, I thought you were captured," Nami said sobbingly. Although she has always believed in Xia-chun's strength, this time she faced General Marine. Even though Xia-chun told them not to worry before, she just couldn't help it. After understanding the cause and effect, Xia-chun couldn't help but laugh, patted Nami on the shoulder and comforted. "Okay, it's okay. How can I be captured by Marine? The Marine who can capture me doesn't exist yet. Besides, I can't bear to leave you behind." "But," Crocodile said. Nami started to hesitate again. "Can you believe what Crocodile says? Don't you know how good he is at lying to others? Even the whole of Alabasta is being played by him. What do you think? Don't believe it if you hear similar news in the future. I'm sure nothing will happen to me, you know?" After saying that, Xia-chun flicked Nami's forehead. Nami groaned in pain, then buried her head in Xia-chun's chest again and said in a low voice, "I know." "Hey, Chopper." Usopp, who was watching this scene, shouted at Chopper coldly. "What's wrong?" Chopper tilted his head in confusion. Little animals can't see this kind of thing, you know? At this time, the battle between Luffy and the others and Crocodile has come to an end. The four people were constantly attacking each other, and blood spurted out as if they were free of money. Finally, Zoro's direct sword style and lion song silence took the lead. Sanji's various kicking skills followed up with control, and finally Luffy's rubber and storm dealt tons of damage. After a series of moves, the sand crocodile was sent flying more than 100 meters into the sky. A large mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth, and his eyes gradually lost focus. After a while, it fell heavily to the ground. Crocodile defeated. Seeing that Crocodile really wouldn't get up again, Luffy and the three of them also breathed a sigh of relief, and they all lay on the ground, breathing heavily. A smile appeared on Luffy's face, and he shouted, "Win!" Luffy's voice infected everyone present. Vivi also hugged Cobra excitedly and shouted loudly, "We won, we won!" As for the soldiers next to them, they all looked like they had not yet reacted. They had all been mentally prepared to die. In the end, it was just a bit of soy sauce. At this time, Jaka was holding Bell, who was sucked in F*******, and tears were flowing down unconsciously. "Bell, did you see it? We won. Your spirit in heaven must be happy too." "Bell!" Jaka howled in pain, but the sound that came next made him freeze in place. "Why are you crying? He's not dead yet." Xia-chun came over and looked at this scene and said helplessly, "It's just being sucked and F*******ed by someone." In the original work, Luffy was sucked countless times. "What, Bell is not dead yet?" After reacting, Jaka asked Xia, Chun in surprise. Yes, you go find some water and pour it on him. He will recover naturally after drinking the water. The same goes for those soldiers who were sucked and F asterisk 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 ed. Yes, I'll do it right away, Jaka said excitedly, and then went to find water. Xiao-Chun came to Cobra and Kosha and said to them, "Now Crocodile has been defeated, but the war is not over yet. I need the leaders of both sides to go over and explain the situation clearly to the soldiers on both sides and in this war." Okay, Cobra and Kosha nodded together, and then they walked towards the palace square. Xiao-Chun also followed them. Although Crocodile has been defeated, there are still quite a few people in the Baroque studio under him. The big fish have already been taken care of by Luffy and the others, so let the little fish do it this time. Not long after, the group arrived at the palace square. Looking at the fallen people around him, Cobra was heartbroken, then took out his loudspeaker and shouted, "Stop!" The loud sound came, causing all those fighting to stop what they were doing unconsciously. Cobra then revealed to everyone everything Crocodile had done and his purpose. Later, Kosha also stood up to testify about the matter. For a time, all the rebels were confused. Their relationship has been fighting for so long. So it turns out it was all someone else's conspiracy? Then they don't call it an uprising. It's completely rebellion. It's just that Cobra didn't care about these things, but directly announced the end of the war and would not punish them. Upon hearing the news, all the rebels dropped their weapons. At the same time, it began to rain lightly in the sky. The moment the raindrops fell on their bodies, the emotions of all the rebels could no longer be suppressed. They all sat down and hugged each other and cried. Looking at this scene, Cobra and Kosha both showed happy smiles. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed, and hundreds of people with swords suddenly emerged from the crowd and rushed toward Cobra. Among them are the King's army and the Rebel army, but they all have a common logo. That's the logo of the Baroque studio on the arm. Come on, kill the king, and we can move to the next level. Seeing hundreds of people around him rushing toward him, Cobra had an ugly look on his face. The surrounding soldiers also made ready postures. Just when they were about to make a move, Xiao-Chun slowly walked up to them. Xiao-Chun looked at the people from the Baroque studio who were rushing towards him with an indifferent expression, without any intention of taking them to heart. But Cobra behind him didn't think so. He hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Xiao-Chun, step back and let the soldiers come. No need to bother. We'll be quick." After saying that, Xiao-Chun's eyes narrowed, and Conqueror's domineering aura came out of his body. In an instant, all the people who came towards him lay on the ground motionless with their eyes white. "Done, call it a day." After saying that, Xiao-Chun walked towards the direction of the palace. But the others were dumbfounded by this miraculous scene, and they all fell over after just staring. Cobra said in horror, "What a terrifying power this is." After reacting, he looked around, his eyes filled with moisture. Everything was finally over. One day later, Alabasta Palace. King, various reconstruction work after the domestic disaster has been implemented in an orderly manner under the guidance of Princess Vivi. Ikaram, the captain of the Kingdom Guard, said to Cobra. "Yeah." Cobra nodded happily. Cobra was very reassured about Vivi's ability to do things. With her here, everything would be fine. Suddenly, Cobra seemed to remember something and asked Ikaram, "By the way, how are the benefactors doing?" "Oh, they have been eating since they woke up yesterday." And Durakota said they were a little too busy. A smile appeared on Ikaram's face when he said this. "Only, huh? Just what?" Cobra asked doubtfully, looking at Ikaram's hesitant expression. "It's just that the woman who was Crocodile's former subordinate, Mississippi All Sunday, is also with them." "What? Why are you here?" In the restaurant of the palace, everyone looked at Robin in shock, huddled in a ball, and assumed a fighting posture. "Why can't I be here?" Robin said with a faint smile while flipping through the book. "Are you kidding? You are from Baroque Studio, a killer who kills without blinking an eye." Usopp said bravely, "Don't worry about those details. That's all in the past. How could you not care?" After some time, everyone calmed down a little. Nami crossed her chest and asked coldly, So what do you want to do now? I want to join your pirate group. Is that okay? What? Everyone who had just calmed down immediately stood up again. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Nami was the first to jump out, an object. Yes, how can we let people who were enemies yesterday join us? Usopp and Chopper also shouted. Zoro remained silent, but it looked like he disagreed. On the contrary, my beautiful lady, you are most welcome to this ship. If you have anything to ask, please feel free to ask me. Sanji walked up to Robin and said gracefully, "Thank you." Robin smiled. Omega. Sanji, KO. Idiot perverted cook. Zoro and the others cursed in unison. Robin then looked at Luffy again. Captain, what do you think? Oh, sure. Luffy nodded. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Chopper. UB asterisk 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 D. Don't agree randomly. Oh, Chopper, you are so cute. Robin continued. Just, even if you say someone is cute, they won't be happy. You be asterisk 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 D. Chopper, killed in action. The quartet is now down to 3. Xia Chun, who was next to him, watched this scene with great interest. Originally, he was still wondering whether so many changes in the plot would affect Robin's ability to board their ship. But now it seems that there is no problem. Robin actually offered to board their ship, and he even knew how to defeat them one by one, which was kind of interesting. You have to give up. There is no way I will let you get on the boat, no matter what. Nami said lightly, and then looked at Xia Chun. Xia Chun, please say something too. Me? I have no objection. Xia Chun said calmly after taking a sip of tea. How come even you? I have a bag of gems I got from Crocodile. Before Nami finished speaking, he saw Robin taking out a bag and placing it on the table, making a crisp sound when shaking. Seeing this, Nami walked over slowly, took Robin's hand, and said seriously, "Please be sure to get on our ship." Zoro, Usopp's sad face. So, these guys are not determined. We'll have to rely on 2 of us to protect them in the end. Usopp's eyes narrowed slightly. That's right, Zoro replied. Hey, Usopp, Luffy suddenly shouted, and then 2 hands made from Robin's blossom fruit appeared on his head. I'm Chopper. Ha ha. Zoro. In the end, Zoro was the only one left in the 4-person resistance group. Looking at this scene, he didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to Xia Chun and sat down and asked Xia Chun, "Why did you allow that woman to come on board? Why not? It's more interesting to have one more person, isn't it?" Xia Chun replied with a smile. Hearing this, Zoro glanced at him suspiciously. He always felt that Xia Chun didn't tell him the truth, but the matter was over, so he didn't ask any more questions. Everyone on the ship has agreed, so why is he still insisting? Xia Chun was relieved when he saw that Zoro didn't ask any more questions. He didn't know what to say if he asked again. Should we say that Robin was originally supposed to be a member of this ship? How is that possible? So this situation is good now. Benefactors, are you satisfied with your meal? At this time, Cobra, Vivi, and Ikaram walked in from outside. Oh, it's delicious. Thank you for the treat, old man. Luffy shouted loudly. That's good, as long as you are satisfied. I'm afraid the food we have here may not be to your liking. How could it happen? This chef's skills are very good. I want to meet him and compete with him on his cooking skills. Sanji said at the side. Oh, really? Which handsome guy wants to compete with me on cooking skills? A voice came, and then a person who had nothing to do with Ikaram but could only be said to be exactly the same came over. 2 curly-haired uncles. Luffy's eyes widened when he saw this. No, this is Ikarim's wife, Miss Dirakota. Vivi explained from the side. Everyone, what? There should be a limit to the relationship between husband and wife, right? Zoro said with a livid face. He found these 2 people to be twins far more convincing than a couple. Seeing that everyone was almost finished eating, Cobra suddenly suggested, "If you are full, there's a large bathhouse in the palace. I wonder if you are interested? Big bath." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned into starry eyes, looking very expectant. Inside the palace bathhouse, several men and a reindeer surrounded one person, with ugly expressions on their faces. Looking at the group of people staring at him, Xia Chun couldn't help but feel a little helpless. What are you doing? Why? You have so much money. Sanji said with an ugly expression. Everyone else had the same idea as Sanji. Looking at Xiachen's and then comparing their own, a sense of gap arose. After a long time, Cobra looked at Xiachen and said quietly, I actually feel you're more suitable to be the king. Xiachen. After the shock, everyone jumped directly into the bathtub and fluttered vigorously. After a while, Sanji suddenly asked Ikaram, Do you know where the women's bathhouse is? I couldn't possibly tell you even if I knew it. Be asterisk 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 D. Ikaram yelled. Unexpectedly, Cobra, a perverted old man, shouted directly at everyone. It's behind this wall. Upon hearing this, Sanji immediately stood up in surprise and said to Cobra, You are so kind. As he said this, he prepared to go to the women's bathhouse to find out. At the same time, Luffy and others followed him out of curiosity. Seeing this scene, Xiachen shook his head slightly and sighed. These people are really hopeless. Then a word came out lightly from his mouth. Certainly, the moment the words fell, the bodies of everyone around him were frozen in place and unable to move. Hey, these idiots! Zoro also sighed, but the next second he found that Luffy and the others were all frozen in place, unable to move. I couldn't help but immediately became alert. At the same time, he also said to Xiachen next to him, Xiachen, have you noticed that Luffy and the others seem to be unable to move? Yes. Found it, Xiachen said lightly. I did it. This sentence directly swallowed the word enemy attack stuck in Zoro's throat. You did it, Zoro asked confused. That's right. I immobilized them all. This is my latest fruit ability. That's right. Xiachen is currently using the body-holding technique used by Brother Monkey. During his recent stay on the Akiji ship, he studied devil fruits when he had nothing to do. Unexpectedly, he actually discovered something through his research. One of them is this body-fixing technique, which can fix the target. The length of time it takes to stay depends on his strength and the strength of the opponent. If he wanted to deal with Luffy at his level, Luffy would be here forever. The other one is the water avoidance technique. This spell directly solved his problem of being unable to breathe underwater. And the spell he learned was even more powerful than the original version of Brother Monkey. In the original version, Brother Monkey was more evasive every time he encountered a situation that required underwater combat. Brother Monkey himself admitted that he was not very good at underwater combat when he was in Lusha River. The reason is that Brother Monkey needs to silently recite the water avoidance technique all the time when entering the water, which consumes his energy. It makes him unable to fight with all his strength, which affects his strength. The content found online, please correct me if there is anything wrong. But with Xiachen's current water-avoiding technique, he won't have this problem. He only needs to give himself a water-avoiding technique when he goes into the water, and then he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. It's equivalent to paying once and free for life. These two skills are quite useful to him, especially the body-holding technique. When fighting a strong person, suddenly causing the opponent's body to pause, this moment can determine the outcome of the battle. It is a small magical skill. Then Xiachen stood up, looked at the people who were frozen, and said, I will give you a little lesson this time so that you can think of peeking at other girls taking a shower. You will maintain this immobile position for 3 hours, and it will be released automatically after 3 hours. During this period, you cannot move or speak. Okay, I'll leave first. You guys can slowly face the wall here and think about it. After that, Xiachen wrapped himself in a bath towel and walked outside. Zoro also stood up at this time, walked around everyone, and then stopped next to Sanji. He mocked without mercy. Sexy cook, how dare you be so perverted? Didn't you see that Nami and Xiachen were hugging each other yesterday? Are you still trying to take a peek? Xiachen, you are already light for 3 hours. Sexy cook, just stand here slowly. I'll leave first, haha. Looking at Zoro's leaving back, Sanji could not speak, but his eyes were full of anger. Not to Xiachen, but to Zoro. This green algae head. When I release the immobilization, I will definitely make you into a sashimi. As time passed, News of Crocodile's defeat spread to all parts of the world. Somewhere in the New World, on the Moby D kick. Here's the Bailey for today's newspaper. A man with a pineapple head took out a Bailey and handed it to the newspaper bird. Then he slowly opened the newspaper and read it. After a while, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Then he came to a huge man with a white crescent-shaped beard and said, "Dad, Crocodile was defeated by the brother Ace mentioned last time." Huh. The man with white beard showed a curious look. He took the newspaper from Marco's hand and read it. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. That sand crocodile guy is really embarrassed. He was defeated by a newcomer who just went to sea, but he is quite courageous. He dares to steal the country. Yes, the newcomers are getting better and better now. I wonder if the 4 emperors will be pulled down. Marco also sighed. Gla la la la. Are you kidding me, Marco? They just defeated a lost dog. They're still far from it. And even if the 4 emperors are defeated, it won't be lousy. You know, lousy is a white beard. I'm happy today. There's a party. Oh. On another part of the sea, a one-armed man with red hair was also reading a newspaper. A smile appeared on his face. Luffy, you've become stronger. At the same time, people all over the world basically knew the news, and the Straw Hat Pirates truly became famous around the world this time. At this time, in a conference room in Marine Headquarters, Marine Vendor, a group of Marine executives are sitting here, including Fleet Admiral, the 3 generals, and most of the lieutenant generals. At this time, everyone was silent and said nothing. Finally, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at everyone and said calmly, "Everyone must have more or less news about what is calling everyone here this time. About Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who stole the country. But the decision in this regard is mainly made by the Holy Land. What we at Marine have to do is..." Having said this, Sengoku took out the heads of the straw hats one by one and placed them on the table, and then said slowly, "About this pirate group's bounty, somewhere on the shore of Alabasta. Lord Xiachun, how about letting the slave family be your subordinate from now on?" Feng Clay blinked his eyes that made Xiachun want to vomit and asked Xiachun, "How many times have I told you no need?" Xiachun was a little helpless. If I had known better, I would have just knocked him out and thrown him somewhere. As a result, Feng Clay is now directly entangled with him. He shouted every day that he wanted to be his subordinate. With their current strength, there is no need for him to pretend to be Luffy to attract firepower, Marine, or something could just push sideways. Suddenly, Xiachun thought of a good way to get rid of him. So he smiled and said to him, "Feng Clay, don't you respect the way of the E the most? I have a place I recommend you to go to. It's called the Kingdom of Monsters, and there's also the King of Monsters there. It's much more meaningful than following me." "Really? There's such a place?" Feng Clay said in surprise. "Yes." Xiachun nodded and then continued, "That place is called Peach Island." "Luffy, tell me, will Vivi come at 12 o'clock? Nami asked, looking in the direction of Albana. "I will definitely do it. She is our partner." Luffy nodded and said affirmatively. They gave Vivi a night to think before they left last night, and then made an appointment with her to meet at Eastport at 12 noon today. This would be her last chance if she would come aboard their ship. After some time, Xiachun looked at everyone and said, "Okay, it's almost time. Let's go. Let's go. Go pick up Vivi." Luffy shouted happily. "Oh." Meanwhile, a port in Alabasta. There are nearly 10 marine warships staying here. "Are you kidding, General Akiji? Those are extremely vicious pirates? How can you just watch them escape?" A woman with pink hair, a graceful figure, and a lady's cigarette in her mouth yelled at the phone bug. After listening to the woman's words, Akiji's voice came over the phone. "Tina, there is someone on that ship who is not something you can deal with. If you insist on chasing them, you will be the only one who dies in the end. If we watch the pirates escape from our hands because we are afraid of death, are we worthy of the clothes we are wearing?" Tina shouted. "General Akiji, Tina cannot obey this order of yours. Tina will never watch a pirate escape, even if it means giving her life." After saying that, Tina hung up the phone directly. Then he walked out of the cabin and shouted to the Marine below, "Everyone, let's go. Go capture the Straw Hat Pirates." At this time, Akiji, who was far away at the Marine headquarters, listened to the beeping sound coming from the phone bug and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Although he already knew that this was likely to be the result before making the call, and he knew something about Tina's character. But what if? It's a pity that the result still hasn't changed at all. Thinking of this, Akiji sighed quietly. I hope Xiachun won't kill me. Aboard the Mary, Xiachun sat cross-legged on the bow of the boat with his eyes closed, releasing his domineering aura and carefully sensing the surrounding situation. At a certain moment, Xiachun saw. He saw Luffy trying to pull Usopp's nose, and then Usopp was pulling Luffy's mouth. Xiachun slowly opened his eyes and looked at Luffy and Usopp on the boat. And the next movements of the two of them were exactly the same as what Xiachun saw just now. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Xiachun's mouth. The experience is domineering and advanced. This was the first time that Xiachun made a breakthrough in domineering without relying on the system. And after the breakthrough, he was able to briefly meet the future. But now he can only predict what will happen in the next few seconds at most, which is still a step behind Ka-Air, let alone with red hair. But this is enough for Xiachun. Hegemony can always be improved by practicing or checking in the future. These are just minor problems. Thinking of this, Xiachun couldn't help but feel a little proud. It seems that his talent is still very good, but this is also thanks to the battle with Akiji. Xiachun discovered that he now also has the characteristics of the protagonist group. After doing sit-ups once, he will master new things and become stronger than before. Hey everyone, Marine is here. Just when Xiachun was about to take a nap, Sanji shouted, "What?" Everyone exclaimed in unison and ran to the side of the ship to take a look. They saw that a fleet of nearly 10 ships was heading towards their ship. Then these Marine ships shot several huge spikes towards them at the same time. #degree. The densely packed huge spikes were reflected in everyone's eyes, and Nami hurriedly shouted, "Quick, stop these spikes." No, these attacks are coming from all directions. If you block one side, you won't be able to block the other. Luffy shouted, "You don't have to worry about it. I'll do it." Xiachun stood up from the goat's head and said calmly. Hearing Xiachun's words, everyone on the boat paused for an instant, and then they didn't even look at the flying spikes. They were doing what they were doing before. It was as if the incoming spike didn't exist. In everyone's perception, as long as Xiachun says not to worry about it, then don't worry about it. This is the trust they have established in Xiachun for a long time. There was only one exception. At this time, Robin was a little confused looking at Zoro, who had gone back to sleep, Sanji, who continued to cook, and Luffy and the others who were playing hard. Then I looked at the confident man on the goat's head, and a strange feeling came over me. She didn't understand why these people could trust this man so much, and murmured to herself, "Is this trust between partners?" Looking at the spikes all over the sky, Xiachun didn't move at all, just uttered one word lightly. Certainly, as soon as this final word came out, Luffy and the other two people who were playing around below suddenly became excited and had ugly expressions on their faces, as if they were recalling something bad. At the same time, as Dingsy was spitting out, the spikes surrounding him were all still in the air, unable to move even an inch. Then after a while they all fell into the sea. "Everyone! So handsome!" Luffy and the other two shouted. The scene just now where all the spikes were frozen in the air was too impactful for them. Originally, they thought that Xiachun would use a more violent method to deal with these spikes, but they didn't expect that it would be enough to just whisper a word from the corner of his mouth. Luffy and others came to Xiachun's side in an instant, blinking at him with big eyes. Then they all said, "Xiachun, can you teach us this?" "Xiachun, this is fruit ability and cannot be taught," Xiachun said helplessly. "Ah." After hearing this, the faces of several people suddenly fell down, looking unhappy. Especially Luffy. He even took out his Nika fruit and scolded him at this time. Finally, he complained. Sometimes the gap between fruits is bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Xia Chun was speechless again. If the 5 old men from the world government knew that you devalue the Nika fruit like this, I wonder if they would come over and strangle you to death. But Luffy is right. It is indeed incomparable to his fruit. Asterisk caret, caret asterisk. Luffy and the others were a little disappointed at this moment, but some people were scared at this moment. On the marine warship, not far from the melee, Privates Hobody and Jangao stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes widened, and even wiped their eyes several times in disbelief. After a long time, he hesitated and said, Is this true? Just now they swore that their Black Prison fleet's Black Prison formation was invincible, and there was no ship that they could not capture. But they didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly, and in a way that they couldn't accept at all. In all their lives, they have never seen such an exaggerated method. Who is the good guy on a ship who can put so many and big spikes directly in the air? It really blinded their eyes a bit. After a while, Hobody looked tremblingly at Tina next to him and asked, Captain, do we continue to attack? Tina's face was also very ugly at this time. This was the first time she had seen such an unreasonable thing, and she couldn't help but recall what Akiji said to her this morning. But it didn't take long for the confusion in her eyes to turn into determination, and she said, Keep attacking. Tina wants to see how many times they can block it. The word retreat has never been in her dictionary. However, the scene that happened next made her heart sink more and more. She saw that all the spikes fired ended up being the same as the first round. First they stood still in midair, and then they all fell into the sea. Hateful. Tina punched the armrest hard. However, the next sound made Tina break into a cold sweat. Captain Tina, why are you so angry? Our ship has been attacked by you so many times, and we haven't said anything yet. In an instant, everyone on the boat tensed up and hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. Xia Chun was seen sitting above the cabin at this time, looking at them indifferently. With just one glance, all Marines felt a pressure acting on themselves, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Tina looked at Xia Chun with an ugly face and said word by word, Demon King Xia Chun, the big criminal with a bounty of 800 million. 800 million. A look of surprise flashed across Xia Chun's face. You Marines really think highly of me. You set such a high bounty on me. Let me guess, Uncle Akiji must be partly responsible for this. It's true of him. Isn't this because Chun doesn't want to make me feel better? It seems that I need to greet him properly next time we meet. Tina did not answer his words, but said as if making an introduction. Demon King Xia Chun has the same form as the Demon King. In this form, his strength will be greatly improved. He has powerful arm domination and good knowledge domineering. Strong fighting ability, mastered many methods, including Marine 6 styles, life return, etc. It is suspected that he has a clone-like ability and... At this point, Tina paused, then looked into Xia Chen's eyes and said word by word. Seems like it's not affected by Hailu Stone. When Tina said this, she carefully observed Xia Chen's expression, trying to find any clues. But unfortunately, she was disappointed. Xia Chen's expression did not change at all from the beginning to the end. Xia Chen looked at Tina with a faint look and said with a smile, Your Marine's intelligence capabilities are indeed good. You know so many things. But I would like to add something to what you said above. Xia Chen stood up and said, I not only have those 2 kinds of domineering, but also Conqueror's domineering. The moment the words fell, a powerful aura emanated from Xia Chen, and the Marines on the ship fell down one after another. In the end, Tina was the only one left on the ship. Tina's face was covered with sweat at this time, and she looked at Xia Chen with shock in her eyes. She really didn't expect that Xia Chen was still the Conqueror's hockey, so it seemed that his danger assessment was going to a higher level. Xia Chen continued, As for me not being affected by Hailu Stone, don't you think this is a bit nonsense? Is there any person with fruit abilities in this world who is not affected by the Sea Tower Stone? It's just that you don't know my abilities yet. As for what my ability is, I'll leave it to you to discover later. It is naturally impossible for Xia-chan to admit that he is not restricted by Hailu Stone, otherwise there will be endless trouble waiting for him in the future. It is absolutely impossible for the world government to sit idly by with such an existence that breaks common sense. That's why Xia-chan first used Conqueror's domineering power to intimidate Tina, and then explained that it was because of his special abilities. This would increase credibility. Okay, let's not say so much. I'm not here to share information with you this time. If you order Marine to attack our ship again, I will kill you all. As soon as he finished speaking, Conqueror's domineering aura mixed with fierce, murderous aura emanated from Xia-chan, heading straight towards Tina. For a moment, Tina felt as if she had entered a world of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, surrounded by corpses, and the strong, murderous aura even made her breathless. After a while, Tina was in a trance and found herself on the boat again, but at some point her back was completely soaked and a large amount of sweat kept dripping from her forehead. The look he looked at Xia-chan was filled with apprehension and even a hint of fear. Xia-chan looked at her and continued, I know you may not be afraid of death, but if you want these sailors to die with you, just keep trying. Anyway, if I crush you, it will be the same as crushing an ant. That's all. It's up to you to decide what to do. After saying that, Xia-chan was about to return to the melee, but suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and instead of going back, he walked into the cabin. After some time, Xia-chan left the warship carrying a package as big as he didn't know how many people he was, and said with a smile, Captain Tina, look at you. Why are you so polite? I came here empty-handed, and you gave me so many things to take back. How embarrassing. But it's hard to refuse your kindness, so I accepted it with a smile. Tina, you really have inherited all the fine traditions of pirates. Xia-chan then visited all the surrounding warships, and then installed them all into the system space. Now that they're no longer in front of Tina, there's no need to worry about being exposed. When Xia-chan finished scanning everything and returned to the melee, he had a smile on his face. What a great harvest! Everyone, come here quickly. Xia-chan shouted to everyone as soon as he returned to the boat. Soon everyone gathered in front of Xia-chan. What's wrong, Xia-chan? Nami asked curiously. I'll show you something good. Xia-chan smiled mysteriously. Good stuff? What good stuff? Luffy stuck his head out and looked at Xia-chan expectantly. Xia-chan did not continue to lie, but took out a stack of reward orders from behind and handed them to everyone. Said, This is the reward order I got from Marine. Each of us has one. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison, but the expressions on their faces were different. Everyone else had happy smiles on their faces, but Usopp and Nami looked hopeless. Usopp asked tremblingly, Xia-chan, is this the good thing you said? Yeah, what's wrong? Xia-chan asked, pretending not to know anything. No, nothing. Usopp tried his best to look calm on the surface, but his trembling feet still betrayed him. For the current Usopp, his first reaction when he found out that he was being rewarded was that it was over. In this way, he would become a wanted criminal in the future, and a bunch of bounty hunters would want to come and take his head. Of course, Nami had the same idea. On the other hand, the other four next to them were excited at this time. Oh, 120 million Baileys, huh? That's almost a 5-fold increase. Luffy laughed happily while holding his bounty. Oh, it's only 80 million Baileys? It's not bad. Zoro looked at his reward order and said calmly, but the corners of his raised mouth did not look very calm. After reading his reward order, Zoro couldn't help but stretched his head over to Sanji next to him. When he saw the 60 million belly shining on it, Zoro's smile became even bigger. Pretending to be a strong man, he said to Sanji, 60 million belly? Not bad. Keep working hard. However, when Zoro saw Marine's name for Sanji in the bounty order, his strong expression instantly became unbearable. Ha ha! Zoro held his stomach and laughed hard, which made Zoro, the most hilarious person in the Straw Hats, laugh like this. You can imagine what interesting things he saw. This scene first caught the attention of Luffy next to him. He couldn't help looking at Zoro curiously and asked, What's wrong, Zoro? You look... Sanji, yes name. Zoro said while laughing. Xiaochen was really afraid that he would choke himself to death while laughing. As for why Zoro smiled, Xiaochen also knew because he also saw it. What? Luffy also looked over curiously. Ha ha! The next second, Luffy lay directly on the ground, holding his stomach and laughing, even more exaggerated than Zoro. S**X-Demon Sanji, haha. Sanji, your title is so domineering. Ha ha ha. Huh? What's wrong? Hearing the laughter around him, Chopper looked up sadly, because his bounty is only 50 Baileys, and he is called Pet. A civet cat can tolerate a reindeer, but not a reindeer. How is he a pet? He is obviously also a combatant on the ship. Okay? However, when he glanced over to see Sanji's reward notice, his sadness disappeared in an instant. The laughing duo became a laughing trio. Only Sanji's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were about to burst into flames when he looked at his bounty. If he knew who named the reward, he would chop him into pieces. He said it, especially when he saw the 3 people in front of him who were laughing at him. He became even more angry. Then, he kicked Zoro. S**X-Devil. Are you looking for death? Green algae head. If you say that name again today, I will kill you. Tisich, the pervert is not allowed to talk anymore. Once this reward order is issued, the whole world will know that you are a pervert. Why do you need me to tell you? Zoro curled his lips disdainfully. After hearing this, Sanji's expression froze, his legs were weak, and he fell to his knees. His shattered reputation. Luffy and the other 3 finally stopped after laughing for a while, but the occasional shrug of their shoulders still proved the lingering power of this title. But at this time, Luffy discovered something. Usopp, who usually had fun with them when encountering such things, was now looking down at his bounty order without saying a word. The same goes for Nami next to her. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but walked over curiously and asked, Usopp, what's wrong with you? Why don't you go and smile at Sanji? He is called a pervert. Sanji jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Luffy. Luffy, I'm going to kill you. However, even in this situation, Usopp remained motionless. After a while, he quietly said, I have no problem with the 20 million bounty, but why? Marine calls me hammer liar. At this time, Nami next to her also slowly said, I also want to ask this question, why is mine called an acrobatic girl? Then the 2 of them shouted angrily at the same time, Marine's people are sick. This voice immediately confused everyone present, and then everyone looked over curiously, and then Luffy laughed again. The hammer liar, the acrobatic girl, the pervert. Ha ha. Why do you 3 have such names, ah? Bang bang bang. I'm so sorry. Luffy apologized to the 3 of them with his head full. Zoro and Chopper next to them covered their mouths tightly, fearing that they would laugh out loud, otherwise they would get beaten. Even Robin, who never smiled very much, couldn't help but smile after hearing these weird titles. After some time, everyone finally stopped making noise, and Luffy was counting on his fingers. Everyone on our ship has a bounty now. Mine is 120 million, Zoro's 80 million, Robin's 79 million, Sanji's 60 million, Usopp's 20 million, Nami 15 million each, and Chopper's 50 Baileys. Chopper. Actually, I don't need to say it out loud. The bounty for all of us now is 374 million and 50 belly. By the way, there's Xiaochen too. Xiaochen, how much is your bounty? Luffy turned to look at Xiaochen and asked. See for yourselves. Xiaochen handed his reward order to everyone. 800 million Baileys? Why are yours so high? Luffy asked dissatisfied. Originally, he thought that after raising the bounty, he would be able to get closer to Xiaochen, but he didn't expect that he would get further and further away. Isn't this normal? Do you think I'm with Akiji white hits? Xiaochen said lightly. Then my thoughts started to drift away. He murmured to himself, 374 million and 50 belly? It's much higher than this period in the original work. Xiaochen also didn't expect that in the original book, Luffy only needed 100 million belly to solve Crocodile by himself, but now that the 3 of them solved it together, the reward was even higher. It seems that many things have changed now. What will happen in the future? Xiao-chun suddenly became a little worried about the uncertain future. But when Xiao-chun turned to look at Luffy and the others, all of Xiao-chun's thoughts disappeared. No matter what the future holds, they're getting better and better, and that is enough. Hey, Luffy, it's already 12 o'clock. Xiao-chun looked at Luffy and said, You also heard Vivi's speech just now, so you understand what's going on. Zoro also said. Luffy turned his head and asked, What do you mean? It means Miss Vivi won't be coming. She just said goodbye to us. Sanji slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Impossible. Vivi will definitely come. Luffy still didn't believe this fact and said stiffly, Hey, everyone couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. Why do they want Vivi to come on board? They have become accustomed to Vivi's existence after living for so long. Everyone, just when everyone was emo, a familiar shout came from the shore. In an instant, everyone turned their heads in surprise. Vivi, you're here. Luffy first shouted loudly towards Vivi, then turned to look at everyone. I just said Vivi will come. However, Vivi's next words made everyone's faces freeze with joy. Everyone, I'm here to say goodbye to you. I am very happy to be with you during this period of time. I have never been so happy. But I still like this country very much. Everything I love is here, so I can't continue traveling with you. Thank you for your continued care. Thank you very much during this time. When she said this, Vivi burst into tears and burst into tears. Vivi, Luffy murmured, Next time we meet again, are you still willing to call me partner? Woo! When everyone heard this, they were silent for a while, and then shouted loudly, It will definitely happen. Then Luffy stood on the fence and shouted, Vivi, you will become a good princess. Goodbye. Goodbye. Vivi. Everyone waved and shouted, looking at the melee drifting away and thinking of the time they spent together these days. Tears welled up uncontrollably on Vivi's face again. Goodbye, everyone. Vivi stood there for a long time, watching the melee disappear from her sight. Then he turned to look at the duck next to him. Run fast, let's go back. Gah. Hey, it's so boring. Everyone on the melee was stuffed into the gaps in the railings, looking listless. Watching this scene, Zoro asked a little speechlessly, What are you doing? If you don't want to let Vivi go, just drag her onto the boat. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zoro said this, he immediately made people angry. You are not human. You have no heart. You are so cold. Green algae head. Listening to these accusations, Zoro couldn't help but have veins popping up on his forehead, and he had the urge to hit these people. Robin, who was reading a book on the side, couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this scene. Zoro didn't take action in the end. He had no choice. Even a three-sword style couldn't beat 10 hands. After making a cut sound, Zoro walked to the bow of the ship and asked Xiao-chun, who was lying on the bow, General Marine, is he very strong? Xiao-chun opened his eyes and glanced at Zoro doubtfully. He didn't expect Zoro to come over and ask him this. Xiao-chun sat up and stared into Zoro's eyes. In Zoro's eyes, he saw ambition, the ambition to become a strong man. Xiao-chun couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that Zoro is the most motivated on the ship. Then Xiao-chun turned to look at the sea and said, Very strong. I can't describe how strong it is. Anyway, he is on the same level as Eagle Eye. If you have faced Hawkeye before, you should know how powerful he is. As strong as Hawkeye? Zoro murmured softly. Then a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. There were so many strong men on the sea, which made his blood boil. No, he has to train. He wants to become strong. Thinking of this, Zoro said hello to Xiao-chun, walked aside, picked up his dumbbells, and started swinging. Looking at this scene, Xiao-chun couldn't help but nodded slightly. Suo-de is self-disciplined. It's just that you can't defeat Gwadi even if you try hard. Sleep. A few days later, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, did you catch anything good? Xiao-chun walked to the three of them and asked them. Although they said they were not short of food now, to be honest, they ate these every day, and now Xiao-chun felt a little nauseous when he saw the dinosaur meat. Not yet. These fish are too smart. They won't even take the bait. Luffy couldn't help complaining. However, at this moment, Usopp seemed to have caught something, and his face suddenly turned red. I caught something big stuff. Come and help me. Oh, Luffy and Chopper looked excited and came to Usopp's side to help him pull up the things. 1, 2, come up. Following the shouts of everyone, a huge conch was pulled up by them. Wow, what a big conch! Chopper shouted in surprise. It should be delicious if it's so big, right? Luffy couldn't help drooling as he looked at this conch. It would taste good to make grilled conch, Sanji said, touching his chin. Isn't it? Do you want to eat this weird conch? Usopp swallowed. At this moment, the middle of the conch opened and a man came out. Everyone! After coming out, the man touched his head and said, "It was so dangerous. I thought I was dead this time." "Who are you?" Luffy asked. "Ha ha ha. Let me introduce myself. I am the little ladybug mail order less who can be at your doorstep with just a phone call and deliver products to you. To express my gratitude to you, I will give you a discount on all the products here today. I'm not bragging. Our company sells everything from mineral water to artillery shells, everything you need." Speaking of this, Les had a proud expression on his face. "Can I buy some paper?" Nami suddenly came over and asked. "It's the kind of paper that's so big and tough that it won't rot even if it's blown by the sea breeze." "Of course. Please take a look." As he spoke, Leslie took out a stack of paper from the conch and proudly introduced, "This is the most advanced Millennium paper that little ladybug mail order is proud of." 1,000-year paper? It sounds very advanced. Luffy said excitedly. "Of course, this is 1,000-year paper made of 1,000-year-old fir trees. It will not fade even if it is exposed to the sun for 1,000 years. "How much?" Nami asked excitedly. Seeing this situation, Leslie showed a sinister expression on his face and then said in embarrassment, "This is not easy to handle. This paper is very precious. No matter how much it is, I will pay it. You tell me a price." As soon as Nami said this, everyone on the boat looked at her in shock, completely unable to believe that this sentence came out of Nami's mouth. Is this still the same Nami they knew with no money left? If that's the case, then I'll reluctantly sell it to you. I'll charge you 48 million Baileys for 1,000 pieces. 2 million. Nami slashed directly into the aorta. For 0.8 million. Leslie continued to return the offer. Just when Nami wanted to continue bargaining, Xiaqin came out, stopped her, and said lightly, "Let me do it." Nami was a little surprised when he heard this. In his impression, Xiaqin didn't seem like someone who could bargain. Xiaqin came to Les, looked at him, and said, "Take out everything in your conch. I want it all." "Everyone." "Xiaqin, there's no need. We don't need many things." Nami became anxious instantly. If it weren't for Xiaqin who said this, she would have punched anyone else. Xiaqin did not answer, but continued to look at Les. When Les saw this situation, he felt happy instantly. He had met a fat sheep. Then Pidian took out all the things from the conch, and the things were piled all over the floor. Xiaqin looked at these things and was a little curious about how his conch packed so many things. After taking inventory, Les said, "God, the total price of these things is 700 million belly." You see, after speaking, he rubbed his hands and looked at Xiaqin with excitement. 7 billion Baileys? Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this figure. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Even if all of them except Xiaqin were exchanged for the reward, it would not be enough. It would have to be doubled again. However, Xiaqin at this time replied calmly, "Okay." Then he made a move to go back to the cabin to get the money, but when he turned around, a reward notice accidentally fell down and landed in front of Les. Leslie glanced curiously at first, and then he was sweating profusely. Then he raised his head and glanced at Xiaqin. He was sweating even more, and even his legs were trembling. At this time, Xiaqin picked up the reward order and pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Hey, I accidentally dropped the thing. I'm so sorry. I almost want to throw this away. Didn't I just kill all the people on that island when I met a profiteer when I was buying something on that island? It's true that Marine is making such a fuss and offering me such a high reward. Mr. Leslie, do you think so? Do you think it's too much for me to kill the entire island because of a profiteer? I don't think it's too much at all. After listening to Xia Chen's words, Les became even more panicked. Just now his legs were trembling, but now his whole body was trembling. He stammered, "One is not too much at all. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I will give these things to you, Mr. Xia Chen. Goodbye." After saying that, Leslie got into the conch with lightning speed, then jumped into the sea and ran away. Looking at Les leaving, Xia Chen had a smile on his lips and turned to look at everyone. Done. Sigma. Hey. However, at this time, everyone on the boat was stunned. This wave of operations is worth learning throughout their lives. Luffy couldn't help but take out his reward ticket and said thoughtfully, "It turns out that this reward order can still be used in this way." A few days flew by. Xia Chen is still sitting on his exclusive throne at this time, drinking the fruit tea just made by Sanji, and his life is not too moist. Suddenly, Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then 2 fingers stretched toward his left side. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing came, and Xia Chen's fingers were firmly holding a knife that was coming towards him. "Okay, Zoro, when did you master the weapon color?" "Just now." Zoro's faint voice came, with excitement in his tone. However, when Xia Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and he said helplessly, "Then you're so kind to me. As soon as you master the weapon colors, you use me to test the sword, and you always use a sneak attack. I'm helping you train your senses. What do you know?" Zoro replied. Xia Chen was speechless for a moment. What Zoro said is true. With him making sneak attacks every day, Xia Chen really felt that his knowledge and appearance had been slightly improved. Although it is only a tiny bit, mosquito legs are still meat no matter how small they are. Add up to a small amount. By the way, why can't I break your defense even when I have master hockey? Zoro asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Xia Chen immediately rolled his eyes at Zoro and said rudely, "You want to go to heaven? How long will it take for you to master your domineering power and break my defense? Let's wait until you practice for another 10 or 8 years before we talk." Xia Chen replied calmly, and then his palm suddenly appeared in front of Zoro's face and slapped him. Upon seeing this, Zoro's pupils shrank, and he immediately held the knife in front of him. A large number of sparks were generated the moment the palm came into contact with the knife, and then Zoro was shot out and fell to the deck below before he could hold on for half a second. After finishing all this, Xia Chen picked up the fruit tea and took a sip, then laid down and basked in the sun. However, Xia Chen felt his eyes darken before he had been out in the sun for long, and he couldn't help but open his eyes curiously. What came into view was a huge ship falling directly from the sky. Sigma, hey. This scene shocked Xia Chen directly. At the same time, other people on the boat also noticed that the sky was darkening and couldn't help but look up. The boat fell from the sky. Chopper shouted loudly with his eyes widened. "Idiot! How could the ship fall from the sky?" Sanji, who had just walked out of the cabin, couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. But when he looked up too, the boat really fell from the sky. After being stunned for a while, Xia Chen finally reacted. Certainly, as the word ding was spoken, the huge ship floated in the air, including the tiny wood chips around the hull. Not to mention, as soon as he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw a ship coming towards him. Even though he thought he had experienced strong winds and waves, he was shocked. Wow, Xia Chen, your body-holding technique is really amazing. You can hold such a big ship in place. Low-key, low-key. These are just tricks, Xia Chen said pretentiously. After everyone was amazed for a while, they also thought of a question. By the way, why did the ship fall from the sky? Luffy asked, looking at the sky curiously. This sea area is really strange, and my record pointer is broken. It keeps pointing to the sky. Nami also interjected at this time. Maybe it's not that the record pointer is broken, but it might be pointing to an island in the sky, which is the so-called empty island. Robin came over and said calmly, "Sky Island." Luffy instantly showed an excited expression when he heard this. Islands floating in the sky? Sounds so interesting. Strictly speaking, it's not the island floating in the sky, but the sea floating in the sky. The sea is floating in the sky. Luffy became even more excited after hearing this, and shouted directly to Nami. Nami, let's go to Sky Island. Idiot! The sea floating in the sky. Are you mentally ill? How is this possible? Nami said speechlessly. That's not what you said, Miss Navigator. In this sea area, you don't have to believe in all common sense, but the only thing you have to believe in is the record pointer in your hand. The reason why it appears like this now is probably because it is attracted by the magnetic force of the empty island. Yes, empty islands do exist. Xiachen also interrupted at this time. For a moment, everyone looked at him, and then Luffy happily shouted, Okay, Sky Island. Sky Island. Nami also asked Xiachan at this time, how to get to Kong Island. Well, I don't know much about this, but we can look for clues, such as the ship above our head. This ship overhead. Everyone who heard this was stunned for a moment, and then they all reacted. You mean, this ship fell from the sky, which means they probably went to Sky Island? Sanji asked uncertainly. Yes, that's what it means. So, let's go up there and have a look. This is a good idea, Luffy said, clapping his hands. His eyes were full of interest in the next adventure. Robin, who was watching this scene, felt a strange feeling in his heart and couldn't help but look at Xiachan. Even after she had said so much, everyone was still skeptical about the existence of Sky Island. However, as soon as this man spoke about the existence of Sky Island, everyone immediately believed him. Even Nami, who just kept shouting that it was impossible, immediately switched sides. What magic power does this man have? At this moment, Robin couldn't help but feel a little curious about Xiachan. Xiachan looked at everyone and asked, Which of you wants to go up? I will take you up to have a look. Upon hearing this, the timid trio immediately took a step back. Usopp said tremblingly, I'm afraid of heights. Me too. Nami waved her hand in the same way. Chopper's face even turned blue. You know, reindeer can't go to the sky. Xiachan, I didn't see you being scared when you were running on a rope on Drum Island before. Shaking his head, Xiachan looked at Robin and said, Robin, do you want to go take a look? Okay, I happen to be quite interested. Robin nodded. Then I'll take you up first. Xiachan just walked towards Robin when an arm stopped him in front of him. Xiachan asked in confusion, Sanji, what are you doing? Xiachan now, you're not the only one who can fly. After saying that, Sanji jumped out of the melee. Sanji! Everyone ran over quickly. I saw Sanji stepping in the air when he was about to fall to the sea, and then he started running in the air. Seeing this scene, Xiachan raised his eyebrows. These three people came one after another. First, Luffy mastered the weapon color. Then soon after, Zoro also mastered the weapon color, and now Sanji also mastered Moonwalk. No wonder Sanji was so confident and stopped him. It turned out that his wings had hardened and he could fly. After Sanji returned to the melee, he looked at Robin and said gracefully, Miss Robin, let your knight take you to the sky. Underscores parallel to. As soon as Sanji said this, everyone couldn't help but feel goosebumps and couldn't bear it. Thank you, Sanji. Robin replied to Sanji with a smile. But I still want Xiachan to take me. The smile on Sanji's face stopped halfway, and he stood there in a daze. The duck that reached its mouth flew away. Sanji immediately turned his head and looked at Xiachan fiercely. If looks could kill, then Xiachan must have been covered in bruises by now. Even his indestructible King Kong couldn't withstand it. Seeing this, Xiachan also spread his hands and gave Sanji an innocent expression. Robin came to Xiachan and smiled at him. Let's go, Xiachan. Good. Xiachan nodded, then hugged Robin with one hand. Just get ready to go up. Wait. At this time, Nami's shout interrupted Xiachan's movements. She stood up and said, I want to go too. Huh? Didn't you just say you couldn't go? Xiachan was a little confused. Just now is now. I suddenly want to go now, Nami said lightly. Of course, he wouldn't tell Xiachan that she felt inexplicably unhappy when she saw him holding Robin, so she wanted to follow him. Okay. Xiachan didn't ask any more questions, but smiled and nodded. Then he also came to Nami, half-hugging her as well. Then Xiachan held a Nami in his left hand and a Robin in his right hand and flew towards the sky. Don't ask him why he uses moonwalk instead of somersault cloud. Everyone understands. When Xia-chan rose to more than 10 meters, he did not forget to say to Sanji, Sanji, Zoro and Luffy will be left to you. I will take the first step. Seeing Xia-chan flying higher and higher with Nami and Robin in his arms, Sanji felt itchy with hatred. The position where Xia-chan should have been his, he hated it. Then he turned to look at Luffy and Zoro, looking more and more disgusted. Why does he have to face these two guys? Let's go, Sanji. What are you doing standing around? Luffy said impatiently. What's the rush? Sanji took a puff of cigarette first, then walked over and grabbed Luffy and Zoro by their collars. The three of them jumped up with a kick of their feet, and then when Sanji tried to step on the air, his face suddenly became ugly. Why is it so heavy? Clang! The three of them fell heavily to the deck. Chopper and Usopp next to them looked at each other in confusion and couldn't help but complain. Sanji, you are so good. Look at Xia-chan hugging Robin and Nami and flying up in a swish. But you actually... Sue. Shut up, you two. They're too heavy, okay? If I were holding Miss Robin and Miss Nami, I would fly up in a minute, okay? Tisich, Usopp and Chopper both said disdainfully, their eyes full of distrust. You two bastards. While Sanji was still angry on the melee, Xia-chun and the others had already arrived on the ship in the sky. As soon as you enter here, a rotten smell hits your face, and there is dust everywhere. When he stepped on the deck, he could even hear the sound of the deck tearing. Xia-chun was afraid that he would fall directly if he took another step. Let's go. Let's go take a look, Xia-chun said to the two of them. When the three of them entered the cabin, Sanji finally dragged Luffy up first. He could barely bring one person up, but he really couldn't bring two people up. It's no wonder these two guys are so fat. After coming up, Sanji suddenly didn't want to pick up Zoro. Why did he have to pick up the green algae head? Now 5 people are completely enough to explore. Thinking of this, Sanji felt more at ease. He really didn't target the green algae head intentionally. He really didn't need so many people to explore. Then Sanji shouted, Miss Nami, Miss Robin, I'm coming. At this time, Zoro, who was on the melee, waited for more than 10 minutes, but did not see Sanji coming down. A bad thought suddenly came to his mind. Isn't the curly eyebrows S**X-demon unable to come down? As a few more minutes passed, Zoro's face became darker and darker. Now he was sure that the guy really wouldn't come down. Damn curly eyebrow pervert. Wait until you come down and see if Lousy doesn't chop you to death. At this moment, a strange and magical singing sound came to everyone's ears. Good salvage! Good salvage! Several people turned their heads and looked around, and what they saw was a ship several times larger than theirs. There is a monkey on the bow of the boat, holding 2 gongs in his hand. At this time, there was a sound on the ship. The sunken ships in this sea area all belong to our Ape Pirates, which means they belong to me to salvage the King Ape. Boys, are you ready? The big man who looked like an ape waited for a long time, but didn't hear anyone answer him, and he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Looking at his subordinates, he asked, What are you doing? Why didn't you react? Then after waiting for a long time, no one answered him. It was only when he couldn't help but want to scold these men that one of his men stood up and asked hesitantly, Boss, did you just say that all the sunken ships in this area belong to us? Of course. You have been with our pirate group for a while. Why do you still ask such a stupid question? Man-Ape looked at this subordinate a little dissatisfied. After hearing the words of the orangutan, the subordinate fell silent, and after a long while he asked quietly, What about heaven? Idiot, what are you talking about? Is there still a ship in the sky? The subordinates didn't say anything, but pointed at the back of the ape in unison. What are you guys doing? You're saying some weird things. The man-ape said as he turned his head, and the moment he turned around, he saw the most incredible thing he had ever seen in his life. The boat. The boat is really floating in the air? The man-ape wiped his eyes hard in disbelief, but no matter how many times he wiped it, the ship still floated in the air. He just froze in place and didn't speak for a long time. It took him a long time to react and suddenly realized, I know, I must be dreaming. Let me just say, how can the boat be floating in the sky? Then he punched himself hard in the mouth. Bang! It hurt so much, but now he no longer cared about whether he was in pain or not. Instead, he immediately jumped up and stared blankly at the ship in the sky. At this moment, he saw something strange in the sky. When he squinted and took a closer look, he once again doubted his vision. He turned his head blankly, looked at his men behind him, and asked, "Have you seen people flying in the sky?" All the subordinates nodded in unison, and the orangutan's forehead suddenly started to sweat. It's over. Everyone in their boat is sick, and they have a disease that makes everything fly. The boat is like this, and so are the people. It's too outrageous. No, he has to get some anti-hypertensive medicine. At the same time, Xia Chun and others have returned to the melee. Ex-devil cook die for lousy. The moment Sanji hit the ground, Zoro pulled out his knife and slashed at him. Sanji was also startled by this sudden scene. After he reacted, his anger rose, and he directly replied, "Third-rate swordsman, you think I am afraid of you?" Ignoring the two people arguing, Xia Chun and others started discussing on the sidelines. "How's it going? Are there any clues?" Usopp asked. "No." Xia Chun shook his head. "These should all be made of porcelain from who knows how many years ago. They have no value at all. They must have been searched." Then how do we get to Sky Island?" Usopp was a little disappointed, but he turned around and seemed to have thought of something and asked Xia Chun, "By the way, Xia Chun, can your cloud send us up directly?" "It doesn't work. My clouds can only fly to a certain height. They can't fly to places as high as the Sky Island." Xia Chun helplessly spread his hands. "His clouds can't fly? How is that possible? He just doesn't want to fly. It would be boring to fly directly up. He also wants to see the upwelling current. Moreover, he hasn't even checked in at Gaia Island yet. If he goes directly to Gaia Island, wouldn't he miss a chance to check in? In this case, now the clue is broken again. I still don't know how to get to the empty island." Nami raised her forehead helplessly. "Actually, we can ask people in the nearby sea area. They live in this sea area all year round and should know something more or less." Xiachini pointed out. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to the ship next to them, and the same thought came to their minds. Xiachun smiled and greeted everyone. "Let's go over and visit them." In just a few seconds, Xiachun and others arrived on the ship of the Ape Pirates. As soon as they boarded the boat, they attracted the attention of the people on the boat, who all made defensive postures and looked at them unkindly. "Who are you? What are you doing on our ship? Hello, we would like to know how to get to Sky Island." Luffy stood up and said, "We don't know anything about that kind of ethereal thing. You should leave quickly, or you won't blame us for being rude." "Oh, that's it." Luffy was a little disappointed. "Why is it so noisy outside? I just went in for a while." The orangutan walked out of the cabin with a bad look on his face. He is sick now and needs a rest, but these people keep yelling and disturbing his rest, which is so incompetent. Who are you?" The orangutan asked curiously as he looked at Xia Chun and others in front of him. Luffy did not answer him, but said in surprise, "Hey, you look like an ape." When the man-ape heard this, the anger in his heart disappeared instantly, and he asked happily, "Do you also think I look like an ape? You are really discerning." "Yeah, you look really ape-like, huh?" Luffy said again. "Ha ha ha, I think so too." After laughing for a while, the ape looked at Luffy curiously. "Brother, why did you come on my ship?" "Everyone. Are we now brothers? We want to go to Sky Island. Do you have any ideas?" "Sky Island, this is a legend. Not many people would believe this kind of thing." The orangutan touched his chin. "But I happen to be among the small group of people who believe it, because our boss has done a lot of research in this area. If you want to get to the Sky Island, maybe our boss is the only one nearby, who knows?" "Oh, your boss knows?" Luffy looked at him very excitedly. "Of course." A proud expression appeared on the ape's face. "Then can you take us to your boss?" "Well, most people are definitely not allowed to do this, but you are my brother, so it's no problem." The orangutan patted his chest and pretended to be wrapped around him. "Really? Thank you so much." Luffy stepped forward and held the ape's hand tightly. "Hey, Why are you talking about this, good brother, for the rest of your life? Luffy, good brothers forever. Everyone. Brothers, let's go to Gaia Island. Luffy shouted. Let's go to Gaia. The ape also shouted happily. By the way, brother, do you have a ship's doctor on your ship? I feel like everyone on our ship is sick. Ship doctor, yes. This is it. Luffy walked to Chopper and pointed at Chopper and said. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Chopper, and Chopper felt inexplicably panicked when being looked at by so many people at the same time and immediately wanted to shrink back. But he finally held back. He is a man. How can he be afraid of society? Chopper slowly walked up to the ape and said to him, What are you sick about? Do you have any symptoms? I'm not afraid of making fun of you if I tell you. Everyone on our boat has seen the boat flying in the sky and the people flying in the sky. Just tell me it's not too far off. Here, that's it. After saying that, the ape pointed to the ship in the sky. After hearing what the ape said, Xiao-chun and others fell into silence for a while. Seeing Chopper not speaking for a long time, the orangutan panicked. Doctor, what's wrong? Is my illness serious? Just tell me. I can live with it. The man-ape looked as if he was ready to die, but his trembling body proved that his heart was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Everyone was still silent. After a long time, Sanji took a puff of cigarette and asked quietly, Is this what you said about the people flying in the sky? After saying that, Sanji stepped on the air a few times with Moonwalk. Hashtag degree. You. Sanji's exposed hand shocked the ape so much that he couldn't even speak. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face instantly became gloomy. So that ship in the sky? Ah, yes, we did it too. Luffy replied happily. The orangutan didn't speak, but the veins on his forehead popped out one by one. Then he raised his head and stared at everyone. Don't you know that the sunken ships in this area belong to our Ape Pirates? How dare you go up there and search? You're so brave. But it hasn't sunk yet, Luffy asked in confusion, tilting his head. Stop talking, the ape shouted. Everything that comes down from the sky belongs to us. Do you understand or not? You'd better take out what you found now, otherwise. Before Man-Ape could finish his words, a reward notice inexplicably fell from Luffy's body. After Luffy confirmed that the ape had seen it, he pretended to put it away casually and said at the same time, Sorry, the thing fell. What did you just say? Otherwise what? Luffy asked the ape with an innocent expression, but to the ape, this expression was more terrifying than anything he had ever seen in his life. The orangutan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Otherwise, I will send you to Gaia as soon as possible. Don't you want to go to Sky Island? Ha ha! Without further ado, let's go. After saying that, the orangutan slipped into the cabin. Xiao-chun and others were left on the ground looking at each other. Xiao-chun looked at Luffy in surprise. This boy has a good understanding. In the next period of time, Xiao-chun and the others did not encounter the giant turtle in the original work, nor did they encounter a huge human figure, but arrived at Gaia Island without any trouble. The orangutan pointed at Gaia and said to them, This is Magic Valley Town, and our boss is on the other side. Do you want to go to town to buy something first? No, we just go directly to your boss. Nami shook his head. I'm going to town. Huh? Xiao-chun, why? Nami looked at Xiao-chun curiously. I'm going to kill some people. You go over there first. I'll come find you later. After saying that, Xiao-chun's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and sped towards Demon Valley Town. Xiao-chun, what happened? Luffy asked doubtfully. Just now, there was a hint of murderous intent on Xiao-chun's body. For Xiao-chun to say the word murder, it must be someone like his enemy, right? The feeling he gave me just now was just like the feeling when he first turned on his demonic state. I always felt that something big was going to happen. Zoro came over and said solemnly. After hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened, and they couldn't help but look at Mogu Town. After a few seconds, Luffy said, Let's not go to the boss of the apes first. Let's go to Demon Valley Town first. Good. Ding. Check into Gaia Island successfully. Conqueror's Domineering is upgraded to intermediate level. Listening to the reminder sound in his mind, Xiaqin's expression did not change at all. The moment he arrived at Demon Valley Town, Xiaqin immediately released his advanced level of knowledge and domination. It didn't take long for Xiaqin to discover his target. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his figure disappeared instantly. At this time, somewhere in the town, a weak-looking man was lying on a weak-looking horse and wandering slowly in the street. "I'm so weak. I feel like I'm going to die," the man said weakly. "Then you go to hell." The sudden voice startled the man, and he hurriedly sat up straight. He still looked as sick as before, but what caught his eye was an extremely dark stick, accompanied by a man's faint voice. "Great weed, thunder, 8 trigrams." The stick hit his body directly, and the powerful force shattered his internal organs in an instant, and his body flew backwards at an extremely fast speed under the blow. During this period, it smashed through countless houses and hit a mountain outside the town before stopping. And this huge movement also attracted the attention of everyone in the town, and they all turned their eyes over. "Solve 1, Xiaqin said calmly. Then he waited there. When there was such a big movement, the people he wanted to wait for would definitely come, and he just happened to get them all at once, too lazy to look for them one by one. That's right, the person Xiaqin killed just now was Poison Q of the Blackbeard Pirates. Xiaqin hated Blackbeard very much, to the point where he couldn't be more disgusted. Not just because of the other party's character of killing his partners and doing whatever it takes to achieve his goals. In fact, it doesn't matter to him. There are many people like this in the pirate world. He can't possibly hate everyone, right? But some of the things he will do in the future are very popular with Xiaqin. The first thing is to defeat Ace, hand him over to Marine, and expose Ace as Roger's son, indirectly killing Ace. The most important thing is Blackbeard dared to pinch the Empress' neck. That's all. Xiaqin didn't hide it anymore. That's right. He has a lot of ambitions for the Empress. Who can resist the most beautiful woman in the world who is arrogant and rude before falling in love, but is submissive after falling in love? He couldn't refuse anyway. But now there's also a problem that gives him a headache. That is, he found that he also has a crush on Nami. What should we do when there are 2 of us? Xiaqin pondered for a while, then spread his hands. It doesn't matter, at worst. He will want both of them together when the time comes, and he doesn't want to give up either of them. You can call him a scumbag, but what does it matter? Wouldn't it be too boring if you came to this world and still cared about this and that? Just follow your own heart. Xiaqin thinks so. So for people like Blackbeard who might cause harm to the Empress in the future, Xiaqin's idea is to kill without mercy. The same goes for his partners. The reason why Aaron and his gang were killed in Kokoja village was actually due to Nami. While Xiaqin was thinking, a magical laughter came from afar. "Ha, what's happening here? Why is it so lively?" When Xiaqin heard this laughter, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The real owner is here. Xiaqin turned around and saw a few teeth, missing from one mouth. A middle-aged man with a rough appearance, thick hair on his body, and a burly figure was drinking and walking towards him. "Blackbeard, you are finally here." The man, Blackbeard, felt a little confused when he heard this and asked curiously, "Wait for me? Why are you waiting for me? And how do you know me, kid?" Blackbeard is very self-aware of his current fame. He has just started working alone, has only wiped out a few countries, and has not done anything particularly famous. How come someone knows him? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of a possibility, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips. "Boy, you're not part of the Whitebeard Pirates, are you? You also want to come and get my head?" Xiaqin shook his head and looked at Blackbeard with eyes filled with murderous intent. "I'm not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but I do want to kill you. Do you know what the noise was just now? It was the poisonous Q on your ship who was killed by me. He is now down there saying he misses you so much, Blackbeard." "What?" Hearing Xiaqin's words, Blackbeard turned pale in shock. Then he stared at Xiaqin and said through gritted teeth, "You said you killed Poison Q? Who are you? Why are you targeting our pirate group? Who asked his captain to be you, Blackbeard? As long as they're your crew members, I will kill everyone I see." After saying that, Xiaqin's figure disappeared instantly and sped towards Blackbeard. So fast, Blackbeard's pupils shrank suddenly. The next second, a fist hit him hard. The moment he was hit by Xiaochen's fist, Blackbeard's eyes widened. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and then the huge body flew back at high speed. Xiaochen didn't hesitate. He quickly stepped forward and punched Blackbeard, who was still in the air. Smash him to the ground hard. The powerful force caused the ground to collapse. Blackbeard spat out another large mouthful of blood and twitched on the ground. Due to eating the dark fruit, Blackbeard will feel twice as much pain as a normal person. Xiaochen's Luing domineering energy caused damage from the inside, which made Blackbeard's pain even more intense, as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. Just when Xiaochan wanted to continue to hit the target, he suddenly sensed something and immediately took a step back, then crossed his fists across his chest. The next second, a bullet hit where Xiaochan was, and a fist also hit Xiaochen's arm. Xiaochen's body was blown away more than 10 meters by this powerful force. Xiaochan put down his arms and stared at the two people who appeared in front of him. A faint sound came out of his mouth. Van Oka, badgers. The two of them stared at Xiaochan in front of them, and then Fan Oka asked, "Why would Demon King Xiaochan, who has a bounty of 800 million on his head, take action against us? 80 million bounty?" Blackbeard, who was still vomiting blood after hearing this, and badgers next to him were startled. "This kid has a bounty of 800 million? Fan Oka, are you sure you read it correctly?" Blackbeard stood up and asked him, "You can't be wrong, Captain. I just saw this person when I saw the latest reward order. I just wanted to come back and inform you, but then I saw this scene." For a moment, Blackbeard and Badgers looked at Xiaochan more solemnly. Badgers asked angrily, "Where's Poison Q? Where was he at such a critical time? He was killed by this man." Blackbeard said solemnly, "What?" The two people who heard the news were shocked, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to Tianling Gai. Xiaochan looked at them and asked calmly, "Where's Lafayette?" "Why? Help Blackbeard apply for Shichibukai, and he hasn't come back yet." As soon as Xiaochan said these words, the three of them broke into cold sweat, and the Blackbeard stared at Xiaochan fiercely. "Who are you anyway? Why do you even know this?" Blackbeard is now very irritable when facing Xiaochan. He always feels that everything is under his control, and this feeling makes him very unhappy. However, Xiaochan did not answer his words, but said with a hint of regret, "In this case, I can't kill you all. What a pity. Forget it. Kill some if you can first. It's bad luck for you if you meet me today. Blackbeard Pirates, your sailing career ends here." As soon as the words fell, Xiaochan immediately summoned a clone, and the two stood apart and raised the stick in their hands. When Blackbeard and the others saw this scene, they felt their hearts' palpitation instantly, and they always felt that some big terror was coming towards them. "Run away!" Blackbeard shouted loudly and immediately prepared to flee, but Xiaochan moved faster than them. Hi! The powerful attack wave swept towards them instantly, and soon drowned them in Blackbeard's shocked eyes. Xiaochan fought against Blackbeard and the others with all his might. When a lion fights a rabbit, he must use all his strength. The villain dies because he talks too much. Xiaochan has always been the one who abides by these wise words. Although he thinks he is not a villain, in the eyes of Blackbeard and the others, he is. And the gap in strength between Blackbeard and the others is not as big as the gap between the rabbit and the lion. After an earth-shattering sound, a huge mark appeared in front of Xiaochan. As far as the eye can see, there is the sea. Xiaochan's overlord move directly penetrated Gaia Island, and everything along the way disappeared. Only Xiaochan slowly walked to Blackbeard and others. At this time, the three of them were lying on the ground motionless. Badgers and Van Oka, who had taken Xiaochan's attack from the front, had no breath at this time, but Blackbeard still had a trace of breath. Life is quite tenacious. Xiaochan was not surprised that he was able to wipe out the Blackbeard Pirates in such a short period of time. The strength of the Blackbeard Pirates is not very strong at this time. In the original book, Blackbeard suffered a lot when he fought with Ace not long after. If it weren't for the power of the dark fruit, it would be hard to say whether he and Ace would win or lose. Xiachun, on the other hand, didn't give Blackbeard any time to show off his abilities. He was direct and ruthless and didn't say much. He taught him how to behave with his set of combos. The last Baha'i was a king-level existence. You must know that even Akiji didn't dare to take his move forcefully, otherwise it would at least be seriously injured. What's more, his current strength is much stronger than when he fought against Akiji, and the power he exerts to dominate the sea is even more powerful. And these people don't have Akiji's means, so they can't escape from Baha'i's attack range. Death is normal, but not dying is really strange. Xiachun looked at the Blackbeard on the ground, raised the stick in his hand high, and murmured in a low voice, "You won't have any more highlights in the future." After saying that, he hit Blackbeard's head with the stick in his hand. Chong! The sound of gold and iron clashing came, and Xiachun's face instantly turned ugly. At this moment, a knife was placed under his stick, blocking his movement to kill Blackbeard. Xiachun stared at the figure next to him and asked in a low voice, "Golden Lion Shiki, what do you want to do?" Huh? After hearing Xiachun's words, the man was obviously stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. "Huh, I didn't expect that Lousy's reputation would still be so famous after so many years. Even a fresh kid knows it." Xiachun's eyes slowly left the Blackbeard and fell on the Golden Lion beside him. There is a rudder on the golden hair, a cigar in his mouth, and 2 knives on his legs. Such distinctive features were also the reason why Xiachun recognized him at a glance. Golden Lion, the legendary pirate, the man who once competed with Roger for one piece. Xiachun now feels that he really doesn't know how to describe his luck. He just met Akiji some time ago, and now he meets the Golden Lion. He has encountered all the top combat powers recently. "So, why do you want to stop me from killing Blackbeard?" Xiachun asked again. Unexpectedly, the Golden Lion burst out laughing when he heard this. "Ha ha!" He stopped after a long time, then looked at Xiachun and said unkindly, "Lousy is a Golden Lion. Do I need to answer you for anything? What qualifications do you have to question me, you brat? You weren't even a cell when Lousy went out to sea." "Is that so?" Xiachun muttered lightly. "In that case, there's nothing more to say. I wonder how much strength an old lion has compared to a young lion." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiachun appeared next to the Golden Lion and hit him with a stick. The Golden Lion's body floated, and the knife under its feet also slashed towards Xiachun. Clang! The two of them continued to fight, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of the Golden Lion's mouth. "Not bad, boy. You have some strength." Chop! The other knife on the Golden Lion's leg swung at Xiachun at high speed. Xiachun's legs were slightly bent, and his whole body bent backwards, barely able to avoid the slashing blow, then quickly pull away. After retreating, Xiachun's face looked a little ugly. He was at a disadvantage in the previous confrontation. The 3-color domineering power of the Golden Lion has reached a top level, and the development of Piao fruit is also unparalleled. Swordsmanship is also top-notch. So even though his strength is greatly limited by the rudder on his head, coupled with his old age and broken legs, his strength is still extremely strong. According to Xiachun's estimation, they should be the top group under the generals. But so what? Now, his weapon color and knowledge color are not very different from each other. That is to say, the difference in conquerors is much weaker than the opponent's, but he has a demonized form. This battle is not without a chance of winning. Xiachun made a quick decision and summoned a clone immediately. Without hesitation, the two people rushed towards the Golden Lion at the same time. Thunder 8 trigrams. 2 voices came at the same time, and 2 sticks also appeared in front of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion's eyes condensed. Ingshur and Deadwood were instantly wrapped in armed colors, and they collided head-on with Xiachun. At the moment when the 4 weapons collided, an extremely powerful shock wave emitted from it, and the surrounding houses and trees were all shattered by this shock wave. Thunder 8 trigrams? Boy, do you know Kaido? The Golden Lion asked curiously. That's right. I secretly learned hundreds of millions of his moves. I'm going to use his moves to kill you. What do you think? Ha! Are you kidding? Even if Kaido was here today, he wouldn't dare to say this. Who do you think Lousy is? The remnant of the old era? The cripple? The leading artist? Things that Golden Lion didn't want to hear came out of Xia Chen's mouth one after another, and the murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at Xia Chen became stronger and stronger. Boy, today I will teach you how to respect your seniors. After that, the Golden Lion took a step back with the force of the attack, stretched its body, and floated into the sky. Then he said calmly, "Shishawai, earth coiling." The moment the Golden Lion finished speaking, the ground in front of Xia Chun lifted up and turned into the shape of countless lion heads, crushing towards Xia Chun. Looking at these lion heads, Xia Chen's expression did not change at all. Instead, he mocked the Golden Lion. "Are you really old? The lions you create are so unoppressive." Xia Chun raised the stick upright, gathering strength in his hands, and then his eyes focused. The stick in his hand was swung down from top to bottom. Split the ground. The moment the stick hit the ground, the land in front was directly shaken into dust by an inexplicable force, and this force continued unabated towards the lion attacking in front. Boom! The lion's head quickly broke under Xia Chen's blow, and then turned into fine dust and dissipated in the air. Then Xia Chen's clone did not hesitate, kicked off his legs, and galloped towards the Golden Lion in the sky. Cover the sea. The stick swept towards the Golden Lion from bottom to top, and the Golden Lion quickly placed two famous knives in front of him. At the moment of contact, the expression on the Golden Lion's face changed. This power! Then he was knocked out without holding on for a second and felt a tightness in his chest. However, at this time, Xia Chen's body had appeared in front of his inverted flight trajectory, raising the stick high. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion's face immediately became extremely ugly, and he hurriedly used his fruit power to stop himself. But the power of the stick wielded by Xia Chen's clone just now was too great. Even if he uses the Pia fruit, it will only slow down his speed slightly and cannot change his flight trajectory. Realizing this situation, Golden Lion gave a sharp look, turned his legs over, and stabbed Xia Chen with the tip of the knife. However, seeing this situation, Xia Chen's movements and expressions did not change at all, and he was still staring closely at the flying Golden Lion. When the Golden Lion approached him, he faintly uttered two words. "Qing Tian." A black shadow flashed past, and the Golden Lion's body disappeared, and then an earth-shattering sound was heard. The land below Xia Chen was cracking inch by inch, and countless gravels were flying. It took a long time for the movement to slowly disappear. Xia Chen looked down quietly in the air. Even the Golden Lion wouldn't have a good time after eating these two new tricks he created. But he definitely cannot be defeated, otherwise the legendary pirate would be too worthless, even though his strength level has dropped a lot now. Things happened as Xia Chen expected. Not long after, the stones on the ground began to vibrate, and then they all floated in the air. The Golden Lion also slowly floated in the air, looking at Xia Chen with no more contempt in his eyes. "Boy, I recognize you. You are qualified to fight me. If you can't even deal with an old lion, wouldn't it be too embarrassing?" Xia Chen replied lightly. Although the battle is all about strength in the end, he will never lose when it comes to talking heads. "Then try it, boy." A sinister smile appeared on the corner of the Golden Lion's mouth, and then in the next moment, the two of them rushed towards each other at the same time. As time went by, the battle between Xia Chen and the Golden Lion became more and more intense. The ground on the half of Gaia Island where Demon Valley Town was located had been turned over again and again. This is still the case where Xia Chen and Golden Lion mostly fight in the air. Otherwise, I don't know what this half of the island will look like. At this time, dozens of kilometers away from where the two were fighting, a large group of people gathered here. The moment the battle broke out, everyone in Mogu Town evacuated. Except for a few unlucky ones who ran slowly, everyone else was here. At this time, they were watching the two men fighting in the distance intently, although they could no longer see anyone from this distance. But he could feel the shock waves coming from time to time and see the ground surging from time to time. This What level of power is this? One of the pirates asked shakily. But after he said these words, no one answered him, and they were all immersed in the power that destroyed the world. Is there such a strong person? A pirate with yellow hair and an ugly smiley face pattern on his arm murmured in a low voice while watching this scene. At this time, a pirate next to him said, I was still there when the fighting first broke out. One of the people fighting was the Demon King Xia Chun, who had a bounty of 800 million, and I don't know who the other one was. 800 million? When this number came out, the surrounding pirates couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and then all looked at the yellow-haired man who just whispered. Because the other party is Bellamy, who has the highest bounty among this group of people, but even with the highest bounty, it is only 55 million Baileys, which is not at the same level as 800 million. At this moment, a group of people came behind them, also looking at the battle in the distance in a daze. The arrival of this group of people also attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this group of people constantly cutting into the front, a few pirates couldn't help it and jumped out and cursed. Hey boy, why are you squeezing? Are you looking for death? But these people ignored him and continued to squeeze forward. The pirate who saw this scene couldn't help it. Where did this young boy come from? How dare he ignore him? Just when he was about to teach the other party a lesson, a companion around him grabbed him tightly. Hey, what are you doing? He turned his head, dissatisfied. But what he saw was the frightened expression on his companion's face. They're the Straw Hat Pirates, partners of Demon King Xia Chun. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at them in shock. Yes, they were Luffy and the others. When they saw Xia Chun running over from a long distance away, they knew that things were not simple. Out of concern for Xia Chun, even though Xia Chun told them to wait for him first, they couldn't help but follow him. But they have not moved forward now. Judging from the current fighting situation, this battle is no longer something they can intervene in. Luffy raised his head, feeling the shock waves one after another, and couldn't help but murmur softly. Xia Chun, Shiki, you are really old. You no longer look like the lion you once were. Xia Chun looked at the golden lion opposite and smiled, but this smile caused a stab wound on his chest. A pain hit him, making him grin. I saw that Xia Chun had a long and narrow knife wound on his chest that almost spanned the entire upper body, with blood splattering everywhere. This was accidentally cut by Shiki during the fight just now. Fortunately, he had an indestructible body. This stab wound looked scary, but it only cut open the outer layer of flesh and blood, and almost didn't damage the bones. With a thought in Xia Chun's mind, the injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon he turned back to his original fair appearance. Shiki on the opposite side couldn't help but twitched his lips after seeing this scene. Boy, what kind of fruit is this? Are you being a bit cheating? Does this injury heal so quickly? Guess. Xia Chun smiled lightly. Hearing this, Shiki glared at Xia Chun and cursed. I'm an old man who is about to be buried. How can I still guess? There's nothing I can do about it. I just don't want to tell you. Xia Chun spread his hands, looking like he wanted to be beaten. Good boy, haha. I found that you are quite to my liking. How about becoming my subordinate? Shiki first said to Xia Chun, and then looked at the tattered clothes and some wounds on his body. The look in Xia Chun's eyes showed even more appreciation. Even though his strength has dropped a lot now, he still has confidence in himself. The young man on the opposite side can actually force him to be like this. This is not something ordinary people can do. Originally, he just saw that this boy was very strong and wanted to move his body, but he didn't expect that he would get such a reward in the end. Sorry, I'm not interested, Xia Chun said lightly. Besides, you just ruined my good deeds. I can't justify it without killing you. Upon hearing this, the golden lion's eyes turned cold. Boy, I saw that you have the potential to become a strong man, so I lower my status to win you over. Don't be so shameless. What's wrong with being so shameless? Do you know that the name of the village in my hometown is Monksuan? And do you still need to admit that I can become a strong person? Even now, I think that my strength can occupy a place in the world. Unexpectedly, the golden lion burst out laughing when he heard this. Ha ha, boy. Are you the only one who is strong? Do you know how vast the sea is? A young boy like you is no match for me in my heyday. Xiachen also sneered when he heard this. Not to mention your bravery in the past. At least you're like a lost dog now. You can't even defeat an opponent like me, who is not your best enemy. After listening to Xiachen's words, the golden lion's expression darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, without saying anything, he directly launched an attack. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The golden lion's legs danced rapidly, kicking out countless sword energy similar to chop waves, but the power was stronger than chop waves. Looking at the incoming sword energy, Xiachen's face became serious. Facing this move, he had to be very alert, otherwise he might be seriously injured at any time. Xiachen thought, and his clone came to his left side. The coverage of Golden Lion's move is too wide. No matter how he dodges, he is very likely to be hit. In this case, let's go head-to-head and use Bahai to confront this move. As the Golden Lion's sword energy came to Xiachen, his momentum was completed. Bahai blasted out in an instant, annihilating all the sword energy along the way, while other sword energy that hit the sea directly cut countless cracks in the sea surface. And Bahai did not disappear after annihilating these sword energies, but continued to blast towards the Golden Lion. Shishiwai Earth Coiling. The Golden Lion did not hesitate, and directly used the lion created from the soil to delay Bahai's attack, and then used the Piao Piao fruit to quickly dodge out of Bahai's attack range. Seeing Bahai tearing apart the soil like a torrent and still unabated, even the Golden Lion couldn't help but have a hint of wonder in his eyes. This level of attack was only possible in his heyday when he had to use all his strength. The Golden Lion couldn't help but be a little curious at this time. Why could Xiachen, whose overall strength was not particularly strong, be able to launch such a powerful attack? Thinking of the two Xiachens who appeared, Golden Lion had a guess. Whispered, combined attack skills? But what he couldn't figure out was why in his perception, another similar clone had the same strength. What kind of outrageous fruit ability is this? The Golden Lion couldn't help but secretly cursed. Then when he turned around, he realized that two Xiachens had arrived in front of him at some point. Great Weed Thunder 8 trigrams. The Golden Lion's pupils shrank, and he immediately put his arms across his body. Whoosh! The Golden Lion's body flew backwards like an arrow from the string, and it couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. After flying upside down for a certain distance, the Golden Lion used the Piao Piao fruit to forcefully stop his body, but before he could react, Xiachen appeared above him again. Jiang Sanshur Yinaraku. Another hard blow, and the Golden Lion's body quickly flew downwards. Boom! As a huge sound came, the ground below was directly smashed by the Golden Lion into a deep pit tens of meters deep, and the surrounding soil was turned over again and again. Xiachen did not hesitate and galloped directly towards the ground. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Xiachen will not give the enemy time to breathe. What's more, even though he seems to be beating the Golden Lion now, his physical strength is still inferior. He just created an information gap because the Golden Lion didn't understand his abilities. It would be more difficult to use the same attack to achieve such great results. Moreover, many times of recovery from injuries have reduced his physical strength a lot. If it drags on any longer, he can't guarantee that he will be able to last longer than the old Golden Lion. But now he is still an advantage. Even the Golden Lion must have been seriously injured after the few blows he just received. During this period, you can get rid of the Golden Lion in one go. However, just when Xiachen was about to approach the Golden Lion, a fierce black-red sword energy suddenly shot out from below and attacked Xiachen. Xiachen's hair instantly stood up, and he slammed the stick in his hand against the sword energy. Xiachen was pushed back thousands of meters by this sword energy before destroying it. He looked down with a solemn expression. He felt an unusual aura. The next second Xiachen had this idea, an extremely powerful momentum suddenly erupted from where the Golden Lion was, with black and red lightning surrounding it. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Xiao was slightly shocked. The Golden Lion had never used conquerors in previous battles. Moreover, the level of this conquerors is very high, at least more than Xiao conquerors. The Golden Lion suddenly jumped out of the smoke, flew towards Xiao at high speed, and then stopped dozens of meters in front of him. This time the Golden Lion just floated there quietly, which brought unparalleled pressure to Xiao. A drop of sweat could not help but flow from his forehead. There is only one difference between the Golden Lion at this time and the Golden Lion before. That is, the rudder on the head has disappeared without knowing it. After a long time, Xiao spoke calmly. Hey, you're going to die like this. The rudder on the Golden Lion's head has been stuck in for so many years, and the flesh in his skull has grown together. Now it has been rashly pulled out, and the only path waiting for the Golden Lion is death. So what? Do you want Lousy to run away in despair? Lousy is a Golden Lion. The voice of the Golden Lion who took off the rudder became full of energy when he spoke, and he felt like a completely different person. Ever since the rudder was placed on my head, I have become timid and have completely lost the majesty of the lion I once was. But I don't think there's anything wrong with this outcome. Living is the right way to go. So what if Captain Rocks was so strong back then? After his death in the end, wouldn't the relevant traces be wiped out by the world government? The same goes for Roger. Even if he became One Piece, didn't he still die decades earlier than me? He is the loser. The Golden Lion's high-pitched voice stopped abruptly. Xiao didn't speak, still looking at him quietly. The Golden Lion continued to speak. These are all my thoughts before today, until I fought with you just now. From your eyes, I saw the indomitable version of myself. I suddenly realized that, before I knew it, I had become the person I looked down on the most when I was young, and yet I was still complacent about it. It turns out that I'm not as good as Roger after all. At this point, the Golden Lion sighed and looked at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. The next moment, the Golden Lion turned to look at Xiao, and a huge burst of Conqueror's domineering energy burst out from him and attacked Xiao. Not to be outdone, Xiao also fought back with Conquerors, even though his Conquerors was not as good as the Golden Lion. But the king cannot bow his head. Black and red lightning flashed in the air, rustling their robes. After a while, the Conqueror's domineering confrontation between the two ended. Xiao face was full of solemnity, while the Golden Lion's face was indifferent. The Golden Lion looked at Xiao and said loudly, "Boy, although I am not as strong as I was in my heyday, I can still reach 90% of the strength I had in my heyday, regardless of my life and death. Today, I will show you the strength of the top warriors on the sea." After saying that, the Golden Lion swung his right foot, and a black-red sword energy shot out and hit Xiao. It's this sword energy again. Xiao's eyes narrowed. He clenched the stick with both hands and struck hard at the sword energy. Similarly, Xiao's body was pushed back thousands of meters before stopping. However, before he could take a breath, another sword energy struck in front of him from top to bottom. Xiao was pushed by the sword and hit the ground hard, making a huge roar when it hit the ground. Ahem! Xiao stood up from the smoke and dust, coughed a few mouthfuls of blood, and smiled when he looked at the knife marks on his body that were so deep that his bones were visible. Is this the top strong man on the sea? To be honest, the strength shown by the Golden Lion now is stronger than the strength shown by Akiji. And this is only 90% of the strength of the Golden Lion in its heyday. So how strong was his full strength in his heyday? As expected, he is someone who needs Sengoku and Garp to join forces to defeat him. Xiao looked at the Golden Lion slowly flying towards him and asked, "Did you use Conquerors to entangle the sword energy just now?" "That's right." The Golden Lion nodded. This technique can only be mastered by the top experts on the sea. In this world, fruit abilities are only auxiliary. Only domineering power can overcome everything. Xiao couldn't help but tilted his head when he heard this. It seems that Teacher Kai also said this. As his thoughts were surging, the Golden Lion said to Xiao, "Boy, let me see your strength. Let me see if you are qualified to reach the top of the world." "You will see it." Xia Chun showed a faint smile, then picked up the stick and attacked the golden lion. Ha ha! Come on, boy. After some time, ahem, Xia Chun spit out a large mouthful of blood and struggled to hold on to the stick to prevent himself from falling. At this time, his body was covered with wounds and blood flowed all over the floor. Moreover, all kinds of injuries are the kind that go deep into the bones because the shallower injuries have been recovered by Xia Chun, and the remaining injuries cannot be withstood even with his recovery ability. Moreover, his physical strength is now about to bottom out, and his consciousness is even a little unclear. On the other hand, the golden lion on the opposite side had only a few new injuries besides the injuries caused by Xia Chun before, and they were all minor injuries. But his breath had begun to become unstable, and such a high-intensity battle after pulling out the rudder had brought his life to a close. This huge gap in strength made Xia Chun understand the distance between him and the truly top experts. Indeed, he still has a long way to go. But a smile appeared at the corner of Xia Chun's mouth. He had gained nothing. Xia Chun stood up straight with difficulty, smiled, and said to the golden lion, "Among all the teachers I have ever seen, you can definitely be ranked at the forefront." Huh? What do you mean? The golden lion was confused by Xia Chun's sudden and clueless words. Xia Chun did not answer the golden lion's words, but used practical actions to show what he wanted to say. Xia Chun gently picked up the stick in his hand, and gradually black and red lightning also wrapped around it. The golden lion over there seemed to have seen a ghost after seeing this scene, and asked in disbelief, "Have you mastered Conqueror's entanglement?" "Thanks to you, I got it by chance." At this moment, Xia Chun finally understood why Luffy and others were able to master new things every time they were in a life-or-death crisis. Not to mention, they had to be beaten harder to understand faster. There are great opportunities between life and death. This saying is indeed true. The expression on the golden lion's face suddenly changed strangely, seeming to be amazed and unwilling. After a long time, he looked at Xia Chun and said quietly, "Your talent is much better than mine, but I won't show mercy to you because of this." "That's exactly what I meant." Xia Chun smiled, showing his bloody teeth. Then he slowly said, "The next move will be my last move. After this move, I will no longer be able to fight. Old lion, don't die. Come on, boy. Haha, show lousy what you're capable of." Xia Chun didn't speak anymore. He mobilized the last bit of strength in his body to raise the stick in his hand high. Conquerors wrapped around it, and black and red lightning continued to shoot out. At a certain moment, Xia Chun's eyes condensed, and his body shot away instantly, arriving in front of the golden lion almost instantly. Then he swung the stick down hard. Ching Tian. The golden lion didn't waste any time. The two knives on his legs came to him in an instant and struck hard with Xia Chun's stick. Boom! The weapons of the two did not intersect, but collided in the air, and an extremely powerful shock wave emitted from them. This overwhelmed land was destroyed again. The collision between the two continued like this for a while, and suddenly, the golden lion began to vomit a large amount of blood from its mouth. "Can't you hold on any more? Old lion," Xia Chun mocked. "You are the one, boy. How much power do you still have?" The golden lion responded unceremoniously. Then he suddenly exerted force again. Xia Chun was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that the golden lion could explode a second time in this situation. At this time, he had no extra strength and was swept away by the golden lion. The surrounding scene changed rapidly in front of his eyes. It wasn't until his back hurt that Xia Chun realized that he had flown more than 10 kilometers away. A large mouthful of blood was spat out. Xia Chun felt like he was anemic now. The amount of blood shed in this battle would have killed an ordinary person countless times. Lifting his eyelids with all his strength, Xia Chun found the golden lion slowly drifting towards him, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This old guy is really strong. Xia Chun roughly calculated that it had only been about 10 minutes since the golden lion pulled out the rudder, and in such a short period of time, he had been beaten into this bird-like state. There were countless wounds on the body. No one knew how many bones were broken, and no one knew how much flesh was cut. Xiaochen really couldn't squeeze out a drop now, and his consciousness was blurred, but he knew that he couldn't fall asleep yet, otherwise he would be doomed. Holding on to the last bit of consciousness, Xiaochen prepared to summon Doyun. He was going to run away. Otherwise, he would really have to explain it here today. However, before he could take action, he heard the sound of an object falling to the ground. Xiaochen looked and saw that the golden lion had been lying on the ground at some point, and the breath on his body quickly dissipated. Seeing this, Xiaochen immediately gave up the idea of running away. Instead, he laughed weakly. "I won this battle." "That's right, kid, you win." Although Xiaochen was no match for the golden lion, the current situation was that he was seriously injured and the golden lion was about to die. So he won. However, the golden lion's voice that came back to his senses startled Xiaochen, and he almost ran away again. "Boy, go and stand on the top of the world. You are the man who defeated my golden lion." Ha ha! The laughter became weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. The legendary golden lion of a generation has come to an end. After hearing these words, Xiaochen also had a smile on his face. "I will." After saying that, Xiaochen couldn't hold on any longer. His consciousness became chaotic, and he fainted. After some time, it had been a while since the movement disappeared, and finally someone came to where Xiaochen was. Luffy and others rushed to the front, constantly looking for traces of Xiaochen. The other pirates who followed looked at the mess in front of them and couldn't help but swallowed. Is this really something a human can do? What appeared in front of them at this moment was half of Gaia Island that had been almost penetrated, and it was no longer the same as it used to be. While the pirates were amazed, Luffy and others also found Xiaochen. "Xiaochen!" Luffy shouted loudly, and then ran towards Xiaochen, who was lying in a pool of blood. When Luffy rushed to Xiaochen's side, he couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. Why did such a powerful Xiaochen become like this? The Xiaochen in front of him was completely different from what Luffy had seen before. There was no good spot on his body, and his aura was so weak that it was almost negligible. At the same time, everyone who heard Luffy shout also ran over. When he saw Xiaochen on the ground, he showed the same expression as Luffy. Nami, in particular, threw herself directly in front of Xiaochen, tears welling up uncontrollably, looking at Xiaochen, who was covered in injuries with heartache on her face. She wanted to touch him, but was afraid that she would hurt him. Suddenly, Nami seemed to have thought of something and turned back to look at Chopper angrily. "Xiaoba, why are you standing there? Why don't you come over and see how Xiaochen is doing?" Oh, good." Hearing Nami's roar, Chopper was instantly frightened and ran over in a hurry. Nami looks so scary to him now. After Xiaoba came over, he checked Xiaochen's whole body with an ugly expression on his face. Then he said solemnly, "Xiaochen has almost all the bones in his body broken. He also lost too much blood, and his pulse is weak. He must be treated immediately and what, don't delay." Nami yelled again. Chopper did not answer immediately. After a long time, he said, "And the possibility of recovery is very small." What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and the expressions on their faces were extremely ugly. "Xiaoba, if you can't rescue Xiaochen, I will eat venison tomorrow." Nami's suppressed angry tone made Chopper tremble all over, and he immediately said, "I'll save you right away." At the same time, I was thinking in my heart, this woman is really a fickle animal. Yesterday she teased him and said he was cute, but today she said she was going to kill him. As Chopper continued to treat Xiaochen, the surrounding pirates slowly came to this place. They saw Xiaochen lying in a pool of blood at a glance, and then their thoughts started to move. One of the pirates said, "He seems to be seriously injured. Why don't we take advantage of the moment and kill him?" "That's right. This is 800 million heads. With this money, you won't have to worry about it for the rest of your life." Another pirate agreed, with an excited expression on his face. At this moment, the interests were so exciting that most pirates had the same idea. Luffy and the others also heard these words at this time and turned to look at them with extremely cold eyes. Zoro pulled out the knife from his waist and said calmly, "If you want to die, just do it." After that, everyone except Chopper stood in front of Xiachun. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became serious at this moment. The next moment, a certain pirate shouted, kill them, and we will take action." This sentence directly detonated the scene, and countless pirates rushed towards Luffy and the others. Luffy and the others did not hesitate and rushed directly into the pirates to fight with them. At a certain moment, a man with yellow hair and feet that could turn into springs rushed towards Luffy. Luffy was about to fight back, but saw that the man's target was not them, but the pirates fighting them. Luffy didn't know why this man chose to help them, but he still said thank you. The man, Bellamy, ignored Luffy's thanks and continued to kill the pirates. As one pirate after another was defeated by Bellamy, one pirate finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared, "Bellamy, what are you doing? Don't you want 800 million heads? Don't compare me to you pirates." Bellamy replied and continued to rush into the crowd. "In this case, don't blame us, brothers, kill." The battle lasted for almost an hour before everyone defeated all the pirates. Everyone was breathing heavily at this time, and everyone was more or less injured. Although the strength of these pirates is not very good, there are too many of them, and the ants will kill the elephant to death. So even if Luffy and others are much stronger than them, it's not that easy to deal with. Luffy walked towards Bellamy, who was beside him, and spoke to him again. "Thanks." Bellamy glanced at him and said calmly, "I just admire that man's strength and don't want such a strong man to die in the hands of these unknown people. No matter what you say, thank you anyway." Zoro came over and said calmly, "Whatever you say." After speaking, Bellamy turned around and walked towards the back. "What a strange man," Sanji said, taking a drag of his cigarette. "Let's go back and see Xiachun. First take him to the boss," the orangutan said. "Good. It's a little dark in here." Xiachun looked at the darkness in front of him and couldn't help but have this idea in his heart. At the same time, he also felt that his current state was very strange. He couldn't feel his body anymore, as if only his consciousness existed, which made him very uncomfortable. Try hard to break through this situation. Consciousness continued to struggle, and finally, at a certain moment, Xiachun saw the light, and then immediately rushed towards it. This is it." Xiachun slowly opened his eyes and murmured in a low voice, and his soft sound directly woke up Nami, who was guarding him. When she saw Xiachun waking up, great joy flashed in her eyes. Looking at Xiachun, he shouted excitedly, "Xiachun, you wake up." At this time, Nami wanted to hug Xiachun, but was afraid of touching his wounds and didn't know what to do for a while. Nami's voice immediately woke up everyone outside, and everyone rushed in. "Xiachun, how are you feeling?" Luffy yelled as soon as he came in, and then Nami shuddered. "Why are you shouting so loudly? Didn't you see that Xiachun just woke up?" "I'm so sorry." Seeing Luffy like this, Xiachun couldn't help but chuckle, and then asked everyone, "Where are we?" "Oh, we're at Uncle Chestnut Head, the boss of the apes." "That's him." Luffy pointed at a middle-aged man with chestnut hair who was shirtless and said. Only this time, there was no yelling. "Is that so? Thank you." Xiachun thanked him. "No need, it's just a small matter." The man waved his hand. Xiachun then asked, "How long has it been since I fell in a coma?" "Half a day," Nami replied. "Chopper originally said that you would be in a coma for at least 10 days and a half, but I didn't expect that you would wake up after half a day. It seems that Chopper is indeed a quack." Nami looked at Chopper with an unkind look. Chopper was startled by Nami's look and said hurriedly, "A normal person would indeed be in a coma for 10 days and a half in this situation, but Xiachun's physique is very strange. When I first rescued him, I found that his life was still in danger. I didn't expect that Xiachun's injuries would start to slowly and automatically recover after I rescued him. Even if I don't do anything, Xiachun won't die. At most, his body will recover on its own if it takes a little longer." Hearing this, Xiachun smiled softly. "You really can't blame Chopper for this. My physique is indeed different from ordinary people." As he said this, Xiachun struggled to sit up from the bed, but this movement shocked Nami. She shouted directly to Xiachun, "What are you doing? Don't you know how injured you are?" Suddenly hearing Nami's roar, Xia-chun was startled. Looking at Nami with an angry face, he suddenly felt that Nami was so scary. But he also knew that Nami was worried about him, so he was actually more moved. Xia-chun looked at Nami and said, "It's okay, I know my own body very well." After sitting up, Xia-chun took out the cooked food that he had prepared before from the system space and ate it hungrily. Half a day later, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the bones that almost filled the house. Luffy widened his eyes and asked, "Xia-chun, when did you become so good at eating?" It's not surprising that Luffy made a fuss. The amount of food Xia-chun ate now was several times more than what he had eaten before when he had been hungry for several days. "No way, it's a bit expensive," Xia-chun replied after finishing a mouthful of meat. After touching his belly, Xia-chun felt that he had almost eaten, and then said mysteriously to everyone, "I'll show you something amazing." "What's something powerful?" everyone asked subconsciously, and then saw Xia-chun directly pulling off the bandages on his body. "WW, Xia-chun." Hey, wait. Xia-chun quickly stopped Nami, who was about to get angry, and then thought about it. The injuries on his body are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the broken bones in his body are also being spliced together at this time. A minute later, there were no injuries on Xia-chun's body, and her skin was fairer and tenderer than that of a newborn baby. The only cost of recovering from this injury is that Xia-chun has consumed all the food he just ate, and now he feels hungry again. However, when Xia-chun looked at Luffy and others, they saw their eyes widened and their mouths open wide. Every organ on their faces was telling their shock. They had never seen Xia-chun seriously injured before, so naturally this was the first time they saw Xia-chun's terrifying recovery ability. After a long time, Zoro stammered, Xia-chun, are you still human?" Hearing this, Xia-chun glanced at him speechlessly and then said angrily, "Do you think I am a human being?" Unexpectedly, Zoro shook his head quickly, and the people around him also looked in agreement. Xiaoba's face was even more shocked. He hurriedly ran over and touched Xia-chun, and then said in disbelief, "It's really all healed. This is not common sense," Xia-chun said while putting on his clothes. "What's the matter? Many animal-type Phantom Bee species have strong recovery capabilities, but mine may be a little bit stronger." Suddenly, Robin asked Xia-chun, "Xia-chun, who did you fight with to get injured like this?" Although Robin and Xia-chun haven't been together for a long time, they're more or less aware of his strength. The last time I heard that Xia-chun and Akiji had a battle, it wasn't as miserable as it is now. As for Akiji's powerful Robin, she has a deep understanding of it, and the shadow left on her in childhood is really too big. So Robin was very curious about someone who could beat Xia-chun, who she thought was so powerful. "Yes, Xia-chun, are the people who beat you like this the same people you said you wanted to kill?" Sanji also asked from the side. "No," Xia-chun shook his head. "I killed 2 of the people I wanted to kill, and I don't know if the other one is dead or not." After Xia-chun was stopped by the Golden Lion, he focused all his attention on the Golden Lion, so he doesn't know what happened to Blackbeard later. But even if he didn't kill Xia-chun, he didn't care very much. If he could kill Blackbeard once, he would be able to kill him a second time, and Blackbeard could never improve his strength as fast as him. If Blackbeard survives by chance this time, at worst, he could be killed next time we meet again. Little impact, Xia-chun continued. "As for beating me like this, I am an old man who has nothing to do and is about to die." Speaking of this, Xia-chun couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Why did you say that you, the Golden Lion, were nosy when you had nothing to do? You insisted on getting involved, and in the end you got involved. However, the Golden Lion is still somewhat useful. At least it allowed Xia-chun to master the domination, right? And he learned it on his own before his conqueror's domineering reached a high level." Sure enough, a certain Lei Yongshi was right. Domineering power can only be further improved in the extreme state of actual combat. It makes perfect sense. Although he is a mediocre teacher, he is indeed capable in terms of theory. "Old man? What old man?" "Golden Lion Shiki. I wonder if you recognize him?" Xia-chun said casually. Everyone's first reaction when hearing this name was that it was unfamiliar, and then they all shook their heads. I don't know you. Only Robin seemed to have thought of something. He touched his chin and thought for a while. Then a look of shock appeared on his face, and he asked Xia-chun, "Are you talking about the golden lion?" "Yes, that's right, it's him." Everyone, "What about this and that? Do you dare to explain it clearly?" Luffy couldn't bear his impatience at first and asked directly, "Robin, which golden lion are you talking about?" Robin pondered for a while before speaking. Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary great pirate, the man who once competed with One Piece Roger. Robin's introduction to the Golden Lion was very short, but even this short introduction was able to shock everyone's jaws. The impact of these words, "the man who competed with One Piece," is undoubtedly huge. What is One Piece? That is the king of all pirates, Luffy's ultimate goal. Such people sound like they are definitely the top group of strong men in the sea. Everyone felt that they had been surprised more times today than in the past month combined, making their moods go up and down like a roller coaster. After a while, everyone calmed down a little. Sanji suddenly asked Xia-chun, "How about the Golden Lion?" "He's dead. Didn't you see the blonde-haired man not far from me when you found me?" After hearing Sanji's words, Xia-chun was a little confused and asked curiously. The distance between him and the Golden Lion should not be very far, and the area is all bare, so the two of them should be very conspicuous. Everyone showed doubts after hearing this. Zoro pondered for a while and then said, "When we rushed to your place, you were the only one around, and no one else existed." "What?" Xia-chun had a shocked look on his face. Before he lost consciousness, he was sure that the Golden Lion had fallen not far from him. After thinking for a while, Xia-chun asked, "Did you find nothing around when you came back?" "No, because your head is very valuable. Many pirates were interested in you later." Zoro told Xia-chun everything that happened next, including Bellamy's help to them. After hearing this, Xia-chun was a little surprised and murmured in a low voice, "Bellamy." Xia-chun didn't expect that Bellamy would help them. However, Xia-chun only thought about this matter briefly and didn't care about it anymore. What he wanted to know more now was what happened between when he fell and when Luffy and others came over. Why did the Golden Lion's body disappear out of thin air? Is he not dead? No, impossible. This idea only appeared in Xia-chun's mind for a moment before he rejected it. At that time, the Golden Lion had run out of gas and the lamp was dry. He was sure of this. So now that we are back, what exactly happened during that time? Xia-chun suddenly felt that things seemed to be getting interesting and couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting. It's best not to let him know who took away the Golden Lion. Anyone who dares to take advantage of his trophy will be killed. Just as Xia-chun's thoughts were swirling, Luffy suddenly shouted. "Then, Xia-chun, it was you who defeated the Golden Lion?" "No." Xia-chun shook his head and continued. "I can be regarded as the person who directly caused the death of the Golden Lion, but I did not defeat him." Everyone was stunned when they heard Xia-chun's words. If you kill someone, it doesn't count as defeating others? Looking at their eyes, Xia-chun knew what they were thinking, so he explained the matter helplessly. "So, after he pulls out the rudder on his head, he will die even if you don't fight him?" "Yes, that's right. It's just that the battle with me accelerated the process." Xia-chun nodded and replied, "But to be honest, the Golden Lion's strength after liberation is really too strong. At this stage, I am no match for him. You are already very strong like this. You can fight against a strong man of this level for 10 minutes. Robin retorted from the side. Compared to Luffy and the others, Robin has wider knowledge, so he naturally knows how vast the world is. Based on Xia-chun's current strength, according to her estimation, there are not many people who can defeat him. Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help but glance at Xia-chun. This young brother is very strong. "Hey, Uncle, you've been here for so long, and you've never had the idea of going to heaven to see it?" Xia-chun said to Kalikai. After Xia-chun and the others said they wanted to go to Sky Island, Kalikai thought for a while and decided to help them go and modify their melee so that it could go to the sky. "Idiot! What nonsense are you talking about? If you are not careful at such a high place, someone will die." Kalikai said while helping to reinforce the melee. Since Xiachun has not caused any harm to the melee along the way, the melee now is much better than it was in the original work. No repairs are needed, just simple reinforcement. Xiachun was lying here watching them work, while Luffy and the others went to find Nan and Mayontori. Although he said that nothing happened now, he was still mentally tired. He needed to take a rest. After a while, it looked like Kalikai and the others were almost done. Xiachun shouted directly to them, "Hey uncle, apes, orangutans, bring your brothers over here, and I'll treat you to dinosaur meat." Oh, after some time, not long after Xiachun finished roasting the dinosaur meat, Luffy and the others also came back. "Hey, Xiachun, you are so funny. We have worked so hard to catch birds, but you are secretly eating dinosaur meat here." Huh? Xiachun looked at him doubtfully, and then looked at Kalikai and others. "Do we eat secretly? Isn't this eating openly?" "Hey, that's right." Luffy, a brainless man, immediately agreed when Xiachun said this, and then happily ran over, picked up the meat, and put it in his mouth. After taking a bite of meat, Kalikai reminded, "It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. If you want to sleep, go and take a nap. I guess the time when the rising sea current will appear is about noon tomorrow, but the specific time is not clear. So tomorrow morning, you have to leave early in the morning." Haha, I'm so excited that I can't sleep when I think about going to Sky Island tomorrow, Luffy said happily. Seeing Luffy like this, Chopper and Usopp just wanted to say one thing. They couldn't sleep either, but they were too scared to sleep. In the end, everyone decided to take a nap. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. The most important thing is to maintain a good sleep. But Xiachun didn't go. He was still lying outside and looking at the stars, his thoughts drifting to the sky. Sky Island? I'm looking forward to it. Dawn breaks and the sun rises. The sun has already reached Gaia Island at 6 o'clock in the morning. "Hey, everyone, let's go." Luffy stood on the head of Mary's new chicken and said to everyone, "Can this really fly?" Nami looked at the new melee and asked doubtfully, "Indeed, why do you need a chicken head instead of a pigeon head? Pigeons can fly better than chickens, right?" Zoro came over and nodded. "Is that the problem?" Nami is already convinced. What are these people thinking? After cleaning up, everyone got on the boat one by one. At the same time, 2 boats appeared next to Melee. Kalikai shouted to the orangutans and the others, "Listen to the people of the Ape Mountain United Army. We must send them to the sky. Do you understand?" Oh, the people on the 2 ships, the ape and the orangutan, responded at the same time. "Uncle, goodbye. I will definitely prove to you the existence of the Golden Land." Luffy waved goodbye to Kalikai. "Hey, you brat, don't talk nonsense so quickly." Under Kalikai's watch, the 3 ships slowly moved away. "You must arrive safely, you brats." "Oh, this bird is so interesting. It's really pointing at the bow of the ship." Luffy's trio and Xiachun, a total of 4 people, all gathered around Nan and pointed at the bird. "Don't tell me, it's really interesting." Xiachun also looked at the bird with interest, then went over and pushed its head aside with his hands, but soon it bounced back on its own. "Hey, hey, hey." The next few people went over and gave it a head. Then they all burst into laughter. At this time, Nana Mianchio felt very unhappy when he looked at the people in front of him. Cruelty to small animals, right? "Be careful. I will sue you to the Animal Protection Association." A few hours later, a huge, thick, dark cloud appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The orangutan looked at the cloud and said to them, "Look, that's the Emperor Cloud. The appearance of this means that the place where the current breaks out is not far from us." At this time, the orangutan also said to his men, "The sea exploring divers are going to go out and go to the sea immediately to explore the position of the current." Then he started to show off his unique skills, took out a microphone, and started howling. 10 seconds later, a person popped up first. "Report, there is a large current at 12 o'clock. A large marine creature was detected at 9 o'clock, possibly a Poseidon type. There is a direction opposite to the current at 10 o'clock. It may be a whirlpool." "That's it, heading towards 10 o'clock, the ape shouted. Then all 3 boats turned around. Not long after, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of them. "Ah, I'm going to be swallowed up," Nami exclaimed, looking at the loud sound in front of her. "Is it too late to go back now?" Usopp's legs trembled. Robin said with a drop of sweat on his forehead, "This is the first time I have seen such a big whirlpool." "Indeed, this is the first time I've seen such a big one." Xiaqin nodded in agreement. Hey, can you guys stop talking so calmly?" Usopp ran over and complained. Especially now that the apes and orangutans are being sent here, Usopp's already worried heart is even more worried. Hey, don't leave. Stop crying, Usopp. We're about to be sucked in. It's not too late to cry when we're really about to die, Xiaqin said lightly. Hearing this, Usopp's face turned green. He kicked his legs and fell down on the spot. Xiaqin seemed to see a spirit floating out of his body. But Xiaqin soon focused his attention on the whirlpool under the hull and the soaring sea currents. He was looking forward to it. Not long after, the entire ship fell into the whirlpool. However, what puzzled everyone was that the huge whirlpool that existed just now had disappeared, and the sea's surface was extremely calm. "Hey, what's going on? Such a big whirlpool." Luffy scratched his head in confusion. Nami thought for a moment, and then immediately said to everyone, "The whirlpool disappeared because the current was about to explode. Everyone, hurry and grab the things on the boat." After the words fell, everyone immediately went to find something to grab. Even Usopp, who was still lying dead just now, got up and hugged the mast tightly. Xiaqin didn't move at all. With his strength, this bump had no impact on him. Not long after, everyone felt the ship under their feet shaking, and then it was slowly lifted up. Then a sea current broke out, and the entire hull flipped over in an instant. "Who? The ship is climbing up," Luffy shouted happily. Xiaqin also looked around, marveling at this magical scene. "Hey, everyone, it's not good. The hull of the boat is starting to float, and we will fall if this continues," Sanji suddenly said with an ugly face. "What?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Xiaqin also looked at Nami and said, "Nami, we are sailing on the current. If the object is the sea and the wind, you should be able to do it." "Sea and wind," Nami murmured first, then seemed to think of something and said confidently, "No problem." Then everyone turned the helm under Nami's command. Then a scene that shocked everyone happened. Their ship actually left the surface of the water column and flew up. "Sigoi, this feeling is completely different from the last time I sat on Xiaqin's cloud," Luffy said in surprise. Everyone was watching this scene excitedly, and their eyes were unanimously cast towards the top of the water column. "Is that where Sky Island is?" While Xiaqin and the others were rushing forward to the sky, Kalikai on Gaia Island was also watching the soaring sea currents, smoking one cigarette after another. A group of idiots who pursue their dreams must succeed. Board the melee. Xiaqin looked at the clouds getting closer and closer, and with a thought, he applied a layer of water avoidance technique to himself, and then applied another layer to Nami and Robin respectively. He knows what he will face next. Whoosh! As the ship rushed into the clouds, Luffy and others instantly felt that they could not breathe, and the feeling of suffocation hit them like a tide. However, the three people who had used a layer of water-avoiding techniques in advance were as if nothing happened, and they didn't feel anything. After another 10 seconds, when Luffy and others were about to hold on no longer, Mary finally broke through the clouds. Cough, cough. The moment they breathed in the air, everyone felt that they suddenly entered heaven from hell. The feeling of this moment cannot be described in words. After a while, Luffy and the others felt a little better. However, when they stood up, they saw a scene that made them so jealous that they separated from each other. At this time, Xiaqin, Nami, and Robin were each holding a bottle of juice and drinking comfortably, with no expression of discomfort on their faces. Seeing this, Luffy let out a strange scream. "Why are you okay?" Xiaqin used his ability to help us create a membrane on our body surface, so we could breathe normally just now, not like you. Nami replied. "What?" Luffy and others were stunned for a moment, and then came to Xiaqin and looked at him with anger on their faces. Why only help Nami and the others, and not us? "Sorry, I'm not strong enough, so I can only make enough for 3 people. Xiachen calmly replied after taking a sip of juice. M9. However, after hearing this explanation, the anger on several people's faces not only did not dissipate, but became even stronger. Even a dog wouldn't believe the reason Xiachen said. He didn't have enough strength, and he clearly didn't want to help them. At this moment, the 5 male creatures on the boat, except Xiachen, couldn't help but look at each other, and then they instantly understood what everyone was thinking. The next moment, the 5 people shot out as if they had discussed it in advance and rushed towards Xiachen at the same time. There was a fierce expression on his face. Xiachen, I've already seen you unhappy, so take a punch from me. Let me chop you to death today. Strengthening. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, Xiachen shook his head helplessly and then said calmly, if you don't fight for a day, you will go to the house to uncover the tiles. None of the 5 people saw clearly how Xiachen took action. They only felt that their eyes were blurred, and then they flew backwards in an instant, and their faces all became swollen. Regardless of what to say, Xiachen was very good at skills. The slap marks on the faces of the 5 people were all in the same position. After landing, the 5 people did not sigh at Xiachen's strength, but asked weakly, what's going on? Why do I feel so weak? Xiachen looked at them and said calmly, it's normal. This is at a high altitude, and the air is much thinner than at sea. It's normal for you to not adapt when you first arrive. After a while, they felt the strength in their bodies slowly return, and the feeling of weakness disappeared. Then a few people tacitly agreed not to mention what happened just now. Just kidding, they're not masochists. Just now, I only dare to trouble Xiachen because my brain was twitching. If they're in their right minds now, they will definitely not do such a thing to ask for trouble. Sanji came to the railing and watched Mary floating on the clouds. He couldn't help but said in surprise, I didn't expect that the boat could really float on the clouds. Isn't the boat supposed to be floating on the clouds? Luffy asked doubtfully. Idiot, how is this possible? Can you have some common sense? Sanji replied unceremoniously. But Xiachen's clouds can also carry ships. Sanji, is this Kukai? Usopp suddenly said happily, since it's the sea, then I'm going to explore it. After saying that, Usopp jumped up hard and then was kicked back by Xiachen, rolled around the boat a few times. M9. Xiachen, what are you doing? Usopp quickly came to Xiachen in 2 steps and 1 step at a time, staring at him angrily. Weak people have no human rights, right? They can't even play in the water. Are you sure you want to play? Xiachen glanced at him lightly. This is high in the sky. Are you sure you can come back up after you go down? As soon as Xiachen said these words, the atmosphere on the court was silent for a few seconds. And then, my benefactor, I am grateful. Usopp half-knelt, holding one of Xiachen's hands with both hands, and said sincerely, Epsilon, get out. Chopper, did you see any islands? Luffy was lying on the deck and said boredly to Chopper, who was looking around at the bow of the ship. It's been a while now since they came here. But there wasn't even a hair to be seen. There were only clouds, and even Luffy was a little tired of seeing them. We haven't found it yet, Chopper replied, and then his tone suddenly rose in the next second. I see the boat. What? Where is it? Let me see. Luffy jumped up from the ground like a carp, and then came over excitedly. Sink by sunk. Chopper looked shocked, his eyes full of fear. In a short period of time, his mood was like a roller coaster. First they were bored because there was nothing, then they were happy to see the ship, and now they were scared after seeing the ship being sunk. What frightened Chopper even more was that he saw the strange thing that sank the ship coming towards him. Monsters! There are monsters coming towards us! Chopper turned sideways and protected Luffy in front of him. It's true, a cow stepped on the clouds and rushed towards us. Luffy said excitedly. Luffy, look carefully. That's a human being. Sanji said calmly. That's right. He's just wearing a cow face mask. Zoro also came over. Xiachen, it seems like you have bad thoughts about our ship. What do you say? Who among us will go? After hearing this, Luffy and the 3 of them looked at each other, and then shouted at the same time, Me! The next moment, The three of them were stunned, and then their heads hit each other instantly. Shouted again, "I'll do it!" Seeing this, the three of them stared at each other for a moment, and then Zoro said calmly, "In this case, let's each rely on our own abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro drew his sword, and with a flash of light, he struck out with a flying slash. Sanji also made a sharp move with his right foot, and the same slash flew towards the man. Luffy didn't have anything new. He was still calling Gomo Gomo. The three attacks were fleeting. At this time, the man wearing the bullhead mask was stunned. What the hell is this? If he wasn't covered by a mask now, you could see that his face under the mask was already green. He tried his best to dodge to the side, but even if he tried his best, he could only dodge 2 slashes. He had no time to dodge Luffy's fist. Bang! Luffy's fist hit his body hard, and the powerful force made his throat feel sweet, and he almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. And he also used the impact of this blow to escape towards the rear without any thought of fighting. Although they had only met for a brief moment, he had already concluded that he was no match for the other party. Neither was any of the three of them. Why not run away and wait for death? Xiaochun looked at the retreating figure and couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "Weber from Sandia?" "Xiaochun, what are you talking about?" Nami heard Xiaochun's murmur and asked curiously. "Nothing." Xiaochun shook his head and smiled. Then he turned to look at the three people who were arguing. One said that he was the one who hit the target and he had the greatest credit, while the other two said that if it weren't for their restraint, he would never have been able to hit the target. These two guys, Zoro and Sanji, secretly mastered the flying slash and the Erasure kick. It's interesting, and if Xiaochun perceived correctly just now, Sanji has awakened his sense of sight and knowledge, and his arm color is also on the verge of awakening. Zoro and Luffy are also just a layer of window paper away from awakening, and they might be able to pierce it at some point. Thinking of this, Xiaochun had some expectations for the next battle between them and Enel. To be honest, Enel in the original work was too miserable. He was killed by the plot long ago, just because he appeared on the scene, just like Lao Sha. As for why you want to confront Enel, this is for sure. First of all, everyone is very interested in the Golden Land, and secondly, Xiaochun is also very interested in the Thunder Fruit. There's an idea that has always existed in his mind, but he has never experimented with it. Now that we have test subjects, there is no reason not to give it a try. Shaking his head, Xiaochun got rid of these thoughts in his mind, looked at a certain cloud in the sky, and said lightly, "We've almost finished watching the show. Can't you make sense if you don't come out and show your face?" Huh? After hearing Xiaochun's words, everyone paused and looked at him curiously. Xiaochun didn't explain anything, but continued to look at the cloud. Grumble. As a strange sound came, an old man wearing a knight's armor, holding a knight's spear, and wearing a cloak fell from the sky riding a pink bird, and then slowly landed on the railing of their ship. "Who are you?" Everyone tilted their heads. "I am a Sky Knight." After answering everyone, the old man turned his attention to Xiaochun and asked, "Did you use the heart net to discover me?" That's right." "Xiaochun, what is the heart network?" Luffy asked doubtfully. "It is the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Residents on Sky Island are accustomed to calling the domineering power of seeing and hearing the heart network." Xiaochun explained. "Oh, it turns out it's hockey. I thought it was something awesome." Luffy became uninterested for a moment. At first, he thought it was something fun. Looking at the expressions of everyone on the boat, the old man was confused. The heart net is a very advanced thing on their island, and only a few people can master it. Why can be seen everywhere like clouds on an empty island in the eyes of this group of people? However, he also got some information from these people's words, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you from Qinghai?" "Uncle, what is Qinghai?" Nami was a little curious. Qinghai is Kongdao's name for the sea under the clouds. The old man did not answer, but Xiaochun spoke. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to him. Nami even asked with a smile, "Didn't you say you don't know anything about Sky Island? How come you know everything now that you've come here? Don't tell me that your memory has to go to a certain place to recover." "Xiaochun, damn it, the secret is exposed. Xia-chun was in a panic at the moment. He accidentally got carried away just now and exposed a lot of things. After a while, he really couldn't think of a solution to the problem, so he laughed and said, "Nami, you are so smart." Indeed, it was only after I came here that I felt something suddenly appeared in my mind. It was something I didn't have before. Everyone, when you make up lies, you have to make them more convincing. But in the end, no one said anything. The 5 people who had just been beaten didn't dare to say anything, but Nami didn't want to say anything. She didn't want to say too much about Xia-chun. Otherwise, he would think she was too irritable later, but she still had to remind Xia-chun. Now that you have remembered it, don't hide it if you have any information later. That's definitely not the case. When I think about it, I will definitely tell you everything I know and tell you, Xia-chun assured, patting his chest. Then Xia-chun pointed at the old man and said, "For example, this old man, his name is Gonfuel. He is the former god of Sky Island." God! After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show curiosity, while Gonfuer's expression changed drastically and he looked at Xia-chun in disbelief. "Who are you? Why do you know my identity?" "Roger, do you remember?" Xia-chun asked. "Roger?" Everyone once again showed curious expressions, and Luffy directly asked, "Has One Piece Roger also been to Sky Island?" "Yes, that's right." Xia-chun nodded, but Gonfuer still asked doubtfully. "Roger's indeed a good pirate friend I met more than 20 years ago. But even if he told you about me, how did you recognize me? Isn't there an image shell on Sky Island?" "You old man," Xia-chun said lightly. "Oh, that's it. Ha ha ha, I'm stupid," Gonfuer said with a smile. After knowing that Roger told Xia-chun about his identity, Gonfuer said to Xia-chun and others, "My vigilance dropped a lot. By the way, what does Lao Deng mean?" "Oh, he is the man who reached the top in his old age," Xia-chun answered with a serious face, causing everyone around him to look at him with strange eyes. "Aha, I see, no prizes." The vocabulary of Qinghai people is really broad and profound. But you're wrong about one thing. I'm not Lao Deng. I was middle-aged when I became a god. According to you, I should be Zhongding. As soon as these words came out, everyone's strange eyes immediately moved away from Xia-chun and fell on Gonfuel. In Gonfuer's opinion, these people must admire him as a Zhongding. "Hey, I can't help it. Why is he so good?" In front of him, Xia-chun couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth and nodded while suppressing a smile. "Yes. Yes. Ha ha. Boy, your nostril dance is so interesting," Gonfuel said with a smile as he looked at Luffy. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had already become one with the people on the boat. "Ha ha ha. By the way, Mr. Gonfuer, I see that my record pointer is still pointing upward. Isn't Sky Island here?" Nami came over and asked doubtfully. "Yes. This is an altitude of 7,000 meters. It is called the White Sea. The island you are looking for is called Angel Island. It is not here, but on the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters? How we get up there?" Gonfuel stood up, looked around, then pointed to a place and said to everyone, "Did you see that waterfall-shaped cloud? From there you can go up to the White Sea above, but you have to pay a toll." "You still have to pay tolls?" Nami jumped up immediately after hearing this. "Yes, 1 billion gram per person. 1 billion. Hearing this number, Nami became even more irritable and shouted, "Impossible." Although she doesn't know what Ike is behind, it doesn't stop her from knowing that the number 1 billion is an exaggeration. "Nami, calm down. The exchange ratio between Ike and Bailey is 10,000 to 1, which means that 1 billion Ike only costs 100,000 Bailey. 100,000 Baileys?" Upon hearing this, Nami's reaction was much calmer, without the resistance just now, but still a little reluctant. The toll fee for one person is 100,000, so wouldn't it cost 800,000 for 8 people here? 800,000 can buy a lot of things. "It's only 800,000 Baileys. I'm out," Xia-chun said with a big wave of his hand. "If we don't pay this money, we will be regarded as illegal immigrants, which will affect our experience of visiting Sky Island, and the gain outweighs the loss. My idea is that we first play on an empty island for a while, and then go to Appiato, to capture the golden land that Nolan said. That's a lot of gold, a lot, Xia-chan said in a longer tone. Okay, let's do it, Nami shouted excitedly, her eyes turning into the shape of Bailey. Oh, golden country, everyone shouted excitedly. Xia-chan, you mean the golden land is here? Luffy looked excited. Yes, in my recovered memory, it is indeed right here. Everyone, hey, don't pretend too much. Xia-chan continued. It is in Appiato, the so-called Holy Land of Sky Island residents. At the same time, I will tell you another news. The Holy Land of Appiato is actually Gaia Island. Hundreds of years ago, the sky current broke out and washed half of Gaia Island into the sky, and then the current Holy Land of Appiato was formed. Everyone was shocked by this series of news, and the venue fell into silence for a while. On the contrary, it was Gonfor who spoke first. You said the Holy Land is an island in Qinghai. Otherwise, are there other islands on your empty island that have land? It is precisely because of its specialness that you call it a holy land, and even the soil there is so precious that you even named it Bath. Why do you even know this? Gonfor was really shocked at this time. The young man in front of me clearly knows everything about Kongdao, even more than he, a god, knows. At least he doesn't know the origin of the Holy Land Appiato. At this moment, Xia-chan seemed to be covered with a layer of fog in his eyes, making it difficult to see clearly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and the expression on his face became lonely. You said you were going to the Holy Land? That's right, we're going to find gold. Luffy shouted. I advise you not to go. Although it is called a holy place, it is also a forbidden place, a forbidden area that no one can enter. If discovered, you will bear the punishment from God. God's sanction. Old man, aren't you a god? Do you mean you want to punish us? Luffy rolled up his sleeves instantly, looking like he was going to fight. No, it's not that I'm old. Gonfor waved his hand hurriedly. Judging from the actions of these people just now, he is definitely no match for them. If he takes a punch like that gorilla, his old bones will definitely not be able to withstand it. Your partner also said just now that I am the former god, and the current god is no longer me. The one who will punish you is the new god, Enel. He has the power of a natural disaster. Even though I know you are strong, you will definitely not be his opponent. Although I hate him, I have to say that he is the strongest human being I have ever seen. The strongest human being? Haha. Then I want to meet him even more, Luffy said with a fist. You're right, we just developed some new moves, and there are no test candidates. Zoro also smiled. Gonfor looked at the expressions of Luffy and others, who were stunned in place, and an idea came to his mind. Don't these people know what fear is? Then he yelled, I'm not kidding. Enel has mastered the power of thunder and lightning. It is the power of nature, and humans cannot compete with it. Mastering lightning? Are you a person with Logia fruit ability? The smile on Luffy's face gradually faded, and he was silent for a while. Looking at this scene, Gonfor finally felt that it was right. Yes, it is like this. Human beings cannot compete with nature. Huh, isn't that better? It just so happens that the armor color has been improved a little recently, so I just want to try this god. The expression on Luffy's face turned into excitement within half a second. Yeah, that's better, Zoro added. Gonfor, what kind of species are these people? After some time, everyone finally came to the waterfall cloud river. Looking at the flowing waterfall cloud, everyone couldn't help but get excited again. And Gonfor also said goodbye to everyone at this time. Happy time is always so short. I'm going to say goodbye to you here. I'm going to maintain the order of the sky. Then Gonfor subconsciously took out a whistle from his pocket. He was about to blow the whistle as usual when there was danger, but suddenly he thought of Luffy's incredible fighting power. He took it back calmly. Just kidding. If there is something that these people can't solve, why don't they call him here to save Grandpa? Does he still have a chance to live? By the way, old man, can you give me a shock shell? Xia-chun suddenly asked Gonfor. Gonfor glanced at Xia-chun unexpectedly, but said nothing this time. In this short time together, he had already seen that this young man was very mysterious. Knowing a lot of things, it's not surprising to know that there's a shock on his body. What the hell? Why does this kid know that he assaulted me? Gonfor felt a turmoil in his heart. If he said this, then it is very likely that this young man also knew what color underwear he was wearing today. Gonfuer's body suddenly shook when he thought of this. No, he can't stay here any longer. He always feels unsafe. After casually throwing an impact shell to Xia-chun, he and his bird flew into the sky. Don't you need money, old man? Give it to you. Looking at Gonfuer's retreating figure, Xia-chun smiled slightly. He just remembered that Gonfuer had such fun things. The impact shell is definitely useless to Xia-chun, but it is a big help to the current Usopp and Chopper. If used well, their strength can be improved. Xia-chun, why are you asking that old man for a shell? Do you want to raise pearls? Chopper came over and asked curiously. There's no way. The first thing he thinks about shells is pearls. After all, he is a civet cat, so it is normal to like shiny things. This is much more fun than raising pearls. Xia-chun said mysteriously. Really? Chopper's eyes immediately turned into starry eyes. Come on, punch this shell, Xia-chun said, pointing the side that absorbed the power toward Chopper. Me? Chopper was stunned for a moment, and then he pressed his hoof gently on it. Xia-chun, you transform into an enhanced form and punch with all your strength. Xia-chun said helplessly. Won't this break the shell? No, you can't break it with your own strength. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Chopper stared at Xia-chun angrily like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Xia-chun, do you look down on me too much? I can't break a shell. I'll show you how powerful I am. After saying that, Chopper immediately transformed into his enhanced form, and then punched the shell in Xia-chun's hand hard. Bang! A dull voice sounded, looking full of momentum. But, Sue, Chopper can't even break a shell. Luffy and the other three waved their hands in disdain. It's so noisy, you bastards. Chopper looked at them and bared his teeth. Then he looked at the sky blankly, with tears glistening in his eyes. Is he really such a bad guy? He couldn't even break a shell with a full blow? Ha ha! Xiaoba, don't be sad. Since I dare to say that you can't be broken, there must be a reason. You are actually very strong. Xia-chun said seriously after smiling. Really? After hearing Xia-chun's words, Xiaoba immediately felt like he was resurrected. Fake. Oh. Xia-chun, you be asterisk 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 D. Xiaoba yelled at Xia-chun again, but because of Xia-chun's trouble just now, he was no longer depressed. Xia-chun didn't continue to lie. He took out the impact shell and introduced it to everyone. The shellfish culture is prevalent on Sky Island. Here, there are all kinds of shells, and they all have different functions. And this one is called Impact Shell. He can store the impact he receives in the shell and release it when needed. The power of Chopper's punch, just now, is all in this shell. What can I say? Does anyone want to try Chopper's full punch? After saying that, Xia-chun looked at Luffy and the others. That won't work. Chopper is so strong. I won't be able to withstand his punch. Luffy said first. Yes, Chopper is still very strong. I don't dare to try. Zoro also expressed his thoughts. You should use something like this as a secret weapon, instead of using it as an experiment now. At the critical moment, give the enemy a full blow from Chopper. Which enemy can withstand it? Sanji said seriously. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh. Aha. Chopper couldn't help laughing after hearing what Luffy and the three said. Then he said, humbly, I'm not as strong as everyone says. I'm still a little bit weaker. Everyone. Xia-chun, it's great to live in your own world. While Xia-chun and others were playing around, Melee also came to a door. Gate to heaven. Usopp couldn't help but read the words on the door, and then he immediately started sweating profusely. Heaven? Could it be that? Are we all dead now? Yes, that's right. We are all dead, just when we flew into the sky. Zoro came to Usopp's ear and said gloomily. Looking at Usopp, who was lying dead immediately, Zoro couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This meow is too frightened, right? The moment the boat sailed into the door, An old woman with wings behind her walked out of a small door inside and patted them a few times. Then he looked at everyone and said, "This is the gate of heaven. Everyone who wants to go to Sky Island through here must pay 1 billion yike." Xia Chun stood up, then flashed and appeared next to the old lady. WW. The old Amazon woman suddenly saw Xia Chun appearing in front of her, and she was so frightened that she almost came out of her wits. Then, with everyone's stunned expressions, he did several backflips in a second, and then took a defensive posture. "Boy, are you a human or a ghost? Why did you suddenly appear in front of me? Is it more appropriate for me to ask you whether it's a human or a ghost?" Xia Chen's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that an old woman who looked like she was going to die could still be so strong and well hidden. "Old lady, I don't mean any harm. I'm just here to pay." The old Amazon woman didn't respond immediately to Xia Chen's words. Instead, she kept her posture and walked around Xia Chen before letting down her guard. Patted his chest. "It is indeed human." Xia Chen. Xia Chen didn't say anything more. He took out 800,000 Baileys from his pocket and handed it to the Amazon granny and said, "There are 8 people on our boat. Count them." The Amazonian mother-in-law looked at everyone, then at Bailey, and finally took out 100,000 Baileys from the 800,000 Baileys and gave it back to Xia Chun. "The pet only costs 50 belly. Since you paid 700,000 at one time, this pet will be free." "Chopper, ah?" Chopper was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, his eyes flashing with blazing anger. Yelled, "Who are you looking down on? Who is a pet? Are you here with those bastards from Marine who look down on others? They're all 50 cents. Who are you insulting?" "Huh, I thought I heard the pet talking just now." The Amazon mother-in-law glanced at the boat in confusion and saw that Nami was covering Chopper's mouth and said sheepishly, "How is that possible? You must have heard wrong. He just screamed a few times. My pet has been in a bad mood lately and gets angry easily." "I see, I understand. My civet cats often do this too." "That's right." Nami nodded and smiled. He held down Chopper tightly. "Okay, now that you've paid the money, you can leave." As the Amazon mother-in-law finished speaking, a black shadow slowly appeared under the hull of the Melee, and finally the black shadow directly carried the Melee on its body. "What is this?" Luffy asked curiously. "This is the express shrimp, a unique creature of the White Sea. It will take you to the White Sea more than 3,000 meters away. I wish you a happy trip to the Sky Island." "Goodbye, old lady," Luffy greeted her. Then the Melee was taken out by the express shrimp. "Oh, it's so fast, this shrimp," Luffy shouted happily. "Come on, run, shrimp. That's an express shrimp," Zoro said speechlessly. "Whatever, just rush in anyway." "Ha ha, Kongdao, here we come." As the boat came to the end of the waterfall, the express shrimp took them directly into the sky, and then they both fell down. There was a burst of movement, and everyone opened their eyes wide, with a look of surprise on their faces. "Is this Sky Island?" What appeared before everyone's eyes was an island made entirely of clouds, with various buildings built on the clouds. "Oh ho ho!" Luffy was so excited that he ran out and grabbed a tree on the island. Let's go down and have a look," Xia Chun said with a smile, and then jumped out directly. The moment he landed, a soft feeling came, giving Xia Chun the illusion of stepping on cotton. Xia Chun couldn't help but step on it a few more times. It felt completely different from the land. At this moment, a familiar prompt sounded in Xia Chen's mind. "Ding, you have successfully checked into Angel Island. Conqueror's domineering power has been upgraded to a high level, and you have mastered the secret of seeing and killing." After hearing about the reward he had punched in this time, Xia Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. "I just upgraded Conquerors to the intermediate level last time in Gaia, and now I've upgraded it to the advanced level again, jumping 2 levels in a row in a short period of time. And that's not the most important thing. The key is that Xia Chun learned Batang himself, and now he has learned another advanced use of Conqueror's domineering, kill with knowledge. This is a magical skill. As far as Xia Chun knows, there's only one red-haired person who has mastered this ability. He didn't know whether some six formers also mastered this ability, but no matter what, this skill was possessed by very few people. It greatly improves his strength. Thinking of this, Xiachen couldn't help but feel proud. Please arrange for him to practice with Akiji. 30 days to the east of the river, 30 days to the west of the river. He now feels very powerful and swollen, and he urgently needs someone to teach him how to behave. After Xiachen sorted out his thoughts, everyone was already having fun on the beach. At this time, Luffy threw something like a pumpkin towards him. Xiachen gently raised his hand, caught it steadily, and then said to Luffy, "Luffy, how did you know I'm thirsty?" Before Luffy could even realize what Xiachen meant by this sentence, he saw him cut a small hole on the top of the pumpkin, then took out a straw from somewhere and drank it with relish. "Sigma, Xiachen, I want to drink too. Go and get it yourself," Xiachen said calmly, knocking off Luffy's extended hand. After playing for a while, Xiachen said to everyone, "Let's go to the island and see what fun there is on the empty island." Fun! Wavy dash. The fun trio immediately showed expectant expressions on their faces when they heard this. Then everyone walked towards the road to the island. At the same time, a girl with wings just came down the stairs. Seeing Luffy and others, he couldn't help but say hello. "Navel, are you from outside?" Everyone. Belly button? After a moment of confusion, Luffy decided to ignore those two words and replied, "Yes, that's right. My name is Luffy. My name is Usopp." Hearing this, the girl smiled and said the same. "My name is Cornus." "Oh, you have wings too. Are you an angel?" Sanji came over and looked at Cornus with heart-filled eyes. Cornus covered her mouth and chuckled. "The residents of our empty island are all like this." "No, you are different. You are the most special." When Xiachen and others heard this, they couldn't help but get goosebumps all over the floor. After Luffy and others chatted with Cornus for a while, she greeted, "Are you going to Angel Island? How about visiting my house?" "It's an honor, Miss Cornish." Sanji rushed to Cornish and said gentlemanly. However, no one objected to this. It would be a good thing for someone who is new here to introduce it to someone who is familiar with it. Although Xiachen knew a lot, in terms of daily life, there was still a gap between him and the aborigines of Sky Island. So everyone slowly followed Cornus in the process of curiosity. "Sigwai, Cornus, your home is so beautiful." Nami couldn't help, but said as soon as she came in and looked at the house that was completely different from Shanghai. "Haha, thank you for the compliment. Since almost everything in our home is related to shells, it's normal for you to look a little special." While Cornus, Nami, and others were talking, Luffy and the others were already searching around the house. Although Xiachen had introduced the types of Sky Island shells to them before, the problem was that they had never seen them before. I was a little excited when I heard it just now, let alone now that I can actually see and touch it. Crunch! While a few people were playing around, the door to Cornish's house was pushed open, and an uncle with a full beard on his chin walked in. Cornus greeted him with a smile. "Father, you are back. How was your harvest today?" "The harvest is not bad." "Cornus, are these your friends?" "Yes, they're friends I just met from Shanghai." "Coming from Shanghai? That's a rare visitor." "Hello, my name is Pegea, and I am Cornus's father." "Uncle, hello, hello." Several people greeted him one after another. "Guests, stay here for a moment while I go handle the ingredients." After finishing speaking, Paiea walked towards the kitchen. "I'm here to help too." Sanji stood up and followed him in. Soon after, Sanji and Paiea came up with prepared food. Luffy and others' eyes widened when they saw it, and they ate it voraciously. Delicious, so delicious. Xiachen also took a bite of the empty fish here. It tasted really good, a little different from the one in Shanghai. After some time, everyone who was full of wine and food lay on the cloud sofa, stroking their stomachs and showing comfortable expressions. After everyone rested for a while, Luffy shouted, "Let's go to Angel Island." "Do you want to visit Angel Island? In that case, how about I be your tour guide?" Cornish asked with a smile. "Okay, thank you very much, Cornish." Several people followed Cornish and kept looking around, and soon they came to a busy street. Cornish introduced to everyone. This is the busiest street on Angel Island. Lovely avenue. If you have anything you want to buy, you can buy it here. Really? I want to buy shells. Usopp was the first to say excitedly. After seeing so many kinds of shells at Cornish's house just now, he was itching for these shells. Then he turned around and said, Xiao-chun, lend me some Baileys. Ah, Xiao-chun is gone. Usopp suddenly said loudly, holding his head. Miss Robin is gone too. Sanji shouted as well. After these two voices shouted, everyone realized that Xiao-chun and Robin, who had been following them at some point, had disappeared. Haha, what's the matter? Maybe Xiao-chun and Robin saw something interesting and ran there. Xiao-chun is so strong. Are you still afraid of something happening to him? Luffy said with a smile. However, Usopp's expression was still very dark. He was indeed very worried. But he was not worried about Xiao-chun's safety, but worried about his Pele. After this period of getting along, everyone on the boat came to a consensus. There were two rich people on the boat. One was Nami and the other was Xiao-chun. Especially Xiao-chun. He is really very rich. Xiao-chun paid for a lot of things when they went out. Usually, if anyone on the ship ran out of money, they would borrow money from Xiao-chun. The kind that you don't have to pay back. But it's different if you borrow money from Nami. Not only do you have to pay it back, you have to pay it back twice as much. So Usopp was very confused at this moment. He could actually wait for Xiao-chun to come back before borrowing money from him to buy shells. But he couldn't help it. He wanted it now. After much thought, Usopp decided to borrow it from Nami first, and then borrow it from Xiao-chun when he comes back. At the same time, high in the sky, Robin, who was sitting on the somersault cloud, curiously asked Xiao-chun in front of him, Xiao-chun, where are you planning to take me? Take you to the place you are interested in. Xiao-chun said mysteriously. A few breaths later, Xiao-chun and Robin landed on a cloud. It should be around here. If it's specific, we have to look for it. Xiao-chun said lightly. What are you looking for? Robin couldn't help but ask. Golden Bell Tower. The Golden Bell Tower? Robin had a shocked look on his face and asked curiously, How did you know it was here? Secret. Hey, I found it. As he said this, Xiao-chun suddenly saw the goal of his trip. Robin and Xiao-chun had a look of shock on their faces at the same time. This Golden Clock Tower is indeed big enough. Do you think? How much gold is there? Xiao-chun asked Robin next to him. I don't know, but there must be a lot. Robin also answered slowly. Ha ha. Let's go. I'm not here to show you gold, but to show you the text of history. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Robin couldn't help but stop and looked at Xiao-chun solemnly. What's wrong? Xiao-chun turned to look at Robin in confusion. How do you know I'm looking for historical texts? And how do you know I can read ancient texts? Robin asked Xiao-chun directly. Robin was straightforward and honest now. Since Xiao-chun said this, it proved that he must know his purpose and also knew that he could understand ancient texts. But she was still curious. She didn't read Alabasta's historical text. She only said that she was an archaeologist, but she never mentioned that she could read the historical text. How did Xiao-chun know these things? This is also a secret. I can't say it very well. Xiao-chun replied calmly. You can't say he has a god's perspective, right? But you can rest assured that I have no bad intentions for you. Otherwise, you would have died a long time ago. You must know this very well. Robin thought for a moment. That's right. If Xiao-chun really wanted to harm her, she would definitely have no ability to resist. And there shouldn't be anything in her that Xiao-chun covets, right? After shaking off her thoughts, Robin walked towards the clock tower. She was indeed very interested in historical texts. Robin opened Shirkai and answered the text above. The ancient weapon with the name of God Poseidon, where it is located. Ancient weapon again. Robin muttered to himself, and then said to Xiao-chun, Crocodile once told me that the historical text of Alabasta is likely to contain information about the ancient weapon Pluton. But unfortunately, I didn't find the historical text in Alabasta at that time, so I don't know whether what he said is true or false. Yes, what he said is true. There is indeed some information about Pluton in that historical text. Xiao-chun replied calmly. You know, Robin looked at Xiao-chun in surprise. I know 100 million points. It is recorded in it that Pluton does exist, but is sleeping somewhere in the world, but unfortunately, it does not explain where Pluton is sleeping. It's not like this stone tablet clearly states that Poseidon is on Fishman Island, right? After Xia-chan finished speaking, Robin's face instantly became shocked. She hadn't yet revealed the content behind the stone tablet. Don't be so surprised. Not only do I know where Poseidon is, I also know what Poseidon is. Similarly, I also know where Pluton is sleeping, and I even know who has the design of Pluton. $1% S% at. Xiaoqian's series of spoilers immediately shocked Robin. 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, Uranus. Both of them have the power to destroy the world. But even I only know information about Pluton and Poseidon, but I know nothing about Uranus. After finishing speaking, Xiaoqian looked at Robin again. By the way, there's a passage about what Roger left next to it. You can go and read it. History must be discovered and experienced by Robin herself in order to better understand the truth of the matter. This is also the purpose of Xiaoqian bringing her here. As for the things he spoiled, they actually don't have much to do with the real history. Let Robin stay by himself the next time. He also wants to go and have fun with the so-called god. After all, he has come here and is right below him. It makes no sense not to pay him a visit. As soon as his mind moved, Xiaoqian's figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, in a shrine with huge vines, a half-naked man wearing a white silk scarf, earlobes on both sides, and a thunder drum behind him was lying on a comfortable lounge chair and eating an apple. Infinite land, boundless base, come soon, I will be here soon. Enel stared blankly at the sky, full of imagination about the infinite earth. However, at this moment, a strange voice came from in front of him, which made his heart slow down for a moment. Yo-ho, that sounds so beautiful. Enel quickly turned around and saw a man standing in front of him, looking at him indifferently. I couldn't help but feel horrified. How is it possible? He controls the heart network covering the entire country. How come he doesn't even know when this man came here? Enel looked towards Xiaoqian without belief, and after a while a look of shock appeared on his face. Can't feel it. He couldn't feel anything. Even though Xiaoqian was standing in front of him, even though he had activated his heart network with all his strength, he still couldn't feel Xiaoqian's aura at all. If he couldn't see Xiaoqian with his eyes and hear Xiaoqian's voice, he wouldn't even think that this person existed at all. But just for a moment, the expression on Enel's face turned calm again. Even if the heart network can't sense it, so what? He is a god that is untouchable by mortals. It is impossible for anyone to defeat him. Then Enel looked at Xiaoqian indifferently and said, Mortals, do you know that it is a death penalty to step into the shrine of this god without being summoned by this god? You are so brave. Before Enel could finish speaking, Xiaoqian appeared in front of him instantly and punched him hard in the abdomen. Enel spat out a mouthful of blood. The body flew out and hit the shrine behind. Why do you like Baba so much? Are you looking for a beating? Xiaoqian sat on the chair where Enel was lying. The bottom was made of clouds, and it was very comfortable to sit on. He discovered that in the world of pirates, being big as a fist is everything. With his current strength, he can go anywhere without restraint, without fear of anything threatening him. This feeling is indeed really good. Damn human, I want you to die. A burst of thunder flashed in the rubble, and then an extremely thick thunder and lightning rushed towards Xiaoqian at high speed. Xiaoqian opened his hand unhurriedly, wrapped his arm domineering energy around it, then grabbed the incoming thunder and lightning with his bare hands, and then shook it hard. The thunder was directly crushed by Xiaoqian as if it had an entity, turning into fine pieces of thunder snakes that bombarded the surrounding ground. Ow, how was it possible? Enel's eyes widened when he saw this scene, and he said in disbelief, It's impossible. I'm a god. No one in this world can win me. Scoff. Xiaoqian couldn't help but sneer when he heard Enel's words. The ignorant are fearless. The narrower the vision, the more inexplicable courage and inexplicable pride a person possesses. With your strength, there are countless people who can defeat you. The thunder fruit was wasted with you. Xia-chan said lightly. An idea came to his mind. Should we do Enel now? But after thinking about it, Xia-chan decided to let him go first. Although Enel is very weak to Xia-chan, for people like Luffy and others who have just master haki, being a qualified experienced monster is enough. Moreover, Enel and the priests under him all control the Heartnet, which is the haki of knowledge and information. Fighting with them may be able to further the haki of knowledge and information that Luffy and others are stuck on the threshold. Okay, now that the matter is done, I should go back. Xiaoqin stood up and said calmly. The main reason he came here this time was to experience the power of the thunder fruit in advance. After all, if Xiaoqin didn't have the fruit, this fruit would be a good choice for him. Extreme speed and extreme attack power. One of the most terrifying natural disasters in nature. What a great ability. A smile appeared on Xiaoqin's lips, and then he slowly left. Enel was still standing in the pile of rocks at this time, with no thought of stopping Xiaoqin. Although it was just a short confrontation, he had already felt that he was no match for the man in front of him. How dare you stop me? But at this time, he was filled with anger and also a trace of doubt. Where did this person come from? After Xiaoqin's troubles, Enel decided to start the arc and go to the Infinite Land tomorrow. He always felt inexplicably uneasy around someone with such strength as Xiaoqin. He must go to the Boundless Bath to bring him a sense of security. Xiaoqin, Robin, where have you been? As soon as Xiaoqin and Robin returned to Cornus' home, Luffy asked curiously. Nothing. I just couldn't help but play with it when I saw something interesting. You didn't call me. That's too abominable, Xiaoqin. Hearing Xiaoqin say this, Luffy couldn't help but condemned. Xiaoqin rolled his eyes and said, You'd better have a good sleep tonight. You'll be very busy tomorrow. Luffy was stunned for a while, and then immediately reacted and said excitedly, You mean Huang? Before Luffy could say anything, Usopp quickly covered his mouth. Then several people looked at each other like thieves. But we don't know where Appiato is yet. Nami glanced at Cornus and his daughter, who were cooking, and whispered. Xiaoqin laughed after hearing this. What do you think we did just now? Huh? You mean? Nami showed an excited expression on his face, but did not say it out loud. The faces of everyone around him also showed expressions of joy. They also want to make a fortune from the gold this time. Otherwise, how would it be decent to ask Xiaoqin to borrow money every time? With excitement, everyone said goodbye to Cornus after dinner and returned to the melee to recharge their batteries. How can you find gold tomorrow if you don't keep your spirits up? The night in Bai was quiet, without a trace of noise, and everyone quickly fell asleep. Early next morning, everyone, let's go. We're going to find gold. Gold, gold, gold. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper held hands and danced. At this time, Nami's face looked a little ugly, and she walked over to Xiaoqin and said, Xiaoqin, there is basically no wind on the Bai Sea, and our melee can't move at all. How about Xiaoqin? Use your cloud to carry us there? Use wind shells. I bought a lot from the residents of Angel Island yesterday. Usopp came over and said, Don't bother. Xiaoqin shook his head. Today I'll let you experience a different way of traveling. After saying that, Xiaoqin came to the stern of the boat, looked in Appiato's direction, and then turned back with an uneasy and kind smile. Make a fist-pumping gesture. Let you experience the feeling of flying again. No, everyone seemed to understand something, with horrified expressions on their faces. After that, Xiaoqin directly punched the sea surface. The powerful impact hit the sea surface, and the resulting countershock force directly caused the melee to fly up. A scream echoed in the sky. Sigway, Xiaoqin, how did you do it? Luffy came over and looked at Xiaoqin curiously and asked. He thinks this is awesome and wants to learn it too. Zoro and Sanji both came over and pricked up their ears when they heard Luffy's question. It's very simple. When your weapon color is released, you can achieve this effect. It's just that if your weapon color is not strong enough, the effect may be a bit worse. After listening to Xiaoqin's words, the faces of the three of them showed expressions of excitement. Although two of them had just mastered the arm color, the other one had not yet mastered the arm color. But this does not stop them from yearning for this skill. Xiaochen walked to the bow of the ship, looked at the clouds passing by, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He felt that a ship flying like this would have a natural feel, would rise and fall, and would accelerate and decelerate. It's a bit more experience than using his cloud. Xiaochen was actually inspired by Garp for this method. Garp flew to Beehive Island like this when he went to rescue the Deserter King. At this time, on the Bye-Bye Sea near Appiato, dozens of people dressed in orc clothes were speeding across the sea on something similar to pulleys. "Weber, you think, can we win?" One of the men asked the man in the front who had camouflage on his face and was the leader of the group. "It must be possible." The man, Weber, nodded. "Appiato is the place where our ancestors lived, but it was occupied by those despicable Sky Islanders and drove us out. For 400 years, our ancestors have been thinking about how to regain this land. We have tried several times over the years, but all failed. Originally, I didn't plan to act so quickly, but for some reason, I have always had bad thoughts since yesterday. I always feel that something bad will happen, so in order to avoid long nights and dreams, I am preparing for a surprise attack. We have been fully prepared for so many years. We will win. I swear to the great warrior Calgera." Weber's eyes were full of determination. The place that Calgera's ancestors had always wanted to regain was now completed by Weber. Weber's words ignited everyone's passion, and they all showed firm eyes. "Thandians, that's it." Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. They looked in that direction and saw an old man riding a bird staring at them. "You can't be Enel's opponent. If you go, you will just die in vain." "Gone for." Seeing the visitor, Weber had an angry look on his face. "You dare to appear in front of us. In this case, I will kill you first today, and then kill Enel. To us, you're no different from Enel. Both are people who occupy our ancestral homeland. It's disgusting that you're acting so hypocritically to do our best." Gonfor couldn't help but darken his eyes when he heard this. Indeed, to the Sandians, there was no difference between him and Enel. They were both people who occupied each other's hometown. Over the years, he has thought countless times, could it be that Sky Islanders and Sandians really couldn't coexist peacefully? He didn't come up with these answers when he was a god, but in the past few years after he abdicated, he thought about the problem from a different angle and came up with the answer. The answer is, of course, yes. This holy land belongs to everyone, not just to one person. Everyone has the right to survive and reproduce here. So, even though the two races have been fighting for 400 years, he will do his best to ease the relationship and strive to achieve peaceful coexistence between the two races. Of course, this is when Enel does not exist. Now Enel is like a big mountain pressing on the heads of the two races. As long as Enel is around, their problem cannot be solved. Although he also wants to kill Enel, as he said before, he is a person who knows Enel's strength very well, and he will be even more afraid of that kind of power. So, he must not let the Sandians go there and die. Gonfor didn't say anything. In their relationship, the other party wouldn't listen to anything he said. In this case, the only option was to take a tough approach. "I won't let you pass until you defeat me. Then we'll kill you." After speaking, Weber put the rocket launcher on his body and pointed it at Gonfor. Gonfor's eyes narrowed, and he also assumed a fighting posture. However, just when they were about to start fighting, they felt that the sky suddenly turned dark, and they couldn't help but look up curiously. In an instant, everyone's eyes almost popped out. I saw a ship appearing above them at some point, and it was crashing down on them. "Run!" Weber shouted. Then the Sandians fled in all directions. Gonfor was also shocked when he saw this scene. He also patted the bird under him and shouted to run. The next second, everyone escaped. The ship hit the sea heavily, splashing a lot of waves. "Ha ha ha, how exciting." Luffy laughed on the boat. "With this distance, we'll get there in one more try," Xiaochen said after estimating the distance. "Okay, let's head towards Appiato like this." "This may not work, Luffy. Someone seems to be very dissatisfied with us now." As soon as Xiaochen finished speaking, a vicious voice came over. "Hey, ***, Cole, what are you doing? Do you want to kill us?" Huh? Luffy turned his head curiously towards the source of the sound. He tilted his head in confusion. "Who are you?" Hearing this, Weber's face immediately showed an ugly look, especially when he saw the appearance of several people on the boat. He became even more angry. He recognized Luffy and the others as the group that injured him yesterday. The place where he was hit on the chest was still hurting. Without hesitation, Weber put the rocket launcher on his shoulder, pointed it at the Mary, and shouted, "Go to hell, you guys!" Looking at the flying cannonballs, Luffy took a deep breath without hesitation. Rubber balloon. The cannonball landed on Luffy's stomach and bounced out. "Paramecia?" Weber whispered. "Tattooed man, do you want to fight?" Luffy said angrily, rolling down his non-existent sleeves. At the same time, Zoro slowly pulled out the knife. Look at each other sharply. Xiaochen didn't move much, sitting back and drinking tea leisurely. "TCH, you really know how to complain first. If your ship hadn't smashed down on our heads, would we have attacked you?" "Ah, is that so? Then, I'm sorry." Luffy bowed to Weber and apologized. "It's better to save your apology for waiting until you are dead." Weber did not accept Luffy's apology and shot Mary again. Zoro's eyes narrowed. A flash of sword light flashed, and the flying cannonball was cut in half. Then he looked at Luffy and said, "They won't accept our apology. We need to fight to make them remember it. In that case, let's fight." Sanji also came over and took a puff of cigarette and said calmly. Luffy said nothing and acquiesced to this decision. Since the other party refused to reason with him, he could only use fists to convince him. Just when the two sides were about to take action, Gon Full jumped out to stop them. "Wait, you two." This shout caused both parties to pause for a moment. Luffy turned to look at him and said happily, "Hey, old man, it's you. What are you doing here?" Gon Full did not answer Luffy's question, but asked him, "Are you planning to go to the Holy Land?" "Yes, that's right. We're going to find the gold there." "Gold?" Hearing this, Weber was furious and stared at everyone fiercely. "I knew you had bad intentions, and you came here just for the gold. Damn all Qinghai people, go to hell." While speaking, Weber fired the third cannonball, and this behavior made Luffy and others really angry, and they kept looking for trouble again and again, right? The few people did not listen to what Gon Full said and directly attacked Weber in the same way as they attacked Weber last time. First, Zoro started with a flying chop, then Sanji followed up with a kick, and finally Luffy added a punch. The result was similar to last time. After Weber also had difficulty dodging the first two attacks, he was hit again by Luffy's fist. Weber's figure instantly flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. "Weber!" The surrounding Sandians looked shocked and shouted loudly. Then two of them hurried over to catch the fallen Weber. The rest of the people glared at Luffy and others, and made attacking gestures one by one. "Stop fighting!" Gon Full shouted loudly. Whether it is the Sandians or Luffy and others, in his opinion, they're all forces that can counteract Enel. Now fighting is equivalent to fighting in a nest, and he does not want to see this happen. However, no one on both sides was willing to listen to his words. The Sandians took the lead in attacking the melee. Seeing this, Luffy and the three of them did not hesitate, and all used their own methods to face the opponent's attack. Due to the large strength gap between the two parties, the battle turned into a one-sided situation not long after it started. The Sandians who came to attack were blown away one after another. After a while, they all looked at Luffy and the others with serious expressions on their faces with injuries. Seeing this situation, Luffy and others had no intention of stopping. Xiaochen taught them that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Zoro jumped onto the railing, his eyes sharp. 3 sword styles, 108 worrying winds. The powerful slash came to the Sandians in an instant, and before they could react, countless blood marks appeared on their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere. After the commotion, it was seen that not many Sandians were still awake at this time, and most of them had fallen into a coma. The rest of the sober people looked at Zoro with resentment in their eyes. Weber was also covered in scars at this time, and his eyes were fixed on everyone. "You bastards, I'm going to kill you." After that, he rushed towards melee again, But just halfway there, he discovered something that frightened him extremely. He can't move. At this time, Xia-chun also slowly walked out from behind Luffy and others, looked at Weber, and said lightly, "If you Sandians come to attack us again, be prepared to die here. The law of nature is the law of the jungle. This is an unchangeable law. The fact that your ancestors' native land was invaded only shows that they are incompetent. It doesn't prove anything else." The few Sandians who were still conscious after hearing Xia-chun's words instantly became angry. Xia-chun didn't say anything more, but gently raised his hand to make a fist, and then opened his fist naturally. The moment the fist opened, the remaining Sandians seemed to be attacked by some inexplicable force and were directly blown away. Xia-chun, a Sandian, had no idea of taking care of them. He doesn't care what the other party thinks, and he can't be like Luffy and others in the original work and not kill them even after being provoked several times. Now that he didn't kill them, he just beat them to serious injuries, which is considered a good temper. But if they still provoke him, then he doesn't mind the blood-spattering 5 steps. Xia-chun did not look at the Sandians and the others again, but said to everyone, "Let's go. Let's continue setting off." "Oh!" Xia-chun walked to the stern of the ship and punched it again, and then the melee took off again. Looking at this scene, Gonfor's cerebellum almost shrank. Is this something a human can do? Maybe actually have a chance to defeat Enel. After shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Gonful turned his attention to the Sandians floating on the white sea and couldn't help but sigh. "If you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer a loss in front of you. I told you not to do anything, but you must. Are you going to suffer a loss now?" Gonfor shook his head, feeling a little helpless. In the end, it was he who was in trouble. In his opinion, he still treated the Sandians badly and could not leave them here alone. At the same time, on the melee flying in the sky, Xia-chun sat on the goat's head and looked into the distance. Xia-chun was still very satisfied with the decisiveness of Luffy and the others just now. It was worthy of the fact that he had always instilled so many ideas into them. In Xia-chun's view, Luffy and others in the original work were a bit indecisive and did not understand the wise saying of cutting the grass and rooting out the roots. There's also being too tolerant of certain things, such as Momonosuke. Xia-chun swore that if Momonosuke dared to take advantage of Nami and Robin, he would definitely kill him. If the 9 red scabbard heroes come looking for him, they will be killed together. He doesn't have that much tolerance for them. For Xia-chun, if he does things as he pleases, if he has great strength but is still restrained, then isn't his strength wasted in vain? As the degree of his fruit development increases, some of Monkey Brother's characteristics are somewhat integrated with him. He seriously suspected that he had become more murderous recently because of Brother Monkey's influence. After all, Brother Monkey would kill anyone who offended him without even saying a word. He is the great sage equaling heaven, not the Buddha in a fight. I have neither read Buddhist scriptures nor cultivated my Zen mind. I will not have so much kindness. However, Xia-chun felt quite good about this subtle change. At least he felt very comfortable. At the same time, in the shrine of the giant bean vine, Enel narrowed his eyes, biting the apple. All the Sandian breath is gone. Just now, he felt that a group of people who were not afraid of death were rushing towards him. Regarding the arrival of this group of people, Enel was not angry at all, but was slightly excited. After all, he was leaving today, so it would be nice to have some fun before leaving. He wanted the whole sky to remember his name, Enel. The most important thing is that he didn't feel the breath of the person who hit him yesterday, which made him sigh in relief. As long as the person from yesterday is not around, he has nothing to fear. Others? A bunch of local chickens and Wagyu. Thinking of this, Enel happily took another bite of the apple and looked at the sky. Infinite land, here I come. But Enel always felt like he had forgotten something and couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. What exactly is it? Enel thought for a while, but in the end he couldn't come up with an answer, so he simply ignored it and just forgot. He was a god. What was he afraid of? But if Xia-chun appears in front of Enel again at this time, he may know what he has forgotten. He couldn't feel Xia-Chan's aura yesterday when Xia-Chun stood in front of him. So how could he feel it now? Isn't this funny? Xia-Chun, it's okay to forget things. Just don't forget them in the next life. After some time, the melee happened to land just a few dozen meters away from Appiato. Luffy was very excited and jumped down first. Gold, gold, here I come. Luffy, don't leave yet. Can you find gold if you look like this now? Xia-Chun said angrily. Why can't I find it? Maybe I'll be lucky enough to find it. Xia-Chun was about to refute, but then he thought that in the original work, Luffy seemed to have discovered the gold in the snake's belly, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But Xia-Chun would not admit this. I know where the gold is, but someone may not be willing to give it to us. Xia-Chun, are you talking about Enel? Robin suddenly asked. Yes, Enel lives on this island. He has 4 priests and 50 magic soldiers under him. If we go in, we will definitely be attacked by these people, but their strength is not that bad. Cut. Hearing this, Zoro, who had been a little excited just now, suddenly felt uninterested. He originally thought he could still have some fun, but he didn't expect that they were all a bunch of weaklings. What are you cutting? Xia-Chun looked at Zoro curiously. Didn't you say they are all weaklings? I'm not interested in weaklings. Xia-Chun, what I said is only relative to me, but to you. Huh? Xia-Chun didn't say it clearly, but anyone with a discerning eye would know what he meant. Although Xia-Chun knew that these so-called 4 god-tier officials were indeed not difficult opponents to deal with the current Zoro, their inner network could still cause some trouble to Zoro. The most important thing is we need to suppress the arrogance of this green algae head. And just as Xia-Chun expected, Zoro immediately became dissatisfied after hearing this. Wait a minute and let you see how I can easily defeat my opponent. After all, I'm not a loser like the curly eyebrow guy next to me. Green algae head, are you looking for death? Sanji was watching the fun, but suddenly he heard Zoro say, and his anger suddenly surged. Don't be beaten to death by that so-called priest later. Otherwise, you'll be embarrassed if you tell me about it later. Huh, I can definitely kill him within 10 moves. Zoro said confidently. TCH, I have 5 moves. Sanji Kaido calmly. My 3 moves. 1 move for me. Oh, you too. Have nothing to do, right? Bang bang. Nami Ba entangled each of them and gave them a punch. Seeing this scene, Xia-Chun shook his head, turned to look at everyone, and said, let's go in and take a look. As everyone walked in, a group of people soon arrived in front of the 4 trial gates. Looking at these doors, Xia-Chun said, each of these doors corresponds to a priest. After entering, walk along the Yun River and finally reach a place called the Living Sacrifice Altar. We will meet there then. So, which of these trials do you want to choose? Then I'll choose the Trial of Iron. Zoro said calmly, and then walked directly inside without any hesitation. This damn green algae head actually got the upper hand. Sanji cursed before diving into the nearby rope trial. Then I'll go to the ball trial. It looks like fun. Luffy laughed, and then entered the ball trial passage. What about you? Xia-Chun looked at the remaining people. Unexpectedly, several other people actually looked at him instead. Shouldn't you go in here? Usopp said after considering it for a moment. Xia-Chun.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.